Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Villatrava. This is the clerk of the board. How are you?
Good morning, Michelle. I'm on the line.
Perfect. Thank you. We can hear you.
Great.
Good morning, everyone. Time is 9:01. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And as we're about to have a moment of silent reflection or prayer, I'd like this county to do this in remembrance of Mr. Jack Snyder, former mayor, former World War II veteran, a mayor of Manteca, and an absolute pillar in our county. He passed away this morning, and I'd like to you keep Mr. Snyder and his family in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Russell Stark, former U.S. Army retired, one of our veterans, flew Chinooks and other aircrafts for the U.S. Army. I'd like you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. For the record, this is the regular board meeting of April 20th, 2021. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Here.
Supervisor Villa-Poudois?
Present.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Patty?
Present. Thank you. I have the following announcements. COVID-19 discussion. Item number 2 is moved to the COVID-19 consent items. Discussion, Health and Human Services. Item number 5 will be presented immediately after recognitions and presentations. And discussion of general government. Item number 1 will be discussed immediately after public comments related to the agenda and prior to public comments for non-agenda items. At this time, I have recognitions. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chairman. Our first recognition this morning is of the Tracy Elks Lodge, number 2031, a charitable organization in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite their representative, Vaughn Gates, to come down to the podium to receive this recognition.
I'd also like to ask at this time, we've got Supervisor Rickman. You are a fellow Elk, aren't you?
Yes, Chair.
Would you please introduce and share us some relevance and some history?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gates, good to see you again. Now, the Elks organization was founded in New York City on February 16th, 1868, under the name Jolly Corks by 15 actors, entertainers, and other associated with the theater. In ensuing years, membership expanded to other professions as well. There are approximately 2,000 lodges in communities all over the country. The Elks spend more than $80 million every year for benevolent, educational, and patriotic community-minded programs in such fields as benefiting special needs children, sponsoring Elks National Foundation scholarships, scouting, athletic teams, veterans, a national hoop shoot, which Tracy participates in every year, involving more than 3 million children, physical and occupational therapy programs, and other patriotic programs. The Tracy Elks Lodge, number 2031, in which I am a member of, a proud member of, serves the communities of Tracy, Manteca, and Lathrop. The Tracy Elk Club has been in existence for over 60 years. It has approximately 400 members that enjoy the lodge's monthly dinners, which I just spoke to Mr. Gates about, that will be getting back into the swing of things, events and activities. And as I mentioned before, the Tracy Elks annually gives scholarships to local high school seniors, sponsor scout troops, give support to our local veterans, and the hoop shoot that I mentioned before. So it's my pleasure to introduce and honor Mr. Vaughn Gates and the Tracy Elks.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. I'd like to read this proclamation or this recognition in honor of the Tracy Elks Club Lodge number 2031 in recognition of more than 60 years of benevolence and charity befitting the citizens of Tracy, Manteca, Lathrop, and San Joaquin County. Your organization is a generous and valuable asset providing a great service to our community. We thank you. Presented on this day of April 20th, 2021. And I know that we have some supervisors who'd like to say a couple words and then perhaps a couple words from yourself. Sure. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for all and your fellow lodge members and what you do for your community. It's appreciated.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. Service organizations are really a lifeblood of the community. The work that you do and other service organizations obviously make our communities a better place to live. So certainly thank you and thank your members for all they do in Tracy and Lathrop and Manteca. So congratulations.
I would just personally say that on behalf of some 800,000 people almost that we represent here at the Board of Supervisors, we are very proud of the service organizations. I belong to one as well, and we really, truly appreciate, as Supervisor Wynn points out, that our community is better because of the efforts and the dedication that you all have. So we thank you. Here's the certificate and a couple words.
Like Supervisor Rickman said, that basically the Elks is over 150 years old. And so it started by a bunch of actors and entertainers. So a lot of times you come to our lodge and you come to a meeting, it's basically set up as a Broadway show, like type thing. We're all volunteers. We don't take no money. All the money we get, we give away to the community. And that's our motto. That's our theme. 95% of all the money we have brought in goes out to all our charity and programs. Besides the federal government, which is hard to compete with because they print money, we're the largest scholarship donator to anywhere in the nation. And that card you get from the Elk is golden because any lodge you go to, Hawaii or Alaska, and Hawaii has a lodge right on the beach. They have several of them, Maui, they have the main island. They show your card, you're in, because it's very exclusive in Hawaii, basically some of those lodges, and beautiful. And so all the nation, we have RV parks. And that's a big draw for a lot of people basically to join, is most of the lodges have RV park at a discount price, plus the lodge being open, so we can have dinners and the bar is open, and most of the lodges have a bar. Okay, so it's just a safe, family-friendly place to be. We don't talk politics, we don't talk anything. We come there just to have a good time, right? So if you think about joining an organization and, family or your wife and stuff are a little bit bored, there's a lot of activities. There's a local one here in Stockton. We're community-based. We don't go outside our community for as members, okay? So think about checking on the lodge and joining. If you got an RV, you got to join. It's really a good deal. So, okay,
thank you, sir. Supervisor Rickman, did you have any closing thoughts on that?
I can contest they do have a nice bar.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Supervisor.
All right, our next recognition, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Our next recognition is of our Veteran Service Officer, Virginia Wimmer, who was recognized by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs Center for Women Veterans 2021 Trailblazer. And I'd like to invite Healthcare Services Director Greg Dieterich and Veteran Services Officer Virginia Wimmer down to the podium for comments.
Good morning and welcome. Mr. Dietrich, you're up.
Well, I'm very proud to have Virginia Wimmer as member of our Healthcare Services leadership team. I know Virginia makes an impact on a daily basis in enhancing the lives of our veterans families, and our veterans caregivers. just want to make a note that it was actually her staff that nominated Virginia, and I think that says a lot. Obviously, we have a great leader, but I know Virginia will say it really takes a team. But again, having that leader to set the standard and to develop the team, I'm just so proud to have you as a peer, and congratulations on receiving this award. It's much deserved.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Allow me to read this recognition, please. This is presented to Miss Virginia Wimmer, San Joaquin County Veterans Service Officer, U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs Center for Women Veterans 2021-2021 Trailblazer, in recognition of prioritizing homeless veterans, connecting justice-involved veterans to treatment through the Veterans Treatment Court Program, and making an impact by enhancing the lives of all San Joaquin County veterans. Congratulations and thank you for your continued service. Presented on this day of April 20th, 2021. A couple words?
Yes, thank you. As Mr. Dietrich said, I'm honored and I'm humbled because this award, it says Virginia Wimmer, but it's not an award for me. My staff put this award together because they honored the service that we provide to our county. And okay, so I'm at a loss for words right now because I'm very, very honored because I don't know that I'm a trailblazer, but one thing I do know is I'm not a showboater. And I wish this award could say to the San Joaquin County Veterans Service Office because my staff, they help me be better. They help me to be a better leader. They help me be a better county veteran service officer and a better veteran advocate. So I really want to say, first and foremost, thank you to Anthony, Chris, and Pam for putting this forward. It was truly a blessing, truly an honor, and it was totally a surprise to me. And so I'm very, very I'm just so pleased to be working in this county and with those great bunch of people. And I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, from the chair to the clerk of the board to the county administrator, for the support that we receive. And I would be really, really, really messed up if I didn't say thank you to Greg and Matt Garber. I don't get a better leadership, I don't get better guidance than I do from them. And so I appreciate you as well, sir.
Hold on, you're not done yet. I know that we're going to have some supervisors like to say a few words as well. Supervisor Rickman. You're not off the hook yet, Virginia.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to, you and your staff for all you do for our veterans. And, I've said this on different occasions that we owe a debt of gratitude to our veterans that, we can never repay. And it takes individuals like you, your honor and integrity, and going out and doing the right things and making sure our veterans are taken care of. So at the bottom of my heart, thank you very much, and thank you to your staff for all that you have do and continue to do.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Virginia, you're bringing two qualities to your position which are outstanding, and one is you are a veteran, and therefore you can identify with those that you serve, which is probably one of the most cherished and valuable group of individuals in this country. But secondly, you commented briefly on it. Because of your military experience, you learned, and we've all learned, that it's a team effort. No individual stands out. And so you're absolutely right. You bring that team mentality, certainly with your staff, certainly with the veterans you serve. And for those two qualities, I think you do an outstanding job. Congratulations.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Ms. Wimmer, it's been a pleasure working with you. You were front and center when the county first really seriously took up the issue of homelessness, and you always helped keep the conversation inclusive of our homeless veterans. Your input was really important on moving forward with Victory Gardens and with a lot of the other services that we have expanded on behalf of our veterans. Your leadership was really important, and it's made a lasting impact, I believe, on not just our veterans here in San Joaquin County, but really on our county as a whole. So thank you. This is a well-deserved recognition. I think it's very telling that it was your staff that nominated you for this. So I think your attitude of it's a team, I think that's part of why they felt strongly enough to do this. So thank you, and continue with your great work.
I would just conclude and say that, as a veteran and all of our veterans and those currently serving our country, we owe an incredible debt. And you are serving our veterans in San Joaquin County, and we owe you a debt. And so we thank you. We appreciate you. Our veterans thank you and appreciate you and your staff. So I do have a certificate for you. We'll take a quick photo, but we're missing by the way, Supervisor Villaputa, would you like to say a few words if you're with us?
Yes, absolutely. Virginia, I just want to thank you for serving our country. I know that I've worked with you and you care, and that's the most important thing. And thank you and your staff for everything you do for our county and our veterans.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll get this signed and back to you. Okay. All right, next up we have get to the right page. Public comments on agenda items. Now is the time for the public comment on matters listed on the agenda. We request that you come forward to the podium, physically distance 6 feet from each other and each speaker, and wear a mask when addressing the board. Please state your name for the record. There is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds prior to the end of the 3 minutes. Public comments limited to 250 words or less may be submitted by sending an email to sjcpubliccomments@sjgov.org. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments. Ask all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, do we have any, ask anybody that has public comments, please come up. Seeing none at this time, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Thank you, Chairman Petty. We have one public comment submitted for discussion item number 3, and I'll read that one during that discussion item, and then the remaining public comments are non-agenda related.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much. Then next up, we're going to have a discussion item, general government, and this is to discuss and consider a request of $2 million in matching funds from the contingency provisions budget for Delta College Student Career Internship Program. I know that we have Dr. Omid Pourzinjani and some staff here. I would just like to say personally that having at one time served on the Delta College Foundation Board and paying attention to what's happening at Delta College and the students and the efforts that we have, I know it's recently come to my attention through conversations with Dr. Pourzinjani that the enrollment is down. In spite of that, Delta College is offering a vast amount of career opportunities, and he has contacted the county in hopes that we might participate with Delta College in a very unique program that I'd like to invite you up, Dr. Pourzinjani, to talk to us about.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Patty, members of the Board of Supervisors, members of the public. Thank you for this opportunity. At Delta College, as you know, we have about 26,000 students that we serve, our community members. We train them for jobs, transfer. And in the last year, we've given $4 million directly to students in the form of support from CARES funds. And then now we have earmarked another $6.2 million to give as direct grants to the students to help them during these difficult times. As you know, many of our community members are unemployed right now or underemployed, and we want to help them in any way we can. The best way we know how to do that is through education, upskilling, reskilling, and really getting them back into the workforce. And one of the challenges that our students face is they go through all of our training programs, but then when it comes to securing a job, they don't have on-the-job work experience. So we have done internships quite extensively for decades in the past. We just have never done it at this scale. And you might say, well, have you worked out all the details of this as you're going to do this big initiative of 1,000 internships? And I would say if we wanted to do that as a bureaucratic institution, that would take us a year or more, and we need to act now. We need to help our community members now secure the jobs that they need, living wage jobs, so that they can then support their families. The grants that we give them are one-time dollars. What we need to do is help them get a job so they can support themselves long-term. We have put forth, our board has put forth $2 million commitment towards internships to pay our interns so that employers in our community don't have to worry about that. We are offering to cover the liability and the pay. All we're asking our employers to do is give these students an opportunity so they can get the job experience, work experience they need, so that they can move into a fulfilling job going forward. What we're asking you is a match for those dollars. This would allow us to offer the internship to 1,000 students, and for 12 weeks, 20 hours a week, at a minimum of $15 an hour. We will also ask our employers to subsidize some of that as well and contribute to our foundation so we can keep this effort going. I have with me today Dean Salvador Vargas, who's been with us for 33 years doing this work at Delta College, and also Alex Brightler, our Communication Marketing Director. And we are committed to this, and we will do this. I think it would be great if we do this as a community, as a leadership of the county, and really show that we're committed to getting our unemployed community members back into work. I am here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Porzanjani. Open up to the board. Any questions? Supervisor Miller, you're looking at me? No. Supervisor Wynn.
I just have a comment. I want to thank Dr. Porzanjani for his commitment to these type of programs. Certainly, Salvador serving on the apprenticeship, 2 committees, one for our high school students and one for, obviously, adults. You're absolutely right that, it's interesting. We have a lot of issues in this country today, but education is probably the solution for all of them. And that's really the key, and especially a community college which takes them from the high school diploma to the next level. So I think this is money well spent. I think it's an opportunity not only for the students but also for the employers, because as you know, just drive around this county and you'll see advertisements everywhere hiring. And so I think this is a great effort to really join employers who need employees, certainly our community college that can train them properly and educate them, and more importantly, for the future of the students who hopefully will find a profession or a career that they can pursue after they graduate. So again, thank you, and Salvador, certainly for all your efforts, greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Dr. Porzanjani, just for a little clarity, I know in prior discussions we talked about 1,000 jobs is very ambitious. However, we also know that, let's say you get 500, 600, 800 jobs, this program can extend into the fall season, correct? And beyond. So this is dollars that it's dedicated. It'll be used for the single purpose. It won't be assimilated anywhere else. It will be just for this vocational training. And I notice in the submission we have what appears to be well over 20 different vocations. This is career training education, CTEs as known, everything from journalism, graphic arts. I mean, Alex Breitler's here. So did you go through the Delta program? You didn't? Okay, well, maybe you want to reapply and go through this. We've got business administration, logistics, radio, television, electronics, welding. I mean, welders in $90,000 a year starting salary, one of the most unfulfilled vocation opportunities. So I think this is exciting. Supervisor Villapudua, you have any questions for Dr. Porzanjani or anything you'd like to share?
No, not at this time. I just do want to thank you for all the effort you put into kids and their future.
All right, and I do know, CAO Wilverding, would you give us a little synopsis on the fiscal impact on this? You've done a little research and brought this to the board for consideration.
Thank you, Chair. We do have the money available. We have developed a considerable amount of cost savings through the CARES funding of other costs that we've accumulated throughout the year. So we have confirmed that the $2 million is there. Since this is a new program, what we've done is we've broken down the funding out in tranches of 4 components of $500,000 each, so that we can see metrics regarding the number of interns per term, the number of hours that each intern completes, as has been mentioned, 20 hours, and then the number of interns that complete the program, and then the number of employers that are participating. So we make sure that the program is working as designed and is on track before we go into the next $500,000, and we'll continue to do that until our commitment is exhausted.
Thank you.
All right. I don't know if there's any other further questions. I know we need a 4/5 vote, and Supervisor Rickman has left the chamber for a moment.
Would you like me to go check and see if he's available?
Would you please? And then in the meantime, Mr. Vargas, with your 30 plus years of experience at Delta, would you like to step up and share a little bit about your vision and the impetus for this program?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members. Yes, over 33 years at Delta College, you've seen a lot of things. One of the things we haven't really seen is the scaling up of this support system for students. My belief is that the students oftentimes don't realize that getting a certificate or getting a degree is not the only thing that will get them a job. Oftentimes, or more often than not, the employers are looking for someone that has that experience. And you fall into that catch-22 that you have a degree, you have a certificate, but you don't have the experience. The employer then substitutes the experience for someone that really has been in the employment line for years and years and not allow the student to get that opportunity to work. So I think with this project, we're moving forward with, I think, having a substantial and significant impact in many of our community members that haven't had that opportunity. So what we want to make sure is that not only we apply this opportunity to students or give this opportunity to students, but we're looking at this through a whole different lens, and that's the equity lens. So we want to work with small businesses, we want to work with any and every employer that is willing to work with our students and provide that significant assistance to get the economy moving. So we're not only impacting the students, we're impacting the economy as well. So it's a win-win for all of us.
Absolutely correct. And Dr. Porzanjani, lastly, I would just ask that in the prior conversation you had shared that during COVID and the shutdown, we saw enrollment in junior colleges and in all of our education systems drop dramatically. If you'd like to share with the board some of that information. I'm not stalling for time. We'll take a vote in a moment. I'm rather confident we're going to have 4 out of 5, and our 5th one just came back in. But share the significance of how important this can be, because we've seen enrollment down in our colleges.
Absolutely. I think a little over a year ago, if you had told me, Omid, what would it take for us to move Delta College online, I would have probably tried to stop myself from laughing and probably said maybe 10 years, maybe never. The fact that we got that done, we moved every instruction, every classroom, every service online within 10 days, to me was phenomenal and incredible and impossible. And every college did that. And I think what that shows me is the will. When there's a will, things happen. And while enrollment is down in community colleges on average of over, I think, 16% now across the state, at Delta College, for our fall, we were down, I believe, 6%. So relatively speaking, Delta is doing really well. Delta students are hanging in there. The faculty are doing their best. Support services are doing their best to help students. So I would say enrollment has fallen, but compared to other colleges, some have fallen as far as 50% in their enrollment. And so I shouldn't be excited, but I am excited that we've only fallen 6%, and that's not bad. So I think we're doing well for our community.
I'd like to compliment you on this program, and if the county is able to join you and have some matching funds, I think this will be a springboard for Delta College in the community, yes, in the workforce, and have a positive impact all around. So I don't know if Supervisor Rickman, do you have any questions or anything to state?
Thank you, Chair. And just want to agree with you what you just said, and I'm a huge fan of Delta College, and I'm an alumni, and I went there when I used to have hair, so you can see how long ago that was. But I'm always a huge fan of internships, and I think, you know, I would love to see it almost as a requirement for all students when they go to college. I know when I was in school, you know, I think I learned the most out of a year of internship than of all my other schooling. So, you know, I support the program. I support what you do. I support Delta, and, you know, and Delta's, you know, ranked at the top, you know, community school in the, not just in California, but in the nation. So you guys do an excellent job, and I'm glad to see this on the agenda. So thank you very much, and thank you, your team, for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm without hesitating, I'm going to make a motion to approve this request as submitted, the transfer of $2 million from the contingency provision budget number 101900000 to the county's administrator's budget number 101020000 to contribute matching funds up to the $2 million to Delta College Student Career Internship Program. We do need a 4/5 vote. I'd ask Madam Clerk to please take a roll call on this vote.
I'll second if we need a.
We have a first and second.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Villa-Pudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chairman Patty?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So glad this worked out.
Thank you very much. Our students, thank you. Our committee members, thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Excellent. Well done, guys. Thank you. Next up for us will be public comment on non-agenda items. Now is the time for public comments on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda. We request that you come forward to the podium, physical distance 6 feet from each speaker, and wear a mask when addressing the board. Please state your name for the board. There's a limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There's a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on in 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. Public comments limited to 250 words or less may also be submitted and have been submitted by sending an email to sjcpubliccomments@sjgov.org. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, I believe we have some comments that have been submitted.
We do. Would you like to check to see if there's anybody in the audience here today to speak first, or would you like me to read the public comments first?
Sure. If anybody from the audience has come in to speak about non-agenda items, please come forward. If not, we will begin this process. We have how many letters that have been submitted?
I believe we have well over 200 letters, about 70 pages of public comments that I'm going to be splitting up between myself and the Chief Deputy Clerk.
Okay, thank you. I know that in recent time this board had a robust discussion about this, and it was decided that we wanted to do this in front of the audience and not modify in any way, shape, or form each individual voice. So we have the opportunity to listen to and hear from over some 200 people. So thank you, Madam Clerk. Please proceed.
Thank you. And I'd like to start off by noting that for the record, links, letters, pictures, or any other mention of items not specifically read into the record this morning have been distributed to the Board of Supervisors and are available upon request from the Clerk of the Board office by calling 209-468-2350. And our first comment this morning was submitted by Melissa Crocker with 1 child, Ashley Hall with 2 children, the Pater family with 2 children, Heidi McClintock with 2 children, Kristen and Ryan Burns with 2 children, Uriza L. Nguyen with 1 child, Sarah Moorhead with a family member, Richie Machado with 2 children, Lexi Moorhead with a family member, Shelley Robertson with a family member, Kristen Parenti, who also wrote in as Kristen Codoval, Doug Codoval, Gianluca Parenti, and a Ripon neighbor, all with 2 children that will be starting elementary school within the next couple of years, and a nephew who is set to start kindergarten this fall. Christian Spence with 2 children, Bethany Spence with 2 children, and 2 others that will be attending in the upcoming years. Melissa Cheek, a concerned resident in the area, Christy and Carl Dumlau with 3 children, Stephanie Delgado with 2 children, Tiffany Treese with 3 children, Robert Anderson with 2 daughters, all going to Colony Oak Elementary School. And they write that in the past few weeks, I have gathered some information in regard to the cell tower that is planning to go up on Murphy Road across from Colony Oak Elementary School. You're talking about putting a cell tower right across the street where the most vulnerable population spends most of their days. Many experts have done studies in this field, believe the rise in autism, brain tumors, and leukemia in children is caused by the exposure to radiation at home and at school already. Children are growing and changing at a rapid rate. Their brains and skulls are still developing, and this means they are vulnerable to anything that can affect them at a cellular level. Radiation can do that. I find it completely unnecessary, especially with another cell tower already being right up the road on the other side of the school. I'm asking that you please reconsider this project and don't put our children or surrounding neighbors' homes at risk. Mr. and Ms. Bruns included in their comment, please do not put this tower up. Christian Spence included in the comment, the FCC is currently in trial for neglecting to recover over 1,700 peer-reviewed studies showing physical harm. The next comment was submitted by Irma Figueroa and Courtney Wells, who wrote, over the past few weeks, I've gathered some information in regards to the cell tower that is planned to go up on Murphy's Road. This is near the school of Colony Oak Elementary School. I have a child that attends Colony Oak School, and we also live within a mile from the school and where the tower is being planned to go up. There has been many studies that show signs of autism, brain tumors, leukemia, and other cancer-causing effects from the radiation exposure of 5G cell towers. With the tower so close to a school, there are concerns for their little bodies that are still being developed, and they are more vulnerable than adults. This tower being put up is a real concern for me and the well-being of my family. I wish that you will reconsider the plan of this tower and save our children from the dangers of radiation. The next comment was submitted by Ashley Castro, an anonymous writer, Pamela Zamora, Heather Dyke, Carol Stoll, Jennifer Mooreshead, Elizabeth Duran, Sherry Shockey, Ermelyn Rhodes, Letty Clywer, and Julia DeMichaelis. And they write, it has come to my attention that there are plans to raise a cell tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. As a community member in Ripon, I find this very concerning. As a parent or family member of students who attend and or as an employee of Colony Oak Elementary School, 300 yards away from the proposed tower, I find this alarming. There has been research shared with us that state that 5G towers are, quote, safe, end quote, and that radiation levels are well below safety limits that are, quote, recommended, end quote, by the FCC. This word, quote, recommended, does not rule out with certainty the possibility that there really is a safety threat from these towers. Recommended certainly isn't something that we are all required to accept. It also does not rule out research that rejects these towers as safe. According to Christopher Portier, PhD, a 32-year USG scientist who has participated with the CDC and National Toxicology Program, there is a high probability that cell phone radiation causes brain tumors. This research that indicates a high probability that cell towers are not safe at all is significant enough to me to determine that more research needs to be conducted. Cell towers being declared safe is not accurate with 100% certainty, and recommended levels need to be revised. In the meantime, our students and staff members only 300 yards away from a proposed tower, along with the community members of Ripon, shouldn't be subjected to a tower they didn't concede to. The next comment is submitted by Tammy Goeckerts, who writes, I wanted to send an email with my concern about the cell tower and the plans to go up near Colony Oak Elementary. Not only do my kids go to school there, but I live in the Seven Oaks community right around the corner. I am absolutely horrified that they are planning to put this up near where we live and go to school. I'm sure you have heard of how dangerous this can be. I truly hope this doesn't become a fight and that we can get this resolved before the cell tower goes up and becomes one. My family won't ever be okay with this, as well as many, many families that live and go to school at Colony Oak. Thank you for your time. The next comment was submitted by Kevin and Christine Branch, who write, hello, we wanted to express our deep concern about the cell tower that is planned to go in down the street from Colony Oak School, where our grandchildren have attended for some time. A tower like this emits strong radiation that has been shown through years of research to be unsafe for those living nearby. We are strongly opposed to having it near a school where it could potentially affect so many young children. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment is submitted by Lonnie Asham, who writes, I do not pretend to know all the data or to be the most knowledgeable regarding the cell tower. I do know it is not worth the slightest chance that it could cause harm to anyone in our community. Please hear our concerns and make this choice based on how you would feel if it was your loved ones being affected. The next comment is submitted by Diane Giles, who writes, years ago, Leo Zuber was on the Ripon School Board and thought it was a great idea to erect a cell tower on school grounds at Weston Elementary in Ripon. He knew the parents wouldn't like it, but he pushed it through anyway. By the time it was taken down, almost every house in the area had a cancer patient. 4 children at least and 3 teachers at the school got cancer, and their lives were changed forever. These children, while still alive today, have many irreversible side effects, with Mason fighting for his life. Anna also has severe side effects from her radiation from brain cancer. Many of us know this truth, although it's been suppressed. I hope and pray that you veto the tower near Colony Oak. It's bad enough we have poison water, let alone have our children also subjected to radiation from the tower. As a grandmother and cancer survivor living in Ripon, I ask you to look inside your soul and do the right thing. This way, you won't have blood on your hands like Leo Zuber. Lives were and are ruined because of his stupid move. Asking a cell tower company for safety info on a tower is like asking a tobacco company if cigarettes cause cancer. I mean, seriously, what a greedy bastard. The next comment is submitted by Jamie McNeil, a concerned Colony Oak parent, who writes, it has come to my attention that there are plans to raise a cell tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. As a parent of students who attend Colony Oak Elementary School, 300 yards away from the proposed tower, I am adamantly opposed. There are too many conflicting studies for anyone to say that our children will be safe spending hours in their classroom in the vicinity of that tower. Why take the chance? If there's even a shadow of a doubt that it could cause cancers and other illnesses, how can it be allowed? From a parent who stood behind and supported the parents that were fighting for the cell tower removal at Weston Elementary in Ripon a very short time ago, it is astonishing to see that there's potential for the same thing to happen at another Ripon school. As you review this proposal, please stop to ask yourself, would you be okay with your own child or grandchild attending school adjacent to a 134-foot tower? Your opposition to this project will only help to oppose the next cell tower that is proposed in your backyard. There has to be other, more suitable locations than adjacent to an elementary school. Schools should be a safe haven. Parents need to feel comfortable sending out kids to school, and this disrupts that balance. Please stop the development of this tower in this location. The next comment is submitted by Stacy and Joe Foster, who writes, my name is Stacy Foster and Joe Foster, and we are a current parent of a child who attends Colony Oak Elementary School in Ripon, with a second child entering as a kindergartner in the fall. The news of adding a 5G cell phone tower on Murphy Road in such close proximity, 300 yards, to Colony Oak Elementary School is extremely concerning and should not occur. This letter is a plea for reconsideration for the well-being of our children and the staff that would be directly affected by such a careless decision. Cell phone towers impose dangers on people, so why would it even be a thought to put one right next to a school? Science has proven the radiation from these towers is harmful, especially to children. Children are more vulnerable to cell phone radiation because their brain and organ systems are still developing and are therefore more sensitive to environmental stressors. It would not be safe to have our children exposed to such radiation on a daily basis. The longer our children are exposed, the more dangerous exposure time would be. Researchers have studied cell towers and cell tower radiation for decades. Effects from radio frequency radiation documented in scientific research included increased cancer risk, cellular stress, headaches, sleep issues, genetic damage, changes to the reproductive system, memory deficits, and impacts to the nervous system. Please do the right thing and choose another location for the cell tower that will not directly impact the long-term safety and health. The next comment is from Tara Fromm, who writes, good afternoon. I'm a parent of 2 children who attend Colony Oak Elementary School in Ripon, California. It has come to our attention that there's a new AT&T tower and plans to go up 930 feet from the school. Given that there's already a large cell tower a mile up the road, I would hope there will be reconsideration as to the placement of this new tower. We have high childhood cancer rates in our small town, including those that have been directly linked to radiation exposure. Given that there are many unknowns to the dangerous effects of radiation on young developing children, I am hopeful this tower will be reconsidered. At the least, pushed further away from our school in order to protect our children to the best of our abilities. Please know this topic is of high concern for all of the Colony Oak families and community of Ripon. The next comment is submitted by Jody Van Boven, who writes, I oppose the cell tower on Murphy Road, Ripon, California. The next comment is written by Sean James, who wrote, I have recently been informed of a proposed cell tower within a few hundred yards of Colony Oak Elementary School. I am concerned about this proposed cell tower because I have a young child that goes to school at Colony Oak. Other children from my neighborhood also attend Colony Oak. I still remember the problems with the cell tower at Weston Elementary and its removal in 2019. Why would any government officials want to go down a similar road after that? There is no conclusive evidence that cell towers do or do not harm children. It is still an unknown with arguments on both sides. With that said, there is no reason to turn the children of Colony Oak Elementary and the residents of that area of Ripon into test subjects. I personally do not want to see a situation where the children and families of Colony Oak become embroiled with a battle over their health because of a cell tower. Please consider if you would want yourself as a parent and your child to be placed in the situation Colony Oak families are being put in. I strongly urge you to reconsider this project and ensure the children of Colony Oak do not end up as a case study for cell tower research in the coming years. Thank you for your time and consideration. The next comment is submitted by Ashley August, who writes, my name is Ashley August, and I am a parent of 2 children who attend Colony Oak Elementary School on Murphy Road in Ripon. This is very concerning and should not come to fruition. Cell towers have wireless antennas that emit radio frequency radiation, RFR. Placing an antenna close to a school increases the daily exposures to the antenna emissions because they are consistent and cannot be turned off. 5G cell towers emit ultra-high frequencies, and this is dangerous because the higher the frequency, the more dangerous the radiation is. Additionally, the longer the exposure time, the more dangerous it is. Effects from RFR documented in scientific research include increased cancer risk, headaches, sleep issues, genetic damage, infertility, memory deficits, as well as impacts to the nervous system. What's worse, children are more vulnerable to cell phone radiation because their brain and organ systems are still developing and are therefore more sensitive to environmental stressors. Knowing this information, the fact that it is even a consideration, let alone possibility for a 5G cell tower to be placed near a school, is completely asinine. Kids were kept out of school for the COVID-19 virus, and now that they are back in, we are going to stick a cell phone tower that emits harmful radiation near their school? Please do not allow this to become a reality. Please do the right thing and choose another location for the cell tower that will not directly impact the long-term health and safety of our children. The next comment is written by Jamie Gardner, who wrote as a parent of a child, Stacy and Nathan Doss, who write as parents of 2 small children that attend Colony Oak Elementary School, which is only 300 yards from the proposed cell towers site, and are extremely alarmed. You are talking about putting a safe tower near our most vulnerable developing population, our kids. These students spend 6 to 7 hours a day at Colony Oak Elementary. There is currently no research that shows that the safe tower will not have an effect on the development of our youth. The community has already had enough students deal with consequences of having a cell tower near one of our district schools. We don't need a repeat of this situation and don't need to have a cell tower within a mile of another cell phone tower. According to Christopher Portier, PhD research, there is a high probability that cell phone radiation causes brain tumors. This research indicates a high probability that cell towers are not safe at all. Cell towers being declared safe is not accurate with 100% certainty, and recommended levels need to be revised. In the meantime, our students and staff members shouldn't be subject to a tower we didn't concede to. We shouldn't put our children at risk with a recommendation and not nearly enough research to prove they are safe for the amount of time our teachers and students would be within close contact. Please stop the development of this tower and any others within close distances of our schools. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole Lee to read the next few comments.
Stephanie Eastman writes, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Cell towers should not be anywhere close to schools. Thank you. Devon Fasani writes, I'm extremely opposed to the planned cell tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. I'm a parent of 3 girls who spend 30 to 40 hours per week attending Colony Oak Elementary School in Ripon, only 300 yards from the proposed site. I am very concerned for their health and safety if they are forced to spend so much time in close proximity to a cell tower. At best, the current scientific determination of safety is inconclusive. Why would we incur the potential health and safety risk to our most vulnerable population, our children? I also do not believe the tower is necessary, and it is definitely not necessary in that particular location. I understand there is another tower approximately 1 mile away. I also understand the property owners are no longer supportive of the current site. Given the dissatisfaction of the community and the property owners with the current site, why would we not look for another site that could meet the needs of all stakeholders without risking the health and safety of children and local community members? If the proposed cell tower is truly needed in the wireless company's infrastructure, I'm sure the company would agree that the minimal time and expense to find a different, more appropriate location is vastly outweighed by the long-term health and safety of our children. Please stop the development of this tower at the proposed location. Please do not put my children and all the children attending Colony Oak Elementary School at risk. Amanda Smith writes, I oppose the cell tower on Murphy Road. It is not worth the risk. Michelle Silva writes, I have just been made aware there is a proposal to raise a cell tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. As a grandparent of a student who attends Colony Oak Elementary School, 300 yards away from the proposed tower, I find this extremely alarming. In addition, my son and his family live within a mile radius of where the tower plans to be built. I am sure you realize that this proposal of a cell tower is right across the street where young children spend most of their days. Many experts believe the rise in autism, brain tumors, as well as other life-threatening diseases in children results from exposure to radiation at school and at home. Children are vulnerable to anything that could affect them at a cellular level. I am asking you to please reconsider this project and not put children and surrounding neighboring homes at risk. Would you want your family member to be exposed unnecessarily? Thank you for your consideration. Kristen writes, I oppose cell tower trying to be put in on Murphy's Road. Stephanie McReynolds writes, please do not move forward with the cell tower on Murphy Road. Protect the children and their families. Kyle Ferrulli writes, I am writing this email with extreme concern regarding the proposed cell tower in close proximity to Colony Oak Middle School. My son is one of the children diagnosed with brain cancer after sitting under the cell tower at Weston Elementary School, along with 7 other victims in the short time it was up. I am aware of the FCC guidelines and all of the studies that say it is safe. However, I am also aware that not one of those studies has been done on children receiving that level of radiation, especially 5G that is already showing significant concerns in other countries. In contrast, there have been several studies, peer-reviewed, showing children are more susceptible due to their skulls being thinner and rapid developing cells. A new study came out in 2018, the NTP study, that confirmed clear evidence of tumors from that level of radiation, which was less than 5G. Also, the FCC is currently in the middle of a legal trial regarding their negligence of not considering over 1,700 peer-reviewed studies showing harm from this level of radiation. Their safety standards are from 25 years ago. The facts are out there, and our children should be a top priority. In addition, there is another cell tower in close proximity, so an additional one within a mile or so is not practical. Please listen to the concerns of these parents and do not allow that tower to be placed so close to our babies. An anonymous writer writes, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Too many children from the Ripon area have had terrible diagnoses due to the cell towers. Please do not allow another one. It's too dangerous. Lori Souza writes, I was informed that there is a plan to place a cell phone tower on Murphy Road in close proximity to Colony Oak Elementary School. This is absolutely unacceptable. This community has witnessed children that attend or attended Weston Elementary School fight for their lives due to cancer that is linked to cell phone towers. The research is clear that these towers are a danger to children. There are plenty of other options out of the range of an elementary school to place a cell phone tower, and it is alarming and disturbing that this is even considered an acceptable location. For the sake of the children that attend Colony Oak Elementary School, their families, and for our entire community, that tower cannot be placed anywhere near the school or any other school. Many of us live in this beautiful small town to feel safe and keep our children safe. We should not have to live in fear worrying about the impact of placement of this tower could have on our children and or grandchildren. Honestly, I think many parents will pull their child or children from the school if the tower goes up. Please do the right thing. Don't put our children at risk. There are so many other options for the placement of a tower. School is supposed to be a safe place for children. Don't take that away from our children or their families. Thank you for your consideration. This community is depending on everyone involved to make the right decision. Sherelle Petroni writes, I am writing this letter to show that I oppose the tower on Murphy Road being put up in Ripon. Camila writes, I oppose the cell tower being built on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. I lived next to the one at Weston Elementary and saw firsthand the deviation it caused. Keeps elementary schools. Andrea Mace writes, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. I do not want any near my children or other children in Ripon. Raven Burgess writes, I am writing in regards to the proposed 5G cell phone tower on Murphy Road in Ripon. I have a 5-year-old daughter and a 7-year-old son who attends school there every day. I am extremely concerned to learn about a 5G cell tower about to be installed right next to our elementary school. These towers are newer and have no long-term data on safety. Children have thinner skulls and are more vulnerable than adults to harmful radio frequencies. I do not see how any monetary gain is worth the health and safety of young children. Do not allow this tower to be installed. Samantha Bruno wrote, I oppose the cell tower on Murphy Road and Colony Road in Ripon, California. Rob Fasani writes, I am extremely opposed to the planned cell tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. I am a parent of 3 girls who spend 30 to 40 hours per week attending Colony Oak Elementary School in Ripon, only 300 yards from the proposed site. I am very concerned for their health and safety if they are forced to spend so much time in close proximity to a cell tower. At best, the current scientific determination of safety is inconclusive. Why would we incur the potential health and safety risk to our most vulnerable population, our children? I also do not believe the tower is necessary, and it is definitely not necessary in that particular location. I understand there is another tower approximately 1 mile away. I also understand the property owners are no longer supportive of the current site. Given the dissatisfaction of the community and the property owners with the current site, why would we not look for another site that could meet the needs of all stakeholders without risking the health and safety of children and local community members? If the proposed cell tower is truly needed in the wireless company's infrastructure, I'm sure the company would agree that the minimal time and expense to find a different, more appropriate location is vastly outweighed by the long-term health and safety of our children. Please stop the development of this tower at the proposed location. Please do not put my children and all the children attending Colony Oak Elementary School at risk. An anonymous writer writes, I oppose the cell tower on Murphy Road. Rosanna Lehman writes, I'm writing regarding the proposed cell tower placement on Murphy Road near Colony Oak Elementary School in Ripon, California. I am very opposed to this placement. I am a Ripon resident and have 2 granddaughters attending and several more expected to attend in the near future. As you should already be aware, there are families still dealing with horrific circumstances believed to very possibly be the result of a tower placed near Weston School, also in Ripon. I understand there are studies which refute adverse effects of cell towers. However, I don't believe these studies were done on children, certainly not on children subjected daily in a school setting. There are also studies indicating the towers are not safe as our children's bodies are especially susceptible while growing and developing, and we do our best to provide positive environments. There is no way we should be subjecting our children to the unknown consequences represented by this cell tower placement. A definite no on Murphy Road cell tower. John Silva writes, I have heard some information in regards to the cell tower that is planning to go up on Murphy Road across from Colony Oak Elementary School. While I have a grandchild that attends Colony Oak, my son and family also lives within a mile of where the tower plans to go up. You're talking about putting a cell tower right across the street where the most vulnerable population spends most of their days. Children are growing and changing at a rapid rate. Their brains and skulls are still developing, and this means they are very vulnerable to anything that could affect them at a cellular level. Radiation can do that. I find it completely unnecessary, especially with another cell tower already being right up the road on the other side of the school. I'm asking that you please reconsider this project and don't put our children or surrounding neighboring homes at risk. Darren Baislama writes, this email is in regard to the planning of the 5G cell tower near Colony Oak and Ripon. I strongly oppose the tower being built anywhere near Colony Oak School. Thank you for your time. Rebecca McMahon writes, please do not put a 5G cell phone tower in Ripon, especially the one on Murphy Road. My dear friend has suffered for several years with EMF sensitivity that has deeply affected her life and harmed her health. I have learned so much through her journey about the science behind the damage EMFs can do to people's bodies. Please protect our community. Sarah Little writes, I vehemently oppose even the consideration of a tower anywhere near a school. There is simply not enough evidence to rule out harm. In fact, there is clearly and convincing evidence that these towers are not safe, especially for developing brains of children that absorb more than adults. It is beyond me why anyone in their right mind would consider a cell tower near a school. Other countries are doing the opposite. I sure would not want the possibility of harm on my conscience. I implore you to stop this nonsense immediately. The health and safety of our children is imperative. Stop the tower. Andrea Kaiser, registered nurse, writes, we as a community are asking that you please stop the cell tower that has been approved on Murphy Road in Ripon. Our small town has had several cases of childhood cancer higher than normal. This tower will be built within close proximity to an elementary school. Please stop this tower, please. There have been several studies done that prove that continued exposure to these towers can lead to a higher incidence of cancer. Please stop this tower, please. Thank you for your service. Hopefully you will listen to your constituents. Mary K. Herger, Ada Anonymous, Jamie Hughes, JBL, D-Lo, Reed, Tammy L., Mysidey, Janice Lucas, Marissa Targowiski, and Keisha Zaire all submitted the same comment that says, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Crystal Brown, an anonymous writer, and Carissa all submitted the same comment, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road in Ripon. Canon Darlene Gimmel wrote, we are raising our sons in Ripon, California. We have family living in Ripon, California. We oppose the tower on Murphy Road, Ripon, California. An anonymous writer writes, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Please consider how this could negatively affect children's health and put the children's well-being above everything else. Matt and Lindsay Murray write, my kids go to Colony Oak Elementary and my parents live directly next door to the school, across the street from where the tower is supposed to be. We urge you to say no to putting in the cell tower on Murphy Road. Studies show a link between cell towers and cancer rates. I have never studied that specifically, but I do believe that it is not worth the risk to our kids and my family specifically. Please do not let this tower be built. You have the power to stop this tower. Please consider voting against it. I will now turn it over to Rochelle DeVord.
Thank you. The next comment is submitted by Adair Wheatstone, who writes, Do not install the tower on Murphy Road. The emissions from a cell tower are continuous. A child in a school with a nearby cell tower will be exposed every moment he is at school. The latency for development of cancer after exposure to radio frequency radiation is long, often up to 20 years for brain cancer. Keep our children safe. The next comment is submitted by Shelley Vieira. I am outraged that placing a cell tower next to a school is even being considered. Have you not seen what has happened in our community? Have you not heard the devastation that a tower has already left behind? Have you not witnessed through social media, word of mouth, and signs around town that speak of this? I will refer to a cell tower at Weston Elementary. There are two families that have been very vocal of the dangers these towers represent. Both boys came down with cancer around the same time and both attended Weston. Our town has supported them, cheered them on, prayed for them, and cried for them. We celebrate one boy whose scans show him cancer-free. We grieve with the other who has relapsed many times. Before deciding, I suggest a Facebook page, Team Mason. My son attended Colony, and we live on a farm in Murphy. This farm was purchased by my husband's grandfather in 1930. Our farm is filled with wonderful memories, the value of hard work, taking responsibilities for our actions, and what you sow, you reap. It holds the dream of one day handing it to our son. To protect our son, our children, and his children's children, we say no to the tower. Why would you even consider placing a tower next to a school? Why would you not look around and see what devastation a tower has already caused the community and the dangers it represents? Why? The next comment was submitted by the Colony Oak Colony Oak PFC Board. And they write, as a parent faculty club, we strongly oppose this tower's placement in proximity to our elementary school. We have cancer survivors and families of survivors that have come to our school from Weston Elementary School to remove their children and their family from the effects and radiation of the cell phone tower previously at that school. I am sure you are aware of the news of Weston Elementary and the outcome of the tower's removal as it made the national news. The FCC is currently in trial for neglecting to recognize over 1,700 peer-reviewed studies showing physical harm. 1,700 studies showing harm, and you believe that putting this tower across the street from our elementary school is safe? There are 0 studies that have been done with children. So when they say it is safe, they are referring to studies that have been conducted on adults. Children's brains and cells are still developing, and recent studies have shown that levels of radiation from towers are dangerous. There's already a tower close to our school. Therefore, making this tower placement unnecessary and irresponsible on the county and project managers who approved this. As a parent faculty club, our goal is always the safety of our children and their education. We believe we should not be putting our children at risk, and we strongly oppose the placement of this cell tower. Kurt Eskies writes, I encourage you to err on the side of caution with regard to moving forward with this cell tower. There are sufficient studies on both sides of the issue, but I don't think we any know the true long-term impacts of the technology. I know I don't. I'm sure you are aware of the discussion and results of the Weston Elementary cell tower issues a few years back. I find it puzzling to see that an identical issue is in front of you now. Melissa Monahan writes, as a parent of a former student of Weston Elementary, I wholeheartedly oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Tara Emmerich Holland writes, as a parent of RUSD, I am opposed to a cell tower on Murphy Road. Sharoba writes, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Please do not build for the safety of my children. Candace Birmingham writes, we cannot have another cell tower. Please don't allow the tower on Murphy Road. Save our children. An anonymous writer wrote, I oppose the 5G cell tower proposed for placement near Colony Oak School. Mark Wells wrote, over the past few weeks, I have gathered some information in regard to the cell tower that is planned to go up on Murphy's Road. This is near the school of Colony Oak Elementary. I have a child that attends Colony Oak School, and we also live within a mile from the school and where the tower is being planned to go up. There has been many studies that show signs of autism, brain tumors, leukemia, and other cancer-causing effects from the radiation exposure of 5G cell towers. With a tower so close to a school, there are concerns for their little bodies that are still being developed, and they are more vulnerable than adults. This tower being put up is a real concern for me and the well-being of my family. I wish you will reconsider the plan of this tower and save our children from the dangers of radiation. The next comment was submitted by Job and Jenny Wilson, who writes, we do not want a cell tower in Ripon, California, 300 yards from a school. We do not agree with this and will fight this. Tanya Belisma writes, this email is in regard to the planning of the 5G cell phone tower near Colony Oak in Ripon. I strongly oppose the tower being built anywhere near Colony Oak School, anywhere near any school for that matter, or home, church, residential, or commercial dwelling. We have already been through this at Weston Elementary. The harmful and potential harmful effects of this tower are not worth the health and safety of our children. And you all already know the studies and the warnings associated with 5G and any cell tower for that matter. Put our innocent children's health before technological corporations' greed to dominate the airspace in our community. Put our community's safety before whatever benefit may come to the city or people that are involved in the planning of this tower. Put Ripon first. Thank you for your time. Kim Cotter writes, thank you for reading my email. I am writing as a concerned parent of 4 healthy boys currently attending Colony Oak Elementary School in Ripon, California. I am concerned about the cell tower that is purportedly being placed very near our school. I won't pretend to be a scientist or quote studies, but I want to express my concern as a mother and concerned citizen. Any risk of side effects from a cell tower and EMF radiation outweighs all benefits. I do not believe enough studies have been done regardless this type of radiation emitted from cell towers. I do not believe we can completely rule out ill effects from this type of radiation exposure. I do not believe our children should have their cognitive development affected by this exposure. I do not believe that any person or any family should ever experience the traumatic physical, emotional, and financial hardship that is cancer. I do not believe you should place this tower so near to us, our children, our neighbors. Please consider the placement of the Murphy Road cell tower, please. And Ed Coder writes, I oppose the placement of the Murphy Road cell tower. The proposed site is way too close to my children's elementary school, Colony Oak Elementary in Ripon, California. There have not been enough studies about the long-term effects of radiation, especially in children. It is not worth the possible side effects related to memory, concentration, fatigue, and most importantly, cancer. Avneet Mahil writes, there is an uproar in the community of Ripon with a cell phone tower going in near Colony Oak Elementary School. I am a parent who has 2 children that attend this school. This is a complete mistake given what has happened previously with Weston Elementary School and children who have been diagnosed with cancer. I have attached my letter voicing my concern and also a study that is done with cell phone tower radiation in children. Even a 0.1% risk is too much to take for anyone's child. I ask you to take a minute to review the study and the letter so you are aware of what is happening in your community. Thank you for your time. Janelle Nascimento, a mother and concerned citizen, writes, good afternoon. Please see below my letter for the public comments at the San Joaquin County Board meeting on April 20th. I have recently learned that there are plans to raise a cell tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. As a community member in Ripon, I find this very concerning, and as a parent of a student who attends Colony Oak Elementary School 300 yards away from the proposed tower, I find this to be unacceptable. Our students and staff members, along with the community members of Ripon, shouldn't be subjected to a tower we didn't concede to. We shouldn't put our children at risk with a recommendation and not nearly enough research to prove that they are safe each and every day. Considering the size of our county, implying there are thousands of other site locations, there is no logical sense to place a tower within any near proximity to a school. It seems to defy common sense. I would insist you stop the development of this tower at the proposed Murphy Road, Ripon, California location because my child's life and most importantly health matters, as do the countless others whose live nearby work and attend our wonderful Colony Oak Elementary School. The next comment is submitted by Paulette Manafee, who writes, I am emailing today regarding the cell towers that are to be put in near Colony Oak. I have 2 grandchildren and 3 nieces and nephews that attend this elementary school, and I find it reckless and abhorrent that this is even being considered. There is no reason to put the health of our children at risk by installing these towers. I speak for my entire family when I say we are appalled that the county would even consider this. The next comment is submitted by Jennifer Hernandez, who writes, "Hello, I am writing this email to speak out in the current plans for a new cell tower. I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Please don't put something in the town that will once again potentially cause harm to our children. Thank you for your time." The next comment is submitted by Jenna Machado, who writes, "It has come to my attention that there are plans to place a cell tower on Murphy Road. As a parent of 2 students who attend Colony Oak Elementary School, 300 yards away from the proposed tower, I find this alarming. There has been research shared with us to state that 5G towers are safe and that radiation levels are well below safety limits that were recommended by the FCC. For as many studies that claim that these towers are safe, there are an equal number of studies claiming they cause harm. Also, there are 0 studies that have been done on children. So when the experts say it is safe, they are referring to studies conducted on adults. As a nurse, I am telling you that children's brain and body cells still developing and at a very rapid pace during their elementary years. Recent research has shown these levels of radiation to be dangerous. It is recognized as a possible carcinogen, and after the NTP study in 2018, the scientists recommended that status change to be a known carcinogen. Our students and staff are only 300 yards away from this proposed tower and shouldn't be subjected to a tower they didn't concede to. Please stop the development of this tower in this location. There's another cell tower within a mile or so, so this new tower is absolutely not needed." The next comment is submitted by Kelly Covello, Ripon resident and mother, who writes, "Hello, I am adamantly opposed to the installation of the Murphy Road cell phone tower. Ripon has experienced increased cancer cases in children and adults due to the tower at Weston Elementary that was recently removed. It makes no sense to put another tower in our town, and especially not near another elementary school. I adamantly oppose the Murphy Road tower." Marcia Hoffman writes, "To whom it may concern, I strongly oppose this tower location. My husband is a teacher at the school right there, Colony Oak, and we live a mile away. We have watched the devastation following the cell tower being located at Weston School, and these families whose kids got cancer linked to the radiation from the towers are still fighting for their kids' lives. We will not watch more kids get cancer due to another tower being placed near a school or near homes. Please don't repeat the same mistake as they did with the last school and allow more kids to be in harm's way and injured. Thank you." Sydney Defner writes, "I oppose the cell tower that is planned to be installed on Murphy Road in Ripon, California." An anonymous writer wrote, "This email is regarding the possible 5G cell phone tower near Colony Oak in Ripon. Considering what happened at Weston Elementary, Ripon, I would think we have learned our lesson and not built a tower anywhere near a school. Why take a chance? Plenty other places are safer for people. Thank you in advance for your consideration." And another anonymous comment wrote, "I am writing in concerns to the cell tower that is being planned on going up near Colony Oak School. In this current times with COVID concerns, sending our children to school has been a big deal. Lots of worry, concern, praying for their safety as they go each day to learn. While most kids understand there is a virus and they know they have to be careful, they are innocent kids that don't think into the what ifs like us parents do. We also keep things lightly to our kids to keep them from worrying. With news of this cell tower, it's more worries. In my opinion, bigger worries than a COVID exposure. More exhausting concerns to add what the last year has already brought. Our entire town is aware of the heartache that the last cell tower near a school caused, and here we are again looking to repeat it. I've heard many say that there's no proven fact that cell towers harm. Well, that's because someone close to you must have never been affected. What does it always have to come down to that? Problems can be fixed before they exist, and this is a fine example of that. If this was your child's or grandchild's school, you would be the one writing this letter. If this cell tower is approved, my children will not be attending this school. A school that we love, they love, their teachers and friends. But uprooting my kids will be forced." I'll now turn it back over to Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole Lee.
Jennifer Doherty writes, "This tower is proposed to be placed in the field behind my house. After watching the families of Weston suffer through the horrific and traumatic sickness due to the tower at Weston, I do not want that tower anywhere near our growing family or in such close proximity to another school. Please don't repeat, which would put more families and their children in harm's way." An anonymous writer writes, On behalf of the children and families in Ripon, I oppose the cell tower on Murphy Road. Tiffany Sabesma writes, I oppose the cell tower. Melissa Jadakikis writes, I oppose the cell tower in Ripon near Colony Oak Elementary. The risks to the students, staff, and community outweigh any potential benefit to the community. Please do not install one near any school or subdivision in our town. Alicia Biederman writes, to whom it may concern, it has come to my attention that there are plans to raise a cell tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. As a community member in Ripon, I find this very concerning. As a parent of 3 students that attend Colony Oak Elementary School, 300 yards away from the proposed tower, I find this horrifying. Even harder is knowing firsthand what trying to survive cancer is like, as I am a 2-time cancer fighter. I find this utterly despicable. You will have already received numerous letters stating research about cell tower radiation and much more, so I am not going to state any of that here. Instead, I want to express to you how excruciatingly painful having cancer was for me. Not only the physical pain, but the mental and emotional trauma. Every single day I thanked God that I was the one with cancer and not my own children. We moved to this community because of the focus so many have on their own families. Ripon is a city that is devoted to this, our own families and the families that live in this community. My heart breaks thinking that anyone would put another cell tower near children when our community has already seen the possible outcomes. I urge you not to do this. No, I beg you. Please do not put our children at risk. Corey Huevel writes, we are writing to share our opposition to the construction of a cell phone tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. We believe this will jeopardize the health and safety of our children. This is alarming after the community fight to get the cell tower close to Weston School campus taken down after a number of students and adults were diagnosed with cancer. Allowing another tower so close to another school is not acceptable for our school, children, or community. I have 3 children who attend Colony Oak Elementary School, 300 yards away from the proposed tower. It is our job as adults to advocate and protect them. There is no dollar amount of money worth putting our kids in harm's way. We strongly oppose the construction of this tower. According to Christopher Portier, PhD, a 32-year-old U.S. government scientist who has participated with the CDC and National Toxicology Program, says there is a high probability that cell phone radiation causes brain tumors. Research that indicates a high probability of cell phone towers not being safe is significant enough for me to determine that we as parents, community, and school district should stand against such towers being built so close to a school. This communicates that there is still risk, and the smallest risk is not worth taking when it comes to our children. Please stop the development of this tower in this location. Thank you for taking time to read our concerns. Kenny Burgess writes, to whom it may concern, I wanted to write to say I am very concerned parent in regards to the cell phone tower on Murphy Road. My small children attend Colony Oak Elementary School. I strongly oppose the towers and personally find it alarming that they're being considered. Please do not allow the towers to be placed there. Thanks. Karen Horwood writes, I oppose the cell tower. How many children need to get cancer before you stop this? An anonymous writer writes, hi, please don't put another cell tower in our town. Please. Another anonymous writer writes, I oppose this cell tower near Colony Oak Elementary. I ask that you support the many families and residents opposed to another cell tower in our town and of all places by another elementary school. We know several families that have cancer, including Jennifer, whom lives several streets over from Weston Elementary. She died last October, the night before turning 40, and left 2 girls and a husband behind. We also personally know Mason and family. He lives near and attended Weston as brain cancer now over 4 years. If this is so absolutely necessary to put it 10 miles out of town in an almond orchard away from people or near sewer ponds, please have this project stopped immediately and rejected to move ahead at all. An anonymous writer writes, no on any cell towers. We do not want any more in our town. Laura Meester writes, I just wanted to send an email in opposition to the cell tower going on Murphy Road in Ripon. We live very near to this area and do not want our 2 sons exposed to the tower, not to mention that it is near Colony Oak School. Please consider placing the tower elsewhere. Laura Zakati Silva writes, to whom it may concern, I have heard the rumors that there are plans to raise a cell tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. But with the long history on cancer in kids here in Ripon, I was sure it will not get approved. But you can imagine the shock our family had when we heard that this project is moving forward. As a parent of a student who attends Colony Oak Elementary School, 300 yards away from the proposed tower, as well as owner of the property just a few blocks away from the said tower, you can imagine why this is very alarming and even a cause to possibly start looking for the real estate agent, because no property is worth suffering the families here in Ripon is already enduring. I understand that the world is moving forward and that we have to adapt, but not at the cost of our kids' health and not without a fight that the parents of Ripon will put up to make sure we don't have to see our kids and their friends suffering the way so many families already are today. Please stop the development of this tower in this location or any location at such a close proximity to a Ripon school. Luna Chu, concerned citizen, writes, please reconsider and put the health and safety of our children first. Kaylee Clayton writes, my name is Kaylee Clayton, and I am a grandparent of grandchildren who attend Colony Oak Elementary School in Ripon, California. I am writing this email to express my concern and opposition with the planning of installing a cell phone tower on Murphy Road from Colony Oak School. It is extremely alarming that there is even a thought, let alone an actual plan, of subjecting students and staff of Colony Oak, plus neighboring Ripon families, to potentially harmful cell phone radiation that these cell phone towers can produce. Radio frequency radiation from cell phone towers can potentially pose great danger and threat to our children's health. Children are more vulnerable because their brain and organ systems are still developing and therefore more sensitive to environmental stressors. Potential effects from the radio frequency radiation can include increased cancer risk, headaches, sleep issues, genetic damage, and changes to the reproductive system, memory deficits, and impact to the nervous system. Children and adults should not be subjected to any of these potential risks. When it comes to the health of children, in my case, my grandchildren, any potentially harmful risk is a risk that should be avoided. Please stop the development of this tower in this location. Do not put innocent children and staff and surrounding neighbors at risk. Deanna Spurgeon Hitt writes, I am concerned citizens that the children would be exposed to a cell tower at school. As a parent and resident of Ripon, I don't support the cell tower being next to a school. Children don't have a say to go to school, whether or not the cell tower hurts the children. Why would you take a chance to expose the children? Positive vibes. Heather Ryan writes, this must not happen. Please stop the cell phone tower in Ripon near Colony Oak. Thanks. Jamie, along with another anonymous, writes, to the following individuals, after being party to the ongoing suffering and deaths of children in Ripon, where you thought a Sprint cell tower on a school campus was a great idea, I tell you to deny this cell tower. You are responsible for this decision. Do the right thing. Do it for Mason. On notice. Kelsey Gunter, SJC Public Comments at sjgov.org, Board of Supervisors, Robert Rickman, Chuck Wynn, Catherine M. Miller, Miguel Villapudua, and Tom Patty. Maria Laganera writes, it has come to my attention that there is a plan to raise a cell tower at Murphy Road, Ripon, California. As a concerned resident of Ripon and a parent of a child attending Colony Oak Elementary School, I am writing this letter to strongly oppose the placing of this cell tower in the said area. Health concerns and high probability that cell phone radiation would cause huge health effects. Some effects are headaches, memory loss, health issues, birth defects, and cancer. The students and staff members of Colony Oak are only 300 yards away from the proposed tower. We shouldn't put their health at risk. Please stop the development of this tower. Kristen Clark writes, hello, my name is Kristen Clark and I am asking you to reconsider allowing a cell tower to be placed near Colony Oak Elementary on Murphy Road in Ripon. I ask that you ask yourself if you would like this tower in your backyard, your child's backyard, your grandchild's backyard, not knowing long-term effects, yet I don't think any of us would risk our loved ones. Colony Oak is my loved ones. Please reconsider. Thank you. Heather Farr writes, I have been informed that plans are in the works to erect a cell phone tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. Due to the fact that my family lives in Ripon and that my 7-year-old daughter is a first-grade student at Colony Oak Elementary School, a school that is located on that very same road, a mere 300 yards away from the proposed cell phone tower, to say that I am extremely alarmed is an understatement. I would also like to call your attention to the fact that there is already a cell phone tower in place about a mile or so down that very same road. Can someone please explain to me the need to put up another cell phone tower on the very same road? It does not make sense to me. This is a dangerous proposition that could potentially put many lives at risk. Why are we saying yes to this when we should be saying no? We hear, oh, it is safe to have these cell towers near our children, but there have been no studies that have been conducted with children. So when we hear that it is safe, they are referring to studies that have been conducted on adults, not on children. There have been many experts who have done studies in the field of cell phone towers who believe that the rise in autism, brain tumors, and leukemia in children is caused by the exposure to radiation at home and at school. Terry Timmerman writes, I oppose the Murphy Road cell tower. Melissa Delgado writes, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road in Ripon. This tower should never be put this close to a school and put our kids in danger. Thanks. I'll now turn it over to Rochelle DeVord.
Thank you. We're just over halfway through. The next public comment is Marisol Velesquez, who writes, to all, this email is a plea to you to not allow the tower on Murphy Road. Much harm has already been occurred. Please don't increase the harm to our children. Thank you. The next comment is from Jackie Val, who writes, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Installing a tower near a school is reckless, irresponsible, and will be detrimental to our children. Please stop the installation. Hashtag Elias Strong, hashtag Team Mason. The next comment is submitted by Nicole Ferrelli, who writes, being an aunt of Mason and knowing what these cell towers can do to the students' health while at school, I would be appalled if you decided to continue with this decision. I oppose this tower on Murphy Road. The next comment was submitted by Louisa and Jeffrey McKee, who writes, I am writing this letter regarding the proposed 5G tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. As a parent of 2 elementary students at Colony Oak Elementary School, which is a mere 300 yards away from said tower, I am deeply concerned and strongly oppose the building of this tower. For the safety of our community members and our children who will be in close proximity to this site, please stop the building of this tower. Our children are our future, and it is our responsibility to protect them and keep them safe. Their brains and bodies are rapidly developing, and we cannot gamble with their lives and health. Any risk from cell phone tower radiation, no matter how minute they may be, must be avoided. Please hear all of us out. Our cries are strong, and we ask for your help in protecting our children and their future. Please do the right thing. Please stop the 5G tower on Murphy Road now. The next comment is submitted by Austin Garza, who writes, I oppose any cell phone tower near elementary schools in Ripon. Too many people have been diagnosed with cancer near the last tower by Weston Elementary. Please support the residents on this important issue. A concerned citizen wrote, please stop this project and support the desires of the residents in our town. There are multiple cases of cancer near the tower that was up by Weston Elementary. One gal named Jennifer died late 2020 of cancer and lived near that school. Several children have cancer in that area. One of the most well-known of cases is Mason. No child and no one deserves this. There is no darn good reason why, if this is necessary, the company can't find some place in an almond orchard about 20 miles out of town or something. Money is the factor here, and Ripon and other governments need to place laws to prevent these being within at least 10 miles of all school-age children, well, and all citizens. Please help us get this cell tower project stopped and refrain from any further discussions of future locations. An anonymous writer wrote, I am emailing each of you to consider the cell phone tower project in Ripon by an elementary school. I oppose it along with many in the neighborhood. Please make this project come to a halt and be removed. Another anonymous comment was submitted that writes, I do not support the cell phone tower by the elementary school in Ripon. The students and developing children are not being considered here. Move the tower outside of town or put it in another tower. Use satellites in the sky or something. Please do not let this project continue. Another anonymous writer writes, see this study linked above. I have serious concerns about these cell phone towers going up near elementary schools of all places. The last one in town, there were multiple cases of cancer that those attending the school and those living near the schools. We can do better as a community, and if these things are really needed, put them out by the poop ponds in Ripon or way outside town 10 miles in an orchard. Please reject this project and do not consider any future sites in Ripon. Another anonymous writer writes, please give the residents in Ripon a chance to be heard. No one wants these towers in our town. Kids' lives are at stake, and yet someone keeps approving these right by elementary schools. Another anonymous comment writes, please stop this project, look at the medical studies and evidence and the many cases of cancer in our town. Please do not let this go up in the city and by any schools. The residents do not want this, and we want to be heard. There has to be a better way for this. Please stop the project and do not let any future sites in the town be considered. Please consider supporting the residents of Ripon. We are not interested in this project. I am opposed to this project. There are numerous reports, studies that show that these towers do cause cancer. See this study, for example. Please stop this project in its tracks. Jane Armstrong writes, I oppose this project in Ripon. Please stop these projects and do not consider any one of them in Ripon. There is too much at risk when our town has had cancer cases near the last tower, and then someone approves another by another elementary school and expects the outcomes to be different. These towers cause cancer, and it has been proven. Do a quick search on it, and you will find studies proving it. Danielle Palmer writes, enough is enough. When does the well-being and safety of our children and our whole community take priority over money? I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. An anonymous writer writes, I oppose the cell tower on Murphy Road. No more DAMN towers. I oppose the cell tower on Murphy Road. Children and community over your filthy, greedy pockets. Melissa Worley Cox writes, I am writing this email in protest of the cell phone tower being installed on Murphy Road in Ripon. Please do the right thing and stop the planning of installing the cell phone tower for the safety of the children and families in Ripon. An anonymous writer writes, absolutely unbelievable. Keep the cell tower away from our children and their schools. 300 yards. It is unacceptable. Why not 3 miles? Sean Sweeten writes, I am begging you, please reconsider putting up another tower by a school. I have 2 kids at Colony Oak. My brother is reconsidering sending his kids to Ripon because of this poor decision making on our part. What is the benefit? Who cares about internet speed? It is fine as it is. Let's put our kids first. They were worried sick about all of this. Cancer is scary enough for everyone, and now for the kids to have to be worried about it too. Our town is going to be known as having bad water and putting cell towers by schools just to make money. Do you want to be known as that? Please. You know you wouldn't want your kids subjected to radiation all day at school. Keep our kids safe. Jennifer Sweeten writes, I can't believe we are having to go through this cell tower issue again. It is so awful. We know it's not good for children, and we continue to put more cell towers. We have enough already in our town. One is right down the road from our school. Our kids have enough disadvantages in Ripon as it is. Just to name one huge problem, our water and adding more Wi-Fi radiation. Growing up in Ripon, we have also known never to drink it. We don't need to add more to get more money. Please put yourself in our shoes. Would you want your child to go to a school with a cell tower near it? It's horrible that our city and county chooses money over our children and their future. I have lived in Ripon my whole life, my family here in 1948. It is horrible to see what bad decisions our town is making. Let's put our kids first, not politics and money. We know it is not safe. No studies have been done on children, or will be, and it's pretty much common sense. Why add to a problem? The FCC is neglecting to recognize over 1,700 reviewed studies showing harm. We all know it's bad. Just please reconsider and don't put a cell tower by our school. Our kids have enough anxiety with the corona, and now with all this tower talk at school, my kids are worried about getting cancer. The next comment is from a concerned mother who writes, "No cell tower near Ripon schools. Protect our children." The next comment is from Sharon Bruno, who writes, "I am very disappointed in hearing about another cell tower in Ripon. I have 2 grandkids going to Colony Oak right now. My other son is reconsidering going to Ripon schools due to the cell towers being put up by schools. Can you please listen to our town, your parents, grandparents, and kids? We don't want it, and let's do what is best for our kids in Ripon. We don't need to grow our town anymore. We have enough Wi-Fi and radiation. Look into your hearts and do the right thing. Put yourself in the shoes of the parents at Colony. Please bless them with this request of no cell tower on Murphy Road." The next comment is submitted by Ed Bruno, who writes, "Let's do the right thing and not put a cell tower by my grandkids' school. I don't want to see another Ripon family like Mason's have to deal with cancer. 1 kid is one too many. Please reconsider. I have also heard the property owner has been wanting to get out of the contract. Is this true? Let him out and do what is best for our town. Please put the kids first. Our grandkids are worried about getting cancer now. The tower unwanted and unneeded. It seems to me that Ripon is going in the wrong direction. We are more worried about money than what's best for our town. Please reconsider and do what is best for our town." The next comment is submitted by Susan Felice, who writes, "You surely recall these events. 4 students and 3 teachers were diagnosed with cancer within a 3-year period. These illnesses should be perceived as evidence that this was the cause of a cancer cluster. Parents and students in San Joaquin County are convinced it is a cluster because Weston Elementary School now yields 4 rare cancers in students, 2 brain tumors, 1 kidney cancer, and 1 liver cancer. Then water quality issues were discovered. 200 parents stormed the school board meeting demanding school officials to ask for the cell tower to be removed. We live in an agricultural area that exposes us to carcinogens that were not regulated in the past but linger in our soil. We now get exposed to technological advances that harm our children. Why risk our citizens' lives once again by locating a cell tower near a school? There's plenty of orchard acreage for safe replacement. Do we not value the health of families more so even while facing the threats of the current pandemic? Damage from RFR is cumulative, as it is with ionizing radiation and other toxic exposures. The longer the exposure, the more harm. Toxic exposures can act separately or in combination to cause illness or cancer. Read these studies to learn more about the harmful effects. Wolf and Wolf, 2004, Edgar, 2004, and Dode, 2011. Don't put our children, our surrounding neighboring homes at risk." Alexandra writes, "I'm a parent of a student at Colony Oak Elementary. I have heard about the plans to install a 5G cell tower near our school, and I have major concerns about its effects on the students and teachers' health and safety. Colony Oak has been such a good, safe school for my son, for my one and only child. Please don't take that peace of mind away from parents. I oppose the tower and ask you to consider the same." Terry Souza writes, "As a lifelong resident of Ripon, I oppose the Murphy Road Tower. Please think of our children." An anonymous writer writes, "As a concerned mother and grandmother of a boy who is currently fighting for his life with brain cancer, I beg you to please not install a cell tower on any school campus, park, or anywhere near where our children learn and play. It's not worth the risk. Thank you." Larry and Joni Fredericks writes, "My name is Larry Fredericks, and I own the farm next door to Colony Oak School. The proposed cell tower is supposed to be going up across the street from my home property and next to another of my properties. I strongly oppose the cell phone tower. We do not want a tower for many reasons. Our grandkids attend Colony Oak, and we are against having the tower so close to the school. We are also concerned that our property value will go down if the tower is built. The tower is a bad idea, and we ask that you say no to building it here. Please say no to allowing the cell tower to be built on Murphy Road. Stephanie Belisma writes, I am writing this letter in opposition to the proposed cell tower on Colony Road near Colony Oak Elementary in Ripon, California. I am a first grade teacher at Colony Oak School, and I am also the mother of 2 students who attend the school. I am concerned that there is not enough data or research that there has been done in regards to cell towers and their impact on young children and their growing bodies and developing brains. Our school community begs you to put yourselves in our shoes. Think about how you protect the ones you love and children who mean so much to you. Please do not put our children in a situation that could possibly cause more harm. Do not place this cell tower on Colony Road. An anonymous writer writes, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. The tower is too close to the school. Kelly Burgess writes, Hi, I have 2 children at Colony Oak School, and I completely oppose the cell tower. This is extremely dangerous for our children. They already had to remove the one at Weston Elementary. Why would they want to add a new one? There are way too many risks. Our children need to be in a safe environment. Please do not put this cell tower up for the sake of our children. The next comment was submitted by Laura Behringer, who writes, I would like to express my opposition to the proposed cell tower on Murphy Road. As a mother to 3 school-aged children, I echo the concerns of other parents regarding the health effects of cell tower radiation exposure. I am appalled that a cell tower is being proposed near Colony Oak Elementary, especially in light of the recent cell tower controversy at Weston Elementary. Please consider the health of the children as well as the residents of surrounding neighborhoods. The next comment is submitted by Pam Huskin, who writes, I am writing you to voice my opposition to the placement of a cell tower on Murphy Road near Colony Oak School. The placement of this tower near a school should be stopped. The health and safety of our children is of utmost importance. Cell towers do not belong that close to school property. Please consider and do not allow this tower to be installed. And I'll now turn it back over to Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole Lee.
An anonymous writer writes, I am highly against putting in new cell towers. There have already been so many children negatively affected by the cell towers that already existed. There is no amount of Wi-Fi or cell service that is worth another child's life. Gerald E. Short writes, I oppose the cell tower proposed for Murphy's Road across from Colony Oak Elementary School. Stopping a tower is easier than getting it removed. Save our children and our neighborhood families. Why take risks with lives? Dolores Silva writes, I am against the cell tower proposed for Murphy Road across from Colony Oak Elementary School. My grandson and his family live within a mile of location, and my great-granddaughter attends Colony Oak. Stopping a tower is easier than getting it removed. Save our children and neighborhood families. Why take risks with lives? Katharina Peterson writes, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Even though the FCC and its rules from 1996 completely out of date to all the current findings since then with the negative effects of non-native EMF, aka radiation. I stand up to bring awareness as a teacher and health practitioner to you. Please oppose the cell tower near the schools. Our kids need to be supported to have a strong immune systems and not have their fluids between their cells targeted and toxified. They are very vulnerable. Your job is to protect the vulnerable. Thank you for your attention. Mary Beth Brangen writes, please honor the recent unnecessary suffering and deaths of the children in Ripon from the cell tower placed too close to them. Do not allow another cell tower to be built closer than at least 1,500 feet from a school. Carrie Menifee writes, to whom it may concern, I oppose the cell phone tower on Murphy Road. There are 0 studies that have been done with children. So when they say it's safe, this does not apply to our kids. Children's brains and cells are developing, and recent studies have shown that levels of radiation from towers can be dangerous. Why would we take this risk? Our children and grandchildren are not worth taking a chance. Please do not let these towers happen so close to our Ripon schools. There is plenty of space further away. Adrian Williams writes, I'm writing in opposition to the proposed cell phone tower on Murphy Road. I am writing as a concerned parent of children that attend the nearby school and a community member whose home would be negatively impacted. I'm concerned there are studies showing the harmful effects ranging from behavioral problems such as aggression and ADHD to fertility problems and cancer, to name a few. To place such a concern so close to groups of people, specifically vulnerable children, does not make sense, especially if you consider the history of cell phone towers within feet of our children here in Ripon and cancer at Weston Elementary. We have our own sample, if you will, and the results are devastating. Furthermore, I believe since the situation at Weston is so well known locally that it will impact the sale of homes in my neighborhood, there are also studies to show that cell phone towers negatively impact the environment around them, killing crops, bees, and other wildlife. I don't want something to be proven it's harmful before use. I want something to be proven it's safe before use. This is relatively new technology in terms of knowing the long-term side effects. I do not want my family to be the guinea pigs. I question the motives and the bias in the test results given to the FCC, paid for by the communication companies. Please vote against the cell phone tower. Daisy Cuevas writes, I have attached my letter in objection of the cell tower development on Murphy Road in Ripon, California, and I believe that will be placed as part of the official record. Shelley James writes, I am writing as a concerned parent regarding the proposed Murphy Road cell tower. I feel it is in poor taste to choose a spot so close to where young children in the community of Ripon attend. The tower by Weston Elementary caused an uproar, and I feel it will be the same with this tower 300 yards from the school. The business chose to shut down that tower after all of the bad press, and I think this tower planning will also be opposed very vocally. I am not well versed in the studies being presented, but I do know children should not be the test subjects. Should one child be diagnosed with cancer, whether related to the tower or not, this will be forever blamed on the city planning committee allowing this to happen. It is a terrible business move by AT&T and the landowner, as well as the council allowing it to get this far into planning. Thank you for your time. I look forward to this problem being resolved and the tower planned elsewhere. Marco Quintero writes, my name is Marco Quintero, and I am writing to you in strongly opposition of the cell tower development on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. I have attached my letter to this email. Thank you, and I hope to hear back from you at your earliest convenience. And that will also be included as part of the official record for this meeting. Samara Stevens writes, the past few weeks I have gathered some information in regards to the cell tower that is planning to go up on Murphy Road across from the Colony Oak Elementary School. While I have one child that attends Colony Oak, I am also a fourth grade teacher there as well. You're talking about putting a cell tower right across the street where the most vulnerable population spends most of their days. I find it completely unnecessary, especially with another cell tower already being right up the road on the other side of the school. I'm asking that you please reconsider this project and don't put our children, the staff, or surrounding community at risk. Amantha Lua writes, I am a concerned parent and resident to the proposed location for the 5G cell phone tower on Murphy Road near Colony Oak Elementary School in Ripon, California. First of all, I ask that if this email needs to be forwarded to any additional individuals, that it is done so in a timely manner. I have addressed this email to the group of people that I have been told need to be notified of my concerns. But if there are others, please forward this to their attention and please CC me so that I may see who it was forwarded to. Thank you in advance. My daughter is a student at Colony Oak Elementary. My mother, my husband, my daughter, and myself all live within 1.5 miles of the school. Parkview Elementary is 2.2 miles away from Colony Oak Elementary, and Rapona Elementary is approximately 2.1 miles away. Therefore, I do not only speak on my behalf of my immediate family, but I speak on behalf of all of the students and families that this cell phone tower may affect. The Ripon community recently succeeded in having this tower removed from the elementary school on the opposite side of town. How is moving it to a different school location going to be any better? It is not safe for our children or families to be in such close proximity to this tower. There are trials and several ongoing studies testing the physical harm and possible carcinogens that it emits. Johnny Meldon writes, a mother and a concerned citizen. I have recently learned that there are plans to raise a cell tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. As a community member in Ripon, I find this very concerning, and as a parent of a student who attends Colony Oak Elementary School, 300 yards away from the proposed tower, I find this to be unacceptable. Our students and staff members, along with the community members of Ripon, shouldn't be subjected to a tower we didn't concede to. We shouldn't put our children at risk with the recommendation and not nearly enough research to prove they are safe each and every day. Considering the size of our county, implying there are thousands of other site locations, there is no logical sense to place a tower within any near proximity to a school. It seems to defy common sense. I would insist you stop the development of this tower at the proposed Murphy Road, Ripon, California location, because my child's life and most importantly health matters, as do the countless others who live nearby, work, and attend our wonderful Colony Oak Elementary School. Lisa Weststein writes, I am a Ripon resident and I am opposed to cell towers being located anywhere near schools. I researched this subject 14 years ago before opposing the Weston School cell tower in 2008. I know that EMF has been proven harmful and at low levels produces harmful bioeffects that over the long term can result in many illnesses, including cancer. A similar evidential trajectory occurred with asbestos, lead, and tobacco, wherein the industries and corporations invested continued to deny the emerging evidence until they were forced to recognize it. The wireless industry will continue to deny the emerging evidence and manipulate their studies as long as they can. Meanwhile, the innocents will continue to suffer. Jared Belesma writes, I am writing this letter in opposition to the proposed cell tower on Colony Road near Colony Oak Elementary in Ripon, California. I am a father of 2 students who attend the school. I am concerned that there is not enough data or research done in regards to 5G cell towers and their impact on young children and their growing bodies and developing brains. Our school community begs you to put yourselves in our shoes. Think about how you protect the ones that you love and children who mean so much to you. Please, not put our children in a situation that could possibly cause them harm. Do not place this cell tower on Colony Road. Roger Gallup writes, have these concerns been addressed? It seems that there are some very upset parents and members of this community. Darren and Jennifer Rosen write, this letter is to express my concern and strong opposition to the proposed 5G cell tower that is planned to go up on Murphy Road across from Colony Oak Elementary School in Ripon. The tower site is a mere 300 yards from the campus. As a parent of a current first grader and 2 incoming kindergartners for the 2021-22 school year, I am strongly opposed to this due to safety concerns and effects the tower could have on my kids and the hundreds of other children attending school in such close proximity, and the many families who also reside near the proposed site. There has not been enough scientific research to clearly understand how the tower and the radiation it emits could impact the health of our children during a vulnerable state of growth and development. What our community is well aware of is the impact of another tower that was placed near Weston Elementary School across town. And it's widely documented the number of children who have developed, died from, and continue to battle cancer due to the suspected exposure to the tower. Why do we want to take this risk again and put our children at risk? The landowner of the proposed site agrees with Colony Oak's parents and concerned Ripon citizens that we should not move forward with the tower on his property. Please join us and put our children and the community first. Stop the development of the Murphy Road 5G cell tower. Sonny Mahil writes, I am writing this letter as a personal plea to stop the planning of another cell tower within such close proximity to my children's school and our home. Our family has already been directly impacted with brain cancer leaked to radiation exposure. I have 3 young children, age 8 and under, attending Colony Oak School. As you may be aware, this is a vulnerable age with children's brains still developing. I do not wish for my children to be exposed to radiation. Having personally experienced a child go through treatment of brain cancer and the disability it has left him in, I do not wish for any other family to go through that. I find this project completely unnecessary, especially with another cell tower already within close distance. I am asking that you please reconsider this project and don't put our children or surrounding neighboring homes at risk. Caressa Brunick writes, as a parent of 2 children attending Colony Oak Elementary School and a Ripon Unified School District employee, I want to express my concerns with the cell towers plans on Murphy Road. Children's brains are still developing and in a vulnerable state. Adding a cell tower near an elementary school where children spend hours a day is concerning. There is not enough research done to prove that cell towers will cause any harm and are considered safe. Being exposed to radiation for at least 6 hours a day is very concerning. Please stop the development of this tower in this location. Jillian Stone writes, please, I don't know what else to say other than beg and plead not to have any more towers go up, especially not in school zones or neighborhoods where people and vulnerable children cannot get away from them. I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Robin Bailey, Ripon resident, writes, I am writing this email to protest and demand the cell phone tower not be allowed on the property near the elementary school. It is not safe, and our children's lives are not a price. Kelly Prime writes, my name is Kelly Prime, and I'm the mother of a 6th grader who currently attends Colony Oak Elementary School. I am also the mother of a now freshman who was diagnosed with kidney cancer while attending Weston Elementary in Ripon. The industry leaders will give you reports stating RF isn't harmful to humans, and you will believe them. But what they can't give you are the studies done on children to prove it's safe, because no studies have been done on children to prove their facts on safety. I can provide thousands of peer-reviewed papers that show RF can, in fact, impact the health of humans. Studies have shown brain tumors in rats who were exposed to RF, among other health effects. I can give you 5 names of children who've had to battle for their lives after a cancer diagnosis while attending a school that had a cell tower located on the campus in Ripon. To me, that is the only information you should need to know to make your decision. I am begging you to stop this project. A cell tower does not belong near our children. Please don't allow this cell tower project to continue. Leslie Rushing writes, I am a Ripon resident, and I am writing this email to protest and demand the cell phone tower not be allowed on the property near the elementary school. It is not safe, and our children's lives are not at a price. Angela Maroney, Melanie Balding, and Sarah Jasper all submitted the same comment, which I'll read together. I am a Ripon resident, and I oppose the projected cell tower on Murphy Road. It is too close to an elementary school. It will decrease our home's value, and there is another one within a mile. Please hear the community's concern and do not let this plan move forward. Amanda Malmquist writes, as the mother of a small child and someone well educated on the risks from close proximity to cell towers, I am writing to express my strong opposition to the cell tower on Murphy Road. I'll now turn it over to Clerk of the Board, Rochelle DeBoard.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. The next comment was submitted by Safer 5G Moraga team. Please do your duty to protect the safety and best interests of the community and oppose the cell tower on Murphy Road. The next comment was submitted by Juliet Blake, who writes, I oppose the cell tower on Murphy Road. Have you not learned your lessons from this already? Especially the parents fighting for their kids' lives who have gotten cancer from them? This is absolutely insanity. I am shocked and dismayed that this is even a possibility, and that even with community outrage, the people are being ignored. You should be ashamed of yourselves. The next comment was submitted by Taylor, who writes, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Please take these children into consideration. Haven't these kids gone through enough? The next comment is submitted by Ronnie Gonzalez, who writes, I oppose the tower. Please feel free to contact me with any questions. Lauren writes, my name is Lauren DeRemer, and I live in the SF Bay Area. I lost both my boyfriend and my 11-year-old cousin to mutations primary to the brain in 2018, GBM, and a melanoma tumor NRASQ61K. I have done a lot of research and really believe that EMF is a huge problem. I am begging you to reconsider installing more cell phone towers, especially in Ripon, where I know this has been a huge health concern for children. Just wanted to send a note to say that I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. We really need to consider other forms of safer technology like fiber optics than things like this. I have been a big voice here in Marin County advocating for similar alternatives as a 36-year-old healthcare professional. It is something we still are learning so much about and trying to measure. But we know enough to conclude that this type of exposure is dangerous, so we should not be rolling out more towers, IMO. Mark Azevedo writes, I am totally and completely opposed to the proposed cell tower on Murphy Road in Ripon. This is not as simple as someone putting a structure on their property, as this will affect the children and faculty at the school across the street. Zero consideration has been given to the areas surrounding the proposed location. No cell tower should be placed on or near a school campus. As the parent of a child who was diagnosed with a brain tumor and survived, I pray no other families have to go through this type of nightmare. We have had enough children affected by cancer in our town, and while not everyone believes that the tower may cause some of these illnesses, the fact that they can is reason enough not to gamble with the lives of our children for reasons of greed. Do not approve this proposed location and block any future tower locations within a mile of any school. Monica Farelli writes, I am writing this email with extreme concern regarding the proposed cell tower in close proximity to Colony Oak Elementary School. My son is one of the children diagnosed with brain cancer after sitting under the cell tower at Weston Elementary School, along with 7 other victims in the short time it was up. I am aware of the FCC guidelines and all of the studies that say it is safe. However, I am also aware that not one of these studies have been done on children receiving that level of radiation. In contrast, there has been several studies, peer-reviewed, showing children are more susceptible due to their skulls being thinner and rapid developing cells. A new study came out in 2018, the NTP study, that confirmed clear evidence of tumors from that level of radiation, which was less than 5G. Please listen to the concerns of these parents. I couldn't imagine another child having to go through what my son has and still is battling for almost 5 years. And yes, several of his doctors have implied that the radiation most definitely played a role in his diagnosis. In addition, there's another cell tower in close proximity, so no additional one within a mile or so is not practical. Not to mention, it decreases the value of all the neighboring houses. Vivian White writes, I am a resident of the city of Ripon, California, and I oppose the cell tower. Several children have been affected by cancer. We need to save the life of our children. Jan Hall, California resident for adoption of safer technology, writes, I strongly oppose the cellular tower being proposed for sitting on Murphy Road near a school and in the public right-of-way. I urge you to oppose it. No doubt your community elected you to stand up for their and their children's welfare. Please protect a school full of children and teachers who would be confined every school day 300 feet away from the antenna that is on your agenda and should not be. Please read this email aloud in board chambers during the April 20th board meeting and place it on the official record. Thank you for your attention. Please do the right thing for your community and oppose this very bad sitting. An anonymous writer writes, I oppose to the tower in Ripon. Elizabeth Lowe writes, the 5G is injuring the children in the nearby school. Jenna writes, I am writing to oppose the cell tower on Murphy Road. Please consider moving it. Thank you. Vicki Sievers, EMF Safety Network Education Outreach writes, it is my understanding that you may approve or have approved a permit application for a cell tower on Murphy Road and that this site is in the proximity of a school. Cell towers must be located far from schools, homes, parks, and all locations where children live, learn, and play. Research demonstrates that adverse health effects occur from antennas even when towers are located at what may seem to be a safe distance, or what you may be told is a safe distance according to the FCC. Our children are the most vulnerable due to their smaller size and thinner skulls. Ripon has already experienced this tragic truth. While the Telecommunications Act disallows cell tower siting based solely on environmental health issues, a number of avenues are reserved for local authorities who can and can be applied so that prudent wireless facility siting is avoided. Responsible officials must be educated about these provisions and may need to utilize experienced telecom legal assistance to effectively protect their public. Exposure guidelines in the U.S. are obsolete, thereby allowing significant harm to the public. Lawsuits are in progress challenging FCC refusal to update these limits. In the meantime, citizens have little recourse but to appeal to local governments to stand up to wireless providers and guard public safety. Wireless radiation is an undeniable risk to human health. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Jody Nelson writes, my name is Jody Nelson, co-founder of Californians for Safe Technology. I have been deeply immersed in the 5G issue for about 3 years. In that time, I have been on at least 5 separate legal webinars regarding how local governments can legally navigate through the obstacles set by the TCA and the recent rules set forth by the FCC, and I have been on more conference calls regarding this topic than I can count. I have also been to more than a dozen meetings watching as cities grapple with regulating small wireless facilities. I'm not a lawyer, but I can tell you a few things that I've learned from all of this. Number 1, you're not going to stop this, but number 2, you have the power to mitigate it by using the regulatory powers vested to you by the TCA. Number 3, local governments like San Joaquin. Number 4, county feel that their hands are tied and fail to enact zoning provisions that vest them with any meaningful protections, thus leaving them exposed. Allowing telecom carte blanche is not a wise decision. As a matter of fact, by not using an attorney who understands, number 5, the intricacies and all the underlying issues that surround the placement of wireless facilities, you're leaving the county exposed. Number 6, getting the right legal advice will protect the county from the telecom industry. Finding the right attorney is key. I have personally worked with several local attorneys as well as some that are out of state. Ellie Marks writes, I have been heavily involved in the health effects of wireless radiation for 13 years. I have testified to the United States Congress on this issue and have testified against the telecom industry from Hawaii to Maine. They are ruthless and do not have your best interest or that of your residents at heart. You do not want a cell tower near your children. I became involved in the aftermath of the cell tower disaster at the Weston Elementary School. Several students developed cancer, and Mason is still fighting for his life. The FCC works in collusion with the telecom industry to set standards that do not protect children, adults, plants, and wildlife. Their only concern is this bottom dollar, and they are quite despicable. When you consider this, please think tobacco and realize this is transpiring here. I am ground zero for those affected by wireless radiation from phone and cell towers. The numbers and ages are alarming. We have conclusive science which is being war-gamed not only by industry but by the FDA and the FCC, whom they have captured. If you would like to see that science, please contact me or pursue the website of Dr. Joel Moskowski of UC Berkeley School of Public Health. Please do what is right for the residents of your wonderful community and stop the placement of this cell tower. The next comment was submitted by Neil Lavery, who writes, from a concerned person, please stop experimenting with people's lives and risking their health with this potentially dangerous and unproven technology. I oppose the tower on Murphy Road or anywhere near any group of vulnerable people. Test first, then implement, not vice versa. Adam Dexules writes, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Stopping a tower is so much easier than getting it removed. We need to save our children once again. Even if you are unsure of the risks, why take them? Emma writes, we oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Keep the children safe. Read up on the science. An anonymous writer writes, keep the towers away from children. Julie Galt writes, this email is concerning the cell tower on Murphy Road in Ripon, California. I have a daughter who goes to school in Ripon, and I'm very concerned to hear about the cell tower within a mile of the school. It makes me angry to hear what happened with the last cell tower and the havoc it caused to the children in the school. One boy is still trying to hang on to his life. No kid should go through cancer, especially when it could have been prevented. You better believe this will be major lawsuits if more kids get cancer from the cell tower. I strongly oppose the cell tower being placed so close to the school. An anonymous writes, I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. I oppose the tower on Murphy Road. Please stop this from happening. I also have a comment submitted by Professor Jacqueline E. Laughlin Shaw, who writes, District 4 taxpayer and citizens object to many adverse impacts of a cannabis business park in Lockford, with Stockton already having an entity. The marijuana factory devalues soil for agriculture, food crops, and tourism with dining. Near the Canadian border has water, not our drought recycles. The Community Development Department book includes the agency letters like SJFB by Strecker and Lockford MAC, Municipal by Stetson. Various issues and questions are unresolved and survey study is requested. Also, please inform the public and why the rush during the pandemic. NRC Equity's attorney is featured. Why and how much do District 4 or county taxpayers, teachers, farmers, nurses, and more have to pay extra to be represented or for an appeal with an attorney to stop this ignorant travesty? Many red flags arise. Money laundering is a legal issue. NRC Equity is in Reno, Nevada, with gambling and no state tax for accountability, if not mafia influence. Also, Al-Qaeda, cartel, caravans, and terrorist groups are crossing with trafficking minors for gangs and rape, all known in San Joaquin Valley. It is delusional for anyone on the San Joaquin County Board to think there is tax profit in federal illegal crops, as we all get multiple costs that surplus any trickle down from direct retail sales. Since before medieval times, terrorist means assassins derived from hashish for impacted marijuana. What about the increasing homeless problem known to be from drug addictions, plus more mental health issues and demands to county expenses for sheriff? And our final comment today, Chairman, is regarding a closed session item claim of Frank and Maria Leduca, who writes, as often stated and enclosed documents verify, the expenditures we incurred were based on the permits we paid for and were issued by San Joaquin County Agricultural Commissioner. Subsequently, the Agricultural Commissioner informed us that it was not legal for us to grow and the permits were pulled. Mr. Miles informed me today that the ordinance has been changed. We were not informed that the ordinance had been changed, that we were permitted to grow, nor were we reinstated with permits. Consequently, we incurred total losses. We adamantly request reimbursement for the well-documented expenditures we incurred. And Chairman Patty, that includes the public comments that we've received today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate your time and diligence to make sure that the people's voices have been heard. Moving on now to appointments and boards and commissions. Vice Chair Wynn.
Before I make my motion, I'd like to comment and thank the staff for their diligence in regards to providing those comments. And also, I've responded probably to most of those, and also probably another 100 that didn't come here, explaining the process, which I appreciate Mr. David Wong with Community Development in regards to providing me with the information as to the process, which ultimately may or may not end up with this board. So moving on, thank you for the, I make the following recommendations, and this is for the Behavioral Health Board. Consumer Representative, position 6702.5, Jeffrey G.M. Petro. And again, I make that as a motion, and thank you for the opportunity.
Second that motion.
Second.
That is passed 4-0. Thank you very much. We're next up with COVID discussion. Dr. Park, please come on down. Mr. Dietrich, come on down. Thank you.
Chairman Patty, I would like to note for the record that Supervisor Villa-Pudua is absent as of 9:34 this morning.
All right, thank you. And that will remain for the rest of the day, is that correct?
I believe so. If he does rejoin us, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
And County Administrator Mr. Wilverding, do have some slides to show you today. Thank you. So our epi curve, this was as of yesterday. Our total case count as of this morning is actually 71,735 confirmed COVID cases to date, and we've had 1,334 deaths in our county. And I just want to draw your attention to this last part of the slide right here, where you see that obviously we've come down from our wintertime surge. And a couple weeks ago when I was here, I was concerned that there was a plateauing here and that we hadn't come down further. If you look towards the right of this curve, though, you'll see that we're starting to come down a bit. It's a little bit hard to see. And this next slide will show you how we really are coming down a bit on our case rates. So this is our week-over-week COVID case rate, and you will see that in the past few weeks we were kind of lingering in the 70s to 80 range cases per 100,000 over the weeks. And this past week, we had a 57.89 case rate for the week. So that just demonstrates that we're starting to come off of that plateau and have a little bit dip downward, which is good news. This again is our hospitalization curve supplied by our EMS agency, and you can see there with the blue line that our hospitalizations plateaued as well, and hopefully that mirrors the case rate curve that I just showed you and has a bit more of a dip in the coming weeks. But as it stood as of yesterday afternoon, there were 52 people in our 7 area hospitals hospitalized for COVID, 18 of them in the ICU, and that's represented by the red line. And of the 18 in our ICUs, 11 are on ventilators. Most of the days in the month of April have had, across our hospitals, less than 100% ICU capacity when you measure that across all of our hospitals. However, right now we're at 103% ICU capacity. Most of that is not because we have COVID in our ICUs. Only 18% of our ICU capacity is occupied by COVID. I tried to make this a little bit easier to look at. Currently, we're in the red tier, which is considered substantial transmission, and we remain in the red tier this week. Our case rate is 8.2, but adjusted, the rate that is being shown is 7.7. So that is what is coming out today, and that is because we did test above the state median. Our positivity rate is 3.0. And for the health equity quartile, our positivity rate is 3.3. So both of our positivity rates are within the orange tier already. So good news that they remain in the orange tier, and we could move to orange if our case rate came down from 7.7 to just below 6 at 5.9. I do want to point out that the state median the past week, this 2 weeks ago that was measured, was 315 tests per 100,000. And we did test above that median at 351.9 tests per 100,000. That's the second week in a row that we have tested above the state median, and I'm going to show you next the stats from the week prior, because this week's are not posted yet. But if you look here, and if you find San Joaquin County, and I know it's difficult to see, what I did was I snipped the counties that are, here's San Joaquin right there, but I snipped the counties that are testing above the state median only. And so you could see that last week, the testing median was 308, a little bit lower than this week's numbers. We tested, again, if you go to San Joaquin County, we tested 327.6. Our real case rate was 9.9, and we did get a downward adjustment to 9.6. So the reason why I show this is to show that when you do testing more, you can really impact your adjusted case rate. So if you look at some of these other counties who are doing large amounts of testing, you will see what their unadjusted case rate is and how they've been able to get that adjustment factor down. And I just wanted to show you how more testing can really bring that case rate down significant numbers if you look at the counties that are doing a tremendous amount of testing. So again, this week's testing rate statewide went down. And we went up a little bit. People are testing a little bit more, but we also went up significantly, and we were, again, able to get that adjustment downward. So I just wanted to show you in calendar format because I think it's a little bit easier to actually have a calendar in front of you. We made it to the red tier on April 6th, and that was the last time I came to this board. That afternoon, as I had said, we also reached 4 million vaccines as was predicted, so 4 million vaccines had been given to that lowest health equity quartile 1 across the state. So also on that day, the requirements and metrics to move from red to orange and orange to yellow were loosened. So now we're following those metrics. Now, we have to be in the red tier for a minimum of 3 weeks before we get to move to orange. That's the rule. So the very earliest we could have moved to orange would have been April 27th, next Tuesday. However, today, as you could see, we have not earned a credit towards orange with our case rate still above in the red. And you need 2 weeks of credit towards the next tier to move. So the earliest we could have possibly advanced to the orange would have been April 27th, but this week, April 20th, we have not earned a credit towards orange. If we do earn a credit towards orange on April 27th, and again we remain in the orange on May 4th, that is truly the earliest possible day that we would be moving to the orange tier. So now as it looks, the earliest possible day we could move to orange would be May 4th. And it could be May 11th if we don't get that orange credit next week. But as you can see, we're getting close at a case rate of 7.7 and it needing to be just below 6. And I'd like to look at this because, as we all know, the governor has said that we're opening June 15th. And so some people might think it doesn't quite matter whether we move to orange or not. But if we really were to move to orange on May 4th, that does give us 6 weeks in the orange tier before June 15th, and I think a month and a half of being in a less stringent tier is going to be valuable to many businesses and to kids seeking larger graduation ceremonies, sporting events seeking larger attendance. So the push really is still for us to try to get to orange. That's the goal at this point. I don't think we need to be as concerned about falling back to purple. I think we're safely in the red at this moment. So how do we get to orange? Really, it's increased testing, increased vaccinations, and we need to continue to wash our hands and mask up. As far as the goal for increased testing, I will tell you that this week we have measured some of the testing that we've done across the county, and for the week of April 4 to April 10, HR support did 1,470 tests as opposed to the week prior, 936. So at the direction of this board, we've been testing more at our vaccine sites, and as you can see, it's about a 500 testing increase from that one company. And then our San Joaquin County clinics have been very supportive and basically added 2 teams onto Joan Sing-Slong's vaccination team, which travel with her to vaccine sites or travel separately to testing sites. And they have just started as of a few days ago and have already done nearly 200 tests out in the community. And in addition to that, we are ordering this week the Fulgent home test kits that I think I spoke with this board about a couple months ago. We are going to be procuring these test kits in a manner in which I distribute them to schools, churches, businesses, anyone interested in doing home test kits, and we'll include training with our nurse team and perhaps some incentivization, but we will be buying about 50,000 of those with the funds that were granted by this board. In addition to that, a RFP process is being released this week to our CBOs. So there will be 4 grants given of $125,000 each, asking any CBO that is interested to help us get testing numbers up, and there's an educational component to it as well. But hopefully we have some takers on that, and they really help us to get the testing numbers up. So that's one thing, is the testing. The other part of this, of course, is how do we get people well? Because the only way you really get your case rate down is to decrease transmission and have people be well. And so we need to increase our vaccinations. And I'm a little concerned because it seems that we have reached a point now where we're getting to the people with vaccine hesitancy. Those who were not on the fence and wanted the vaccine seem to have taken their chance and are vaccinated. And now we're coming to a point in this road where we have vaccines available and appointments not being filled. So we need to keep messaging against that. And the pause in J&J put us back a little bit. We clearly can see that when J&J was paused, it caused a hesitancy and a drop in number of vaccinations in our county, which we're trying to overcome. We have definitely the Pfizer and the Moderna still going strong at many of our vaccine sites. But we do have the commercial that was made with Chair Patty and the mayor of Stockton and some of our faith leaders that was aired on TV stations for a couple of weeks. We have been doing things such as town halls and webinars. For example, we did one in Spanish with Senator Talamantes Eggman. We have English radio ads running on 3 stations, and so far estimate that 233,700 people have heard 4 varieties of these radio ads. And then we have Spanish TV ads on Univision, which have run 500, which we believe have been viewed 544,500 times in April. So lots of efforts around messaging. We're also obviously still doing our social media posts for vaccine hesitancy. So speaking of vaccines, I just want to show you here the amount of vaccines we've given. So really this, maybe I should just highlight again, these numbers come off of our San Joaquin County Public Health Services vaccine dashboard, and it's the numbers our EPIs collect. And this is from the state's website, the covid19.ca.gov, and you can find us on this. And we're 15th place for vaccinating. We've given 398,515 shots in arms to date. Just want to make it clear that the 398,000 shots in arms are doses administered, whereas the number we're showing is the number of people vaccinated, so that's why the numbers differ. The number of people vaccinated oftentimes, most of the time, include people who have received 2 vaccines, so the fully vaccinated people. There are some of them who got Johnson & Johnson, but the majority got a 2-dose vaccine series, so the majority of the 160,000 folks there got 2 doses, and that's why the number is a little bit off from what you would see from the state. And of course, the doses administered by county of residence might reflect sometimes people who don't live here but work here. But just wanted to show the tremendous effort that all of our vaccinating partners have done in this county by vaccinating 400,000 people. It's been a truly tremendous effort. What I do want to point out, though, is that the 245,000 people who are fully or partially vaccinated represents 30% of the residents of San Joaquin County, about 31%. Using the state's population, the state considers us to have 782,000 people in our population. And that's good that 31% of our population is either totally or partially vaccinated, but the state says that statewide, 50% of people in California are either totally or partially vaccinated. So compared to the statewide average of 50%, us being at 31%, we do have some work to do. This is a slide that was shown to us by Blue Shield, the TPA, and I'd just like to show it so that you could see kind of the allocations that are projected over the coming months. And you can see that in the beginning, California as a state was receiving 1 million, sometimes less than 1 million doses as a whole, that then had to be dispersed to all the partners in all the counties. And of course, on April 13 is when the J&J pause occurred, and so you'll see that no J&J was allocated to any county. Assuming that that might be resumed, the numbers again reflect after April 20 a combination of the 3 vaccines. And just want to show you that we do expect vaccine supply to slowly go up in the next month and then to really ramp up by June. And I do want to say that right now there are many vaccine opportunities, and the best place to look now is myturn.ca.gov. On our SJ Ready County website, we still have links to all of the pharmacies that are vaccinating. But if you're looking for an event or a mass vac site, most of our partners have now transitioned to this system. So our San Joaquin County clinics and our HR support groups have transitioned to this, and so their sites are on this system, and people who want to make an appointment get on this system, myturn.ca.gov. And one last plug, and I don't have a slide for this, but I did want to mention that The public may not be aware, but we do have monoclonal antibody treatments available in this county. And we've put that messaging out via alerts to our physician providers and to our emergency hospitals, our EDs, several times. But just so that you know, the Regeneron, the antibody treatment that President Trump received, as well as the Eli Lilly brand, the two of them are available at San Joaquin General Hospital. And they have an 8-bed unit there for anybody who qualifies for monoclonal antibody treatment. So I sometimes fail to mention that, and I want the public to be aware that that is available for people with early symptoms of COVID and confirmed COVID. There are certain qualifying medical conditions, such as age, body mass index, pre-existing conditions, and you can't really be sick enough that you're already on oxygen. But we have the link to that on our website, and anybody can really ask their primary care provider and urgent care to refer them to that clinic that is doing those infusions. So thank you very much.
Mr. Dietrich, do you have anything to add at this time?
No, I'm just here to support Dr. Park in our efforts on the vaccines and the fight for COVID.
Okay, great. Questions? Anything, Supervisor Rickman?
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Dr. Park, what's the percentage of our county that's been vaccinated?
So if you look at the 245,000 or so people on our website, those are people who are residents of the county for sure, not just people who've been vaccinated in our county. And if you divide that by 782,545 residents, is 31.4%. The denominator could be replaced by people over 18, over 16. So if you really want to count adults that have been vaccinated, it's much more than 31%. But if you're just looking at total number of residents, kids and adults, 31% of our total residents have been vaccinated to date.
How many people have gotten the virus and got the natural immunity here in this county?
Right, so 71,735 people have perhaps gotten the virus. This is the number of positive cases, so sometimes it's hard to tell if somebody's counted in here twice, but let's just say about 70,000 people have had the COVID virus.
And I'd add that's probably an undercount. That's only confirmed PCR tests. So a lot of people that were asymptomatic or early on were never tested might have had COVID, but it's not in that statistic.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
That is true.
And the testing rate is what's keeping us in the red tier, correct? So the more testing, we could improve the numbers, correct?
That's part of it. It's the case rate, so it's the number of positives per 100,000 that's keeping us in the red tier right now. And that is affected by mostly human behavior, actually. It's by masking and distancing and by keeping well and keeping away from work and others when you're sick. And so it's our transmission rate that really is affecting the case rate. But by testing more, you can get that negative coefficient multiplier.
Right, that's what because I know that was a problem that we had before. Now, the June 15th date, and regardless of what a testing rate is, I just want to confirm, and if I recall correctly, it would be based on how many vaccines, the supply, and the hospitalization rate, right, on the 15th? So these numbers wouldn't matter.
Right, so that is what the governor has said, is that we moved to open June 15th based on the statewide vaccine supply and hospital metrics.
Why aren't we doing that now? I know you can't ask, and I'll do my boilerplate thing again, is that, when we're discussing this isn't your decision, and just people realize this is decision coming from the state public health and the state of California. So when these restrictions that are in place, it's not because of you, but because of the bureaucrats up in Sacramento. So with that being said.
So, there was this talk about moving to green, and this was the way of saying we're going to be beyond the blueprint, which is essentially like saying we're going to something beyond yellow. Whether you call it green or beyond the blueprint, this was just a date that was set based on available vaccines that we could foresee, that the state could foresee, knowing that 16-year-olds could be vaccinated starting April 15th, giving everyone a 2-month time period to take that opportunity. Why we're not using the hospital metrics right now, that was a metric that had been used when we were back and doing the county data monitoring system, as you recall, when there was a different system before the colored tier system. And it just became very cumbersome to have so many different metrics, and they decided to really streamline it to the metrics that they thought were very meaningful as far as moving forward.
So are you telling me the state actually moved the goalpost? Wow, that's odd. And now, are you aware of, there's a study that came out recently that stated that regular exercise shielded COVID-19 patients from hospitalization and death. I believe it was done by Kaiser. The reason I bring that up is, I know I've been a big opponent of getting our youth back to playing sports. So if exercise actually helps, why aren't we doing more exercises? Allowing our youth to exercise, and our college kids. More sports, I should say. So if we're following the data and we're following the science, as the science evolves, do you have a professional answer for that?
Well, I'm not familiar with that specific study that you're referring to, and I don't know, when you say, why are we not letting our kids play sports, I'm not sure which restrictions you're talking about. At this time, sports are very much happening in our county. Our CIF league is open, and all of our kids are playing.
But they're more. They're more. When I'm referring to, they're a lot more limited than what they should be, or even in the last month. I mean, we've talked about tournaments and how many teams can play at a certain time, or even between counties.
Right, understood. So the restriction now is not to play against another team in an abutting county, but within the state of California. So that was loosened, that one team could play against another team within the state, not within an adjoining county. I do understand what you're saying. The sports are allowed, but there are certain parameters for sure, such as indoor sports requiring testing. So there are certain things that might make it a little bit more difficult to play, but all of our schools are doing the testing and they're playing.
If you were aware of that, again, we hear about following the science, following the data, following the science. As things evolve, things changed, and the exercise is a prime example of that. And I know there was it came up on April 20th. The CDC put out some numbers and their numbers were about 6,000 of 84 million Americans have gotten infected with COVID after full vaccination, the CDC says, a rate of 0.007%. And we're talking about vaccine hesitancy. And, I still don't understand why, if you have been vaccinated, why you still have to wear this thing here when it's a 0.007%. I think the last time we talked, there was one confirmed case, one possible case of somebody catching COVID that had the vaccine here in San Joaquin County out of 350,000 or so, or 31.4% or 300,000. I mean, you would think that if you want people to get the vaccine, give them a carrot, maybe not, have to wear this mask. Since the science, again, the data and science coming from the CDC and even our own stats show, it's not, it's just, it's,
yeah, those are phenomenal numbers of protection that the vaccine is offering. So people would hopefully hear that message and realize that their chance of becoming severely ill is very much decreased after vaccination.
Right.
So those are great numbers coming out of the CDC. But yes, we need to continue masking as we continue to study how the vaccines affect whether you can still transmit the disease after being vaccinated.
And then the last thing I'll comment on, Chair, then I'll yield my time, is that on April 9th, the U.S. Supreme Court once again found, the actions of California as it pertains to places of worship were held unconstitutional. So what that means, effective immediately on that date, or I think on that date, was location and capacity limits on places of worship are not mandatory, but are strongly recommended in California, correct? And so just to, what I've been talking about before, this is the 5th time the Supreme Court has summarily rejected the Ninth Circuit's analysis of California's COVID restrictions on religious exercise. And as many of you know, since being up here, that I've been, very vocal on the discriminatory treatment by the state, depriving our residents of their fundamental right to worship, which is protected under the First Amendment. So it's a huge win for religious liberty. So I just wanted to get an update on that. And Chair, with that being said, I will yield my time.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of carrying on with Supervisor Rickman's comments, when he talks about moving the goalposts, it seems to me, and you stated it, I think, very astutely, that the state has tried to simplify. They've kind of changed horses, so to speak, in midstream in regards to what we have to meet to open up our businesses. I guess the concern I have is that, for example, when we talk about these restrictions in California, and Supervisor Rickman talks about sports, and I know he's really an advocate for our youth in regards to playing sports. Science is science, and I guess my question is there a difference between California and other states? Because when I ask that question, when you look at, for example, Michigan, which is now out of control, and the governor, who's been extremely restricted, probably maybe more so than Governor Newsom, is not going to crack down and lock down, so to speak. She's taken a little more lenient approach. And then you look at Texas, 3 weeks ago, no longer required the masks, and they were going to kill everybody in the world. And every day since then, their numbers have fallen. And we can talk about Florida and what they've done. It seems to me that, people are people, whether they're on the East Coast, West Coast, Midwest. But it seems like those who have been much more or less restrictive haven't really fared much worse than us as a state. And I guess my question is and I would agree with Supervisor Rickman in regards. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I think people in this state are just tired of. And when you talk about June 15th, if for whatever reason there's a new formula, matrix, or whatever to open, so to speak, and maybe do away with some of these restrictions, and if we don't do that because there's some new matrix that we haven't met, I think people are way beyond that. I think, what we're seeing now as far as lack of a better term, disobedience is going to just explode because people are just tired. And we can talk about small businesses and those types of things. So, again, from your vantage point, do you anticipate, by June 15th, the way everything in regards to nationwide, the numbers are continuing to drop, whether you're almost open, whether you're highly restrictive, et cetera, it doesn't make any difference. And that's really the sad part of it is we question why. But do you anticipate probably when we get that June 15th mark that we will pretty much, based upon what you're seeing, be in a position where the state can open?
Thank you. That's a really difficult question. You mentioned Michigan, and they're suffering right now from this variant, the B117, which is really the predominant reason why they're having such a terrible time over there. And so the question is, how much of a stronghold will these variants have here? How much worry should we have against them? We know that our vaccines do work against these variants. Some maybe not as potent. as others, but all of them have some potency and the vaccines are effective. And so really, I am concerned about our county and our level of vaccine uptake starting to fade. But when you ask about California as a whole, I do believe that California as a whole is doing quite well compared to other parts of this country, perhaps because our own variants are suppressing the UK variant. The California variants are more predominant here and represent 50% of our newest strain going around. So perhaps that's offering us a little bit of a different picture here, but statewide, I think that many counties are doing very well. Many counties have reached that median of 50% vaccination. There's a push nationwide to get to 70 still, so we still have a ways to go. But on June 15th, I do believe that the intention of the state is to look at the statewide numbers, look at how we're doing as a state, and our case rates as a state are low and our testing positivity rates are low, and we're vaccinating more and more every day. So I think we are on our way. I'm just concerned about our county in particular.
Well, I appreciate that. I guess, again, going to Supervisor Rickman's comments in regards to the percentages, from the very beginning, one, we had all these tiers and phases, so it was restrictive on who could receive the vaccine. The second part is we only got so many doses, which we used every one of them. So when somebody says, gee, we're not doing as well as the rest of the state because we're, 31% or as opposed to, how could we be any higher if we used everything we received? It seems like, unfortunately, we get compared with other counties when we aren't given the opportunity to meet those percentages because we don't have the doses. I get it now that we have more doses, we don't have the appointments, I get it. But up to this point, we have been basically doing everything and maximizing every dose. So whatever percentage we're at because that was what our limitation was based upon what we received. And when you look at the number of tests, for example, if you look at large counties like LA and Alameda and Santa Clara and all these large counties, I mean, they're up in the 600, testing, way above us. Now, the question arises but if you look at like the Central Valley, we're down at 300. I think Stanislaus was 330 or something like that. I mean, we're all kind of in the same group. It would seem to me that, this one size fits all and we all try to meet that particular matrix. It's just totally unfair because we don't have either the resources or whatever that some of these other metropolitan counties have. So we're always at a disadvantage no matter how hard we try. And I guess that's my concern. I'm concerned, obviously, with San Joaquin County, as you are. But I think, unfortunately, we keep playing these numbers game, and we shouldn't be competing against LA County or Alameda County or even Fresno or whatever. But my point is there, in your circle, any discussions about the disparity in regards to, small or medium-sized counties that just can't, provide the results that these larger human, I guess, extremely large resource counties have? So, it would seem to me, and I don't want to make things more complicated, but I do want to make them more fair. So that's my question.
Well, no, certainly there are talks in our circles, and there have been ongoing talks since the pandemic started. I think I've mentioned to this board before that we belong to the San Joaquin Valley Public Health Consortium, which is 9 counties in the Central Valley, and I meet with them every Wednesday and Sunday. And we do continuously complain to the state about the resources, the funding that we need here, the vaccines that we felt we should be privy to. So no, that is going on. And we have talked several times with the TPA now, with Blue Shield, explaining our position, really expressing to them that we felt that we had been undersupplied at the beginning of the vaccine efforts, and that really hampered us. At this point, yes, it's true that we have vaccine supply and we have appointments, but you're right, Supervisor Wynn, that it would have been great if we had a lot in the very beginning to really ramp up when there was all that interest and all that demand, and instead we had to really hold some people back who weren't able to find vaccines, and it was very frustrating. So Yes, we do have that conversation with the state, and it's ongoing. And I'm still having that conversation with the state. You might see that we have vaccine events, but I still need more vaccine because I'm still waiting on the hesitancy. I'm still working on the hesitancy. I would like more vaccines, especially to our Kaiser Mass Vac site. I'm really angling the state to keep that center supplied and ongoing and don't let them have a pause. So those talks are ongoing. You know, we did hear from the state yesterday that they feel that San Joaquin County did a very good job with our vaccination efforts and that we've been nominated to discuss how we reached our Healthy Places Index quartile 1 so well, because we remain in the top 5 vaccinating counties for our HPI quartile 1. And so that was an honor to hear that we're being invited by CDPH to share our story. So I look at this dashboard that the state has created, and we have in fact done a very good job vaccinating our folks in the HPI quartile 1. In fact, maybe 33% of them are now vaccinated. And now I have to pivot and try to get people in quartile 4 vaccinated. About 14% of people who live in that highest quartile are vaccinated. So again, the messaging changes to what can we do to get people off the fence, people who have access to the vaccine and just are not taking it. And so that is the new angle now. Is we did good with HPI quartile 1. Let's now move over to 3 and 4 and see what we can do to those folks.
Well, thank you. One last comment or question is, you ask, why the hesitancy? Well, one, when the vaccine was being developed, this is back last year in the middle of the year, and there was talk about, the president was talking about having it by the end of the year, and everybody said that's nuts, and et cetera. And then when it looked like that may come out before the end of the year, California and New York, and I assume others, developed these committees because they talked about, well, if it's that fast, it may not be safe. And so there was a lot of discussion about that everywhere. I mean, that was just kind of a theme. So the question is, when you go out and tell people in the beginning that it may not be safe because it came out so quickly, and then try to go back and say, oh, we didn't really mean that. People are pretty smart, and those things kind of sink in. And the other part of it is that one, with the Johnson & Johnson, okay, and it's on pause, and I guess on Friday they're going to have this Western state meeting all day to talk about, what to do and how to move forward. But then the second part is when Pfizer is now coming out, and my understanding is they're saying, well, you may need a third dose of the vaccine. And the question is, people are going, what? I was told I would need 2, and I would be good. And nobody can say how long they last, et cetera. So when you talk about the hesitancy, people are just saying, hey, I'm going to wait until they sort this out, and then I'm going to go get my vaccine. Do you sense the frustration of the public and why we're not meeting those goals?
I do sense the frustration. I do believe that there's some hesitancy based on the back and forth of what they're hearing in the media, really sometimes portraying vaccines in a negative light based on what you might read. So we try to overcome that with as many messages as we can post. And as I said, with the J&J setback, we did experience a setback. So, what we've told people all along is that the vaccines were not rushed. You might have heard warp speed and words that were concerning to you, but all the same safety processes that take place for the development of any vaccine took place for these vaccines. So we've never really tried to say that it was in any way hurried, but still I understand that people have questions, and really anybody who's on the fence should be sending us their questions, and we welcome questions because there should be a dialogue. I don't want people to feel like I have a lot of questions and I don't know who to believe. People have the right to those questions. They have a right to their hesitancy, and I encourage them to ask questions of us, and I encourage them to research as much as they can, what they can online from reputable media sources, and hopefully we can overcome some of that. But we are definitely sensing that, Supervisor Wynn. So anything that you, as our local leaders, can do to message vaccination uptake would really be helpful to us.
I appreciate that. But one last comment. In regards to herd immunity, the herd immunity was people, the are infected by the virus, they get sick, and then they have antibodies, and supposedly they're immune, or at least that's at least what's been the past. So when people who have had COVID-19, the question arises. This is I'm not sure has been answered adequately. In most cases in the past, when you received a virus, you were kind of good to go because you were protected. In fact, that your whole body was immune, as opposed to a dose. So now the question is, when they're talking about even if you've had COVID-19, you still need to get vaccinated. People are confused because that hasn't necessarily been the message in the past with the flu and other viruses. Again, we're changing our message, and people are becoming a little bit hesitant in regards to the information they're receiving because it's contrary to what they've been told, for me, my entire life. So again, how do we address that to at least explain why somebody who's already been infected needs to get the vaccine and maybe we don't know, they may be better off than those who've received the vaccine itself.
Certainly. So there have been some studies that have shown that natural immunity can fade. We don't know exactly when it fades, but we do know that there is some natural immunity you acquire by having the disease, and everyone's different. It was an average of 90 days is what it was felt to be, that natural immunity that you get from having the disease. We have seen cases of reinfection. We know that people can have it and then have it again. And we've been able to demonstrate that when we send their samples off for whole genome sequencing, and it's a different variant the second time. So we know it happens. We're still studying as a nation what is the duration of natural immunity. And it's not clear that it would be the same in every person. So give or take 90 days, we still feel that it fades and you should still get your vaccination. Now, the vaccination has been studied, and it has shown that people who have some natural immunity might have some antibodies equivalent to having had maybe a mild illness, but when you get vaccinated, the antibodies you develop are stronger and there's more of them, and it's more akin to having gone through a severe illness. And so vaccination somehow seems to boost the person's immune system to a greater degree than having had a mild illness. So there's some studies that show that, which is why we still encourage everyone to be vaccinated. We think that the protection is greater.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. A couple of things. With the pause on the J&J, how has that impacted the event at the Stockton Arena? Or has it?
Thank you. So the Stockton Arena was the Kaiser Mass Vax Hub.
Right.
And they had not been able to start the very first week because the TPA had not allocated any vaccines to them at the end of March. So they did get started that first week of April. I think about April 6th is when they did their media event. And then April 7th, they really started get going. They did receive enough Johnson & Johnson vaccines at that site to go on for a week or so, or maybe more, at a rate of maybe 3,000 vaccines a day. And then on the 13th, we learned about the pause in J&J. And so they immediately paused J&J, but they did not close or cancel any appointments. Public Health ended up giving them some of our Moderna from our inventory. And so they were able to continue. And now what I'm really trying to angle with the TPA is to give them more supply. We have given them some Moderna and some Pfizer in order to continue staying open at the Stockton Arena, but it's coming out of Public Health's inventory. And luckily we had some, but that's dwindling. And so from now on, I really would like Blue Shield to keep supplying them, and that's something that I'm going to be talking with them about.
And so does that mean now that there are 2-dose vaccines being given there, that when you go for your first dose, if you require a second dose, you will be given your appointment, your date, before you leave, and you will get it at the same place?
So they are on the myturn.ca.gov system, and that system encourages people to make that second appointment while you're making the first. So that should happen automatically, but I think if it doesn't happen, then the site would give you a second appointment.
Okay, great, thank you. We just want to make sure that we're messaging properly out of my office, because we're doing a lot of messaging on vaccine events. That's the number one question we get from people. I didn't get an appointment before I left. What does that mean? What should I do? So we want to make sure that in every instance, we're giving people the right information. The last thing is, and this is sort of twofold, I understand that the Business Council is really encouraging all of their employer members to do on-site testing events. And Collins Electrical is going to do a very large event, and they are anticipating over 100 employees to be tested in that one event. So twofold. First, I want to thank the Business Council and any employers in our county that are doing these kind of events, because you can get at a big chunk of folks who tend to be healthy. You can get to that really quickly. And then second, I want to ask you about any additional plans to partner with our employers. What sort of messaging should we be doing? Who should they get in contact with? How easy would it be to put together an event for some of our employers? I mean, we don't have a lot of huge employers, but we do have a significant number of that middle range of employers that have, so they could accomplish dozens in a single morning, say. Yeah. So who should we be directing people to? Are there other plans? And what's the best way to message on that?
Yeah, feel free to direct any of that to me, Supervisor Miller. But there are a couple of options. You know that Joan Sing Song's team from San Joaquin County Clinics, that's the A team for our county. She's a workhorse, and she is doing farms and plants and sheds and all kinds of people, including our homeless shelters. And she's very willing to do businesses. So if it were to be something of a vaccine event, she could take vaccines to a business, tests to a business. She's got teams now that can do that. If it's not related to vaccinations and they just want a lot of testing, they could send out a testing team as well from San Joaquin County Clinics. Or, as I said, I'm going to have access to thousands of the Fulgent Home test kits. And the idea behind that is that perhaps one of my own nurses or one of Joan's teams would go out, open a box, show people how to use it. They could do it right then and there, or they could take them home, and then they get shipped back to the Fulgent lab via FedEx and resulted within 24 hours. So we have the boxes and we have the on-site testing both available. So if you contacted me, I could set that up with either myself.
And we get credit for those?
Yeah, they're PCR tests.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and we'll do some messaging on that and see if we can't get some more of our employers to get plugged in and help get those numbers up.
Yes, and I don't have it in front of me now, but we will probably be setting up a unique email address to anybody seeking out those home test kits.
Great, thank you.
Dr. Park, on that note, I know that we've reached a new plateau, if so to speak, of getting that testing number up where before we were lagging. So we've increased efforts. I know through Dietrich and yourself and others, we're continuing to double down on those efforts and do more of it. And the question I have for you is, what have we shown to be successful so far, and what are our plans moving forward?
Right. So I think just the public hearing the importance of testing has led to more people showing up at some of our test sites. And then in addition to that, as I said, Joan Sing Song's group has started testing again. They had been testing throughout the summer and fall, and then they pivoted to becoming a vaccinating team. And now they've got a vaccine team and 2 testing teams. So that has really helped. And then we're offering some testing. We don't ever force it on people, but anybody who's at a vaccine site can be also tested. So that has increased some of our testing, the test kits as well. And then again, as I said, the RFP. So we did test at a rate of 327 per 100,000 the last period, and now we're up at 351. So clearly some of these efforts are paying off, because for the last 2 weeks we did get that negative coefficient.
And I would also add, some of these schools that were doing antigen tests now have contracts with a firm called Color, and those labs or PCR labs go into the Valencia State Lab, so those are now counting as well. And when Dr. Park mentioned the Fulgent kits, some barriers have been broken down. Earlier, we would have to have a code provided to individuals. They would go online, input that code, and have the kit mailed to them. Now we're actually getting them in-house and can pre-distribute them and at a much lower price point. And in talking with the state yesterday, every Monday at 4 o'clock, we have a call with San Joaquin County and the state. And the way we moved into from purple to red was via an accelerated pathway. Our case rate, even adjusted, was still in purple, but we were able to move to red by having both the core positivity rate and the Healthy Places Index positivity rate 2 steps ahead. With some luck, that might be the pathway that we ultimately get to orange by having both of those positivity rates continue to decline and being in yellow for 2 weeks. So that might be a way that we ultimately get to orange a little quicker than getting that adjusted case rate under 6.
Understood. And you have all the resources, I know the planning and the execution, you have all the resources needed to get there?
Go ahead.
Well, as far as, if you're talking about the test kits, we probably do. It's going to take some manpower, but we'll be able to put some manpower into it.
It's definitely a lot more prevalent and available, but even some, if we could drive more volume to the static sites, that would be helpful. Because I think, I haven't talked to OES for a bit, but I think we're still 30% capacity at many of our fixed sites.
Okay. If by chance, to Supervisor Miller's point, getting messages out and reaching out to our constituents and those we represent throughout the county, maybe you have a link. Could you guys provide a link that we can send out? I've got some 17 or 20,000 emails to people that I represent in my district. So I'd like to share information and simplify whatever a message could be. If we have any type of meme or card, anything that catches the attention, you can click on it, you click a link and get over to get the information you need based on where you live. Do we have any tools like that?
Well, we could talk to our JIC, our Joint Information Center, about doing something like that on our website and on social media. Obviously, the place to go for information is still SJ Ready when you're looking for a test site. That was our centralized site for information for not just vaccines, but also all the testing information is there. Right,
understood. It's just, for me, if I were to get somebody's attention, I'd like to see a colored card and click on a link to go somewhere more than just typing in, go to SJ Ready for a test. It's very important. Just things like that might induce a bit more activity and more participation.
And now that most of the fixed sites, you don't have to have an appointment, you can walk in. Let me talk to OES about maybe borrowing some of the Public Works electronic road signs to saying testing here, and maybe somebody driving by that might not know about it might drive in and be tested.
Great idea. I like it. It's anything we can do, obviously, to get there. At the Kaiser events that we've done, the mass vax, what's the numbers on a daily or per week? I know there's a pause with the Johnson & Johnson, but has it been successful?
I have not received numbers directly from Kaiser, but I tried to look at it from the vaccine registry side. So I do have my eyes on some of what's going on over there by looking at what gets entered in the vaccine registry. I do believe, although I haven't confirmed this with them, that they have capacity to do more even there, because I know that they were going to have 36 vaccinators there doing vaccines throughout the day. And because of the limited supply of vaccines, I do believe that they've cut down on some of their hours. And so they're doing probably less than initially projected, but they certainly have the ability to ramp up again and do more.
Are we in the hundreds or thousands on a daily event? Do you know?
So I in the first week, they were in the thousands, and in the second week, they were in the hundreds.
Good. Okay.
And Chair Petty, also, there's a little wrinkle with the TPA, because now public health is not permitted to redistribute our vaccines to entities that are on the TPA network. We're also not allowed to add local partners that they were in CalVax, and we could add partners. A lot of the smaller physician practices or clinics don't want to do a TPA agreement. We surveyed them last week, and a lot of them could not use our doses. And I asked Dr. Park, I wouldn't say ask for forgiveness rather than permission, but when we're moving our vaccine from public health to the Kaiser Mass Vax event, we have to get quote unquote permission from the TPA. But at the end of the day, we're making sure that one way or another, we move all our vaccines as quickly as possible, agnostic to who is actually administering them.
Understood. And I know we all share this thought and appreciation that these are trying times. The goalposts are always being moved. There's new challenges. You're engaged 7 days a week and around the clock. So I appreciate all the efforts that you guys are doing. Question for you, Dr. Park. When you're talking with the Valley Consortium, I think you called it, these all the different medical directors, I believe.
Yes.
It seems like there might be an opportunity to look at this, to Supervisor Wynn's point. I mean, we're being held at perhaps a different standard as other regions, and we kind of have a little bit of symmetry of what's going on in this region relevant to us. Is there any discussion of the idea of maybe just revoking this emergency order in mass, all of these counties just saying, you know what, we can handle this locally. We're under control. We've got local decisions. We've got a responsive public and levels of engagement for public safety and administering vaccinations. What's the benefit of us staying in this emergency declaration at this point?
I don't think that topic has come up with that particular group. I think it has come up on some of our statewide calls with all of the counties, but not with that particular group have we discussed it. And I didn't bring it up, but I think a couple of counties have asked, just as a survey to ask if other counties are considering it, and the answer is always no, so it gets tamped down again.
Why wouldn't answer? What's the reasons why people say no? So my understanding, Fresno just stepped down from the emergency declaration and joining Placer, which is 2 out of 58 counties. But why is the word no when it's brought up?
I'd say we have two declarations. There's a health order as well as there's an OES emergency declaration. And I want to say the OES emergency declaration predominantly is in place such that we can continue to draw down FEMA reimbursement. And I don't know if we end that order early, if that precludes expenditures after that point from not ultimately having FEMA reimbursement. And for certain things, such as our non-congregate shelter or motel rooms, that's currently being reimbursed at 100% by FEMA, so that might preclude some of that ultimate funds recovery.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what those dollars would be in comparison to how this affects our economy. And the longer this goes on, the more detrimental it becomes to not only children's health and well-being. I have a friend of mine just committed suicide back in New York from this lockdown. It was just overwhelming for him. So, there are repercussions. We're seeing this, and this across all health metrics. You look at the local suicide rate, attempted suicides for children, adults, it's all increasing. The longer this goes on, the more impact, even though we're lightening up a little bit or allowing a little more and dangling a little carrot. But, there is no, even in June, when they say they're going to get away with the color schemes, that means take off the mask, you're free, you can go out, you can go everywhere and do everything. I'll bet not. If I were a betting man, I'd say I bet not. I bet that the governor is still going to look to enact some level of control over our freedoms, our choices, and our opportunities to live our life as we so choose. So I'll shift for a moment and ask CAO Wilverdeen and even parlay it over to County Council. But I think we should really start to take a look at what repercussions or downfall there may be, if any, and make a decision as a board if we want to consider and discuss revoking the governor's controls over our county.
I would have to discuss that with our county council. That's brand new information for me, Chair Patty.
Okay. I'm not expecting the answer. I'm just floating it out in a discussion. It's an opportunity for us to meet as a board and discuss things like this. But I know there's a point where we're all getting fed up. I know that we are diligent. We will remain diligent. I don't believe anything's going to change. But just at some point, we're slow walking this to death. And when people's lives are at stake and businesses are impacted and children's well-being, and even when you're starting to open up a little bit and letting kids do a little something, it's really not quite enough. And we know that children, and the science has shown that children, and Dr. Park, you know this, but children have an innate ability to fend off the COVID virus, unlike adults. So, all these precautions that are being taken, and all these mandatory, closures and slow openings, it's really becoming quite tiresome, and it's affecting people's lives. Mr. Dietrich.
And Chair Pratt, I just articulated a bit about the second order, which is the local emergency under OES. I'd still say if Dr. Park revoked the local health order, we're still under the state health order. And I'd like the board to be aware that last year, before the Governor Newsom made a statewide order, after the Bay Area had gone forward with their orders, we had a lot of pressure to have a local order. We were about ready to have a press conference saying that we were not ready to go there just because the local epidemiology did not warrant it. But then we got a word that the Governor Newsom was going to go with the statewide order. So where I'm going, I think ultimately we need the state to have rescind their statewide health officer order. If that happens, it'd be up to Dr. Park if we do anything on the ground or not. And I don't foresee right now the state order has been our floor for since the inception of that order.
Understood. And I just don't have any faith that the governor is willing to give up the control and his authority over the citizens. And there's people who are challenging the constitutionality of it here in the state. And I'm not looking to argue this legally at this point, but I'll just ask County Council that perhaps we can look at what Fresno has done. If they just did a simple local proclamation and the state ordinances are still in effect, I don't know. I don't know what the risks may be, but perhaps if any other supervisors are interested in finding out a bit more, we can agendize the discussion, or you can just send me some information, and then myself or others can decide if we want to bring this further forward in discussion.
Through the chair, Supervisor Patty, my understanding is that Fresno has lifted their general state of emergency. They have not lifted their public health order.
What would be the difference between the two?
So the general state of emergency is the emergency that was declared by OES, and that's what gives us access to the FEMA dollars. And then the public health order is, or the declaration of the public health emergency is the declaration that was made by Dr. Park.
Okay. Dr. Park, would you consider us still in a health emergency? The hospitals are not overwhelmed, which was the main reason why in the beginning, if memory serves me correctly, is we didn't want to overwhelm the healthcare system. We are diligent. We are giving vaccinations, even though we're hamstrung sometimes by supply. We are, I'm certain, to remain diligent in practicing best practices and care and precaution. Do you still feel that we are in a health emergency, given the condition that we're not overwhelming the hospitals? We've seen a major trend downwards. We're seeing responsibilities. Doesn't it appear as though the other variants are here to any large-scale degree or concern? How would you categorize us at this point?
Yeah, thank you. Good question, Chair Patty. It's true that our hospitals are not inundated with COVID patients right now, and so the surge, as we see it, is over. We are worried about another surge coming, or what is so-called a wave 4, and I think time will tell whether we have a significant wave 4 or not. In the meantime, we are concerned. It's a balance, right? There's a desire for us to get to orange and move our businesses open. I certainly want that to happen. Certainly want things to be open and for kids to be active and be in school, all of that. At the same time, at public health, we're still working overtime. We have not slowed down. We are still 100% into COVID, and I'm still inundated with COVID-related matters. So COVID is still number one priority to us, obviously, and is still something that requires a lot of our attention. So hard to say. And interesting that you mentioned Fresno. If you look in the news, Fresno right now is suffering from a disproportionate number of MIS-C cases in their children. That is worrisome that another county in the Central Valley is having so many cases of MIS-C in their children and requiring a lot of pediatric ICU admissions. So hopefully that doesn't come our way. I don't know if it's from variants. That's yet to be seen. But there are reasons to be concerned still. And I think that we're still on the lookout for another wave, another little surge. And I think at this point, we're still kind of fully 100% functioning. And I would rather wait to see some of our numbers go down and really to see that we get into a really comfortable area where we have much more herd immunity in our county, and that would make me feel more comfortable saying that we're not in a state of emergency.
Thank you, and I appreciate your professional opinion. And you are living this 8 days a week, and 26 hours a day, I'm sure. So I appreciate that. And I'm not suggesting in any capacity that we do anything risky or go out on a limb. I know that you'll remain diligent, even if tomorrow that were to change. We're going to see this all the way through. And just maybe something you want to consider in conversation with the consortium of these valley counties that at some point, perhaps in the near future or down the road, we may want to take a stand and speak for our region with a uniform voice, if it so warrants. I'm certainly not telling you your job, but appreciate the efforts and diligence we all have. That's all, unless any other supervisors have anything else, or if there's any further reports on this.
Just, Chair, Dr. Park, Chair, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Dr. Park, what is herd mentality, or herd, I'm drawing a blank here. Immunity, thank you. What's the number on that?
So interesting that you ask, because before the governor said, before he made his announcement about June 15th, I didn't know he was going to say that we would open on June 15th based on vaccine supply and hospital metrics. We were told on our side that the announcement would be we open on June 15th if the state reaches 70% vaccination rates. And the announcement was made differently when it was made, so a bit of a surprise to me. So what I know is that our state epidemiologists feel that 70% is a pretty good number to be looking at. That's knowing that we do have some people with that natural immunity from having had COVID. So with a mixture of people with natural immunity and those who are vaccinated, hopefully if we get to 70% vaccination rate, that's when we're considered to have adequate herd immunity. Some specialists would say even 50%. Vaccination rates would be great. And I would love to get there with this county. There are studies that show that these vaccines are so effective and so good, even when you compare it to our annual flu vaccines, that these vaccines are so highly effective that a 50% vaccination rate will really tremendously decrease transmission in a given area. So my first goal would be to get this county to 50% if possible.
Because that's why I asked earlier about how many natural immunity, how many cases that we've had here in San Joaquin County, and that just seems really, really low to me. When at least the numbers I've heard nationally, or they're talking about more than half the population have gotten the virus, and said they would have natural immunity. So that's something that hopefully get a better answer on. And Counselor, where we are with our PRA?
I did receive a response yesterday on one of the PRAs, and I should receive a response by the end of the week on the other one.
All right, and again, we heard a lot about the data and science, and I'm all for the data and science, but and just like what you said earlier, Dr. Park, and what we're hearing and nationally, and on the same note as Supervisor Nguyen. On this is, all I keep on hearing is, it may or it could, it may. There seems no definite answers. And for me, it's, the burden of proof is on the government when you start taking away, liberties and so on. And even like you mentioned, variants, and as I mentioned last time, in our last meeting, we've had the flu vaccine for more than 80 years, and we still have the flu. So if variants are the standard by which mandates stay in place or restrictions stay in place, then we're going to be in this thing forever. And it's I just think it's absolutely ridiculous. You have the vaccine or natural immunity, and yet you still have to wear this mask, even though the CDC states those numbers I gave you were the 0.007%, less than 1% you're going to get the vaccine, but yet it's almost theater that people that have been vaccinated in natural immunity, we're all sitting around with masks even though we're immune. And to me, it's just ridiculous. With that being said, I'm going to yield my time. Thank you, Chair, for your patience.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. I believe we'll move on now to our consent. Oh, yes.
One last comment. I know Dr. Park mentioned the 31% of the overall population has been vaccinated. I think if you look at our public health dashboard, one of the things that's probably more important to look at is the number of individuals 50 and over that have been vaccinated. Much higher percentage. I think it's well north of 50%. Those are the individuals more susceptible to having negative consequences, hospitalization, ICU, and death. And obviously that's probably a major reason why our hospitalization numbers are so down. And right now you're seeing a lot more youth in the hospital. That's because the more vulnerable adults have been vaccinated.
Actually, there's a great point, Mr. Dietrich. I was actually wondering if you've removed the children part and the population, how's that numbers changed? So we are just over that 50% then.
I'd have to look at the public health dashboard, but it has a lot of detail in that regard.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Great job. How are we doing on our health equity scale, trying to reach out to those that perhaps throughout the community are slightly considered underserved?
Right, so we're still, one of the leaders in reaching that health equity quartile, as I said. I don't know if we'll fall back because now we're fully on my turn with most of our sites, so open to anybody. And we've kind of not done as many outreach events, but OES is definitely still really working on events where we take the vaccine to the people who need it instead of expecting them to get on my turn and working that system to get an appointment. So they have a long list of events that are upcoming in the next couple of weeks. So going back into community centers and churches and whatnot. So I think that our rates are going to remain high for that equity quartile. So we're very proud of that and the work continues. I do want to say that there is a new guidance out from the state on fully vaccinated people. So there is a reward for becoming fully vaccinated, and you do get to take your masks off when you're gathering with other people. So in small gatherings, household to another household, that is allowed. So if anyone wants to look at that, that did just come out a few days ago or last week from the state.
What about when you're driving in your car by yourself? Are you allowed to take your mask off?
Yes.
Yeah. How about walking in a park at 6 o'clock in the morning when there's nobody within 500 yards of you? Can you take your mask off?
Yes, definitely. Some of this is just common sense, but the state has said if you're outside and you're taking a run or going for a bike ride, take the mask with you in case you come across somebody in your travels, but you don't have to have it on the entire time.
Yeah, I'm flabbergasted the diligence, shall we say, that some people have with this wearing the mask, and it's amazing and impressive, and sometimes a bit confounding. But I appreciate the diligence that they have in safeguarding themselves as they feel they need to do.
Well, I appreciate too, and I hope that our county residents continue to do it. I will say that definitely the state has every intention of keeping masking in place after June 15th. And hopefully our residents who have been doing such a great job of it stay patient and wait for the signal that we can all take them off. But for right now, I really want to thank our residents who have been following all of the non-pharmaceutical intervention measures. It's really kept our case rate down. So I think that's really one of the biggest reasons why our case rate is now going down, is because we still have pretty good compliance rates here.
Excellent. And lastly, we mentioned the commercial that we've got Mayor Lincoln and others speaking. I've had a lot of people walk up to me and approach and say that they thought that that messaging was very effective and something that they felt inspired and getting some reassurances from the mayor and local representatives. So I'm not uncertain if that campaign's stopping or if you want to keep it going. But there's been so far a lot of positive feedback, as well as from Senator Eggman and the messaging she's put out through the bilingual channels.
Yeah, I very much appreciated that commercial, and I thought it was quite effective. My understanding was that we were able to run it for 2 weeks on a few channels, on a few TV stations, and it's done now. But it would be great if we could run it again. I honestly feel that political leaders, community leaders, people who are known to the community, who might appear to not be so invested in vaccines, who show up on a commercial saying, get the vaccine, it's much more powerful than that coming from me, because everybody knows how I feel about vaccines. I feel that you should get vaccinated. But for others to be on this commercial who are more recognizable to the public, that I think that commercial is really the way to go, and the way the state should even go with statewide commercials.
So is this something that you'd like to talk to our CAO about?
I will most certainly do that. If there is funding available to continue that commercial, for what it's worth, the effort that went into making it, I think it'd be, much better used and consumed if it had been shown a little bit more than 2 weeks' time.
I would agree with that, and more importantly is, you are using and utilizing a multitude of tools right now that are helping us bring down, increasing the testing rates and getting the vaccinations going, especially for that at-risk quartile. So all hands on deck, let's keep going. So let's double down on whatever efforts we've done that have led to any level of success, because we have to pretty much, I would think, contribute these as positive factors. So I don't know if this needs to come to the board or if our CAO Wilverdeen would like to discuss with you guys further what actions might need to be taken. But I think we need to support Dr. Park and what she's looking for.
Chair Patty, I'll have to work with the folks in my office, and I'll work with Dr. Park. If we've done this in the past, I want to see how we did it. As you know, I'm fairly new in my role, and then we can see what we have available. And if we can do that kind of outreach, we'll be happy to do it.
Excellent. And whatever else. Let's keep it going. I appreciate it. Thank you all very much. We are moving on now to our consent agenda. Supervisor Rickman, would you like to pull any consent items?
No, Chair. Thank you, though.
Supervisor Wynn, Vice Chair Wynn.
15.
15, you got it. Supervisor Miller.
No, none for me. Did we move item number 2 under COVID to later in the agenda?
Thank you for catching that if I missed it, but I believe we did. Did I miss something, Madam Clerk?
No, Chairman Petty, through the chair, that was one of the discussion items that's being moved to consent calendar COVID-19.
Okay, so it is number 2 for discussion is now on consent.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Anything to pull, Supervisor?
No.
Okay, so then we will be pulling item number 15. Supervisor Wynn, this is an E2D2, approval of San Joaquin County Workforce Initiative and Innovation and Opportunity Act 4-year local plan and the San Joaquin Valley and associated counties 4-year regional plan for programs years 2021 through 2024. Supervisor Wynn.
Okay, thank you. I just had one question and maybe one comment. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman Patty, Board of Supervisors. Patty Virgin, Deputy Director with the Economic and
Could you bring the microphone a little bit closer so we could hear you, please?
Patty Virgin with the Employment and Economic Development Department. Happy to answer any questions.
Sure. First of all, I'd like to thank you and your staff for an excellent report. I'd like all the information, obviously, of the various programs that you are involved in. So that's encouraging, especially after our partnership with Delta College this morning.
Absolutely.
Just one point of information on page 8, and you reference the health force partners, and I only bring it up because this is going to go to the state. It's not health force partnership; it's health force partners, and actually, it's health force partners for Northern San Joaquin Valley.
Okay, is that on the regional plan? Apologize.
Yeah, it's on page 8.
Okay.
Okay.
I will make a note of that.
Okay, so obviously, and the second part is that the chairman of this board is not the chair of that committee. I am, and I'm only because I inherited it from my predecessor. And also, just for credit, Lita Wallach, who's executive director, David Culberson, Greg Dieterich, Jamie Mussolinis, all those, plus Kathy Hart, previous president of Delta, and UOP, and the Business Council, and others participating in that particular program, which you're exactly right in your narrative. It has become a model for other careers, I guess, professions. And then that's my one comment. The question is, on the next page in regards to migrant seasonal farm worker program, my question is, it seems like it'd be a pretty worthwhile program, especially for those who are primarily working in the agricultural community. How are we doing with that? I mean, is that program working? How many actually migrant workers have we been able to assist into construction or some other profession that you're aware of?
We work very closely, and as you may be aware, we do have a WorkNet center in the Lodi, in City of Lodi. It is with the California Human Development, and they currently run the Migrant Seasonal Farm Worker 167 Act. So we do a lot of working with that particular organization to co-enroll and help individuals in that particular who are migrant seasonal farm workers, and we work with them year round.
Okay, so what you're saying is they're actually run the program. You just partner with them in regards to.
Well, we are able to because we have that strong partnership. If they're not able to help them, we can.
Got it.
And so the other thing is we also have EDD as our partner in all of our AJCCs, and they run a migrant seasonal farm worker. So they're going out and talking to the farm workers about all of the services that are available, and then they come in and provide. So they're able to provide the resources that we have and make the referrals to our staff to be able to provide those services.
Okay. Do we have any idea how many of those workers have been, transported to other jobs?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we are certainly able to run a report to see how many individuals that came from migrant seasonal farm workers, and we can provide you that information.
If you could send me that, I'd really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, thank you for the report.
You're welcome. And I will make sure that we make those, that we adjust that on.
And as far as it's just, county supervisor is the chair. That's all he needs. It doesn't have to be me, just for clarification, okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just put that on my resume, so I need to make sure that gets fixed to the record.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Well, seeing nothing else, I'd like to get a motion to approve our consent items and second.
So moved.
Second.
Please vote. I missed the vote. Did it post up?
Unanimous. It's a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Passed 5-0, 4-0. Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. We're going to, at this moment, recess our Board of Supervisors meeting and announce that the board will be acting as the governing board of the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. We have in front of us approval of a grant of easement agreement over the Mosher Slough levee. I believe Mr. Balaji, Public Works, are you prepared to come on down and give us a presentation or discussion?
Good morning, Chair Patty, members of the board. Chris Balaji, Director of Public Works. Very briefly, this is an item to provide access easement to a landlocked property that's by the Mosher Slough. So about a year ago, the owner of the property approached us with the Public Works Department explaining the predicament that they were put on by the lack of access to develop that property for a multi-family residential use. So our staff worked diligently with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and our Community Development Department and found a solution to have an easement afforded to that property owner so that that vacant land becomes productive residential community, basically. So the action in front of you today is to request that the board approve that grant of easement subject to certain conditions that would ensure that our channel maintenance folks would ensure the proper flood protection for that infrastructure as well. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does any board member have questions? Seeing none. And Madam Clerk, it's not on my notes here for public comment. We're without.
That's correct. This is a consent item, so the board just needs to take action to approve.
Okay, very well. I'm looking for a motion to approve and a second.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Thank you. It has passed Unanimously, 4-0. Congratulations. Great job. Well done. Before you go, Mr. Balaji, would you care to share, there's some recent news and development hot off the press here in the state of California about some accomplishments, fleet management and some goals that were set out. I know that the CNN had breaking news, a ticker tape going through. There's some stellar, I'm getting messages nonstop over here. So there's a stellar report going on from your department. Could you please give us a briefing?
Well, basically, the COVID doesn't stop us from excelling in the services that we provide to our constituents. Chairman Patty, thank you for bringing that up and recognizing the staff. If you recall, supervisors, a few years ago, we challenged our fleet department to compete for the top 100 fleets in the nation award. And so I'm talking about every city, county, and government agencies that owns, operates, maintains the fleet services compete for this award. So our goal was to at least get into the top 100. Sorry, I'm laughing when I say this thing because they're going to kill me when I say at least let's get into the top 100. And we did, and we came at like 80 something on the top 100. And we found out that opposing to the contrarian view that this wasn't about getting a certificate on the wall. We wanted to see what it takes to be a top performing fleet organization, right? So thanks to our fleet manager, Kevin Mayosi, an amazing individual, he went on to find out what is it that 82 other agencies are doing in the nation that we're not doing, and how could we get to be in a comparable position with them. So we found out what was the lacking, and we got into the top 50. And I gently nudged them and say, hey, what it takes to be a top 10. The reason why is because Sacramento County still maintains its position in top 10, right? Being jealous of my neighbor, I wanted that, for us, our community here. So our folks went to work, identified the list of things that we had to do in terms of innovation, greening the fleet, all kinds of things that we are evaluated under, and now we are within that top 10 list in the nation now. So congratulations to our staff's hard work and taking things seriously into their heart to provide that type of a service for our constituents.
Outstanding. Great goal and levels of accomplishment. And Supervisor Rickman, being the newest board member, has the opportunity to take you and all of your staff out to lunch. So congratulations, and pick a really nice restaurant. And I'm sure that Supervisor Rickman will look forward to hearing about how you guys accomplished that goal.
When you said that last time, he did take us out for lunch, but he said you have to pay for it.
That I had to pay for it?
I have to pay for it.
You pay, no, this time he's the newbie here, so good job. Well done. I wanted to share that. At this time, I will officially adjourn the Flood Control and Water Conservation District meeting, so you can go. Thank you very much. And we are now reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting. We have a scheduled public item of public hearings, a public hearing recommending the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice report for submission to HUD as part of the San Joaquin County 2020 to 2025 consolidated plan. Do we have department and staff report?
From San Joaquin Fair Housing Association in the audience to answer any questions.
Fantastic. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, members of the board, members of the public. My name is Aaron Nusain. I'm an associate principal with BAE Urban Economics. We were contracted with San Joaquin County, representing a number of urban county jurisdictions as well, to prepare what's known as an analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. Are the slides up? I have some presentation slides. Hopeful. Great. The analysis of impediments to fair housing choice is a requirement from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development under some of their entitlement funding programs, including community development block grants, emergency solutions grants, and home funding. Every 5 years, participating jurisdictions have to prepare what's known as a consolidated plan that essentially looks at various community development and housing needs throughout the jurisdictions and lays out how they're going to use their funding for the 5-year funding cycle. As part of that process, each participating jurisdiction has to self-certify that they are doing everything reasonably within their power to affirmatively further fair housing. And along with that requirement, jurisdictions are required to prepare what's known as an analysis of impediments to fair housing. Essentially what that does is look at various patterns of racial and ethnic distribution and segregation throughout the community. It looks at concentrations of poverty, access to resources and amenities, and opportunity. It looks for both public and private sector barriers to fair housing choice, and then puts forth recommendations that jurisdictions should consider to either minimize or remove those impediments to fair housing choice. We're going to skip over most of the analysis. It's a fairly lengthy report and jump straight to the recommendations in the sake of brevity. If anyone has any specific questions, the report has been out for public comment, is available for review, and I'd be happy to speak to any of the specifics. The first category of recommendations that we're putting forward are rather general. They're really just intended to help ensure that there's adequate access to information with regard to individuals' fair housing rights, as well as the obligations of landlords, property owners, property managers, mortgage lenders, et cetera, to treat people fairly and not in discriminatory ways. So action 1 is to provide information on city and county websites and through other outlets at places like libraries, community centers, et cetera, on fair housing issues, fair housing rights and responsibilities. Action 2 is to conduct annual trainings, particularly with key city and county staff who administer or oversee housing programs, to make sure that they're being administered in ways that are, not discriminatory. Action 3 is to support fair housing advocates, and there's quite a few throughout San Joaquin County, to expand access and provide critical services, things like credit counseling, home buyer counseling, tenant rights education, ADA accessibility, advocacy, et cetera. The second group of actions is focused on specific fair housing services that could either be expanded or simply need to be supported in the community. Action 4 is something that's been in a number of different cycles of AIs and has been challenging to secure funding for, but that's to establish a comprehensive testing program for fair housing. And that's essentially where a service provider will send people out into the community to do things like fill out rental applications, apply for mortgage loans, or at least fill out general applications and try to identify patterns of discrimination. Action 5 is to work with service providers to do proactive outreach to landlords and property managers, make sure they understand what their rights are to their tenants and can adjust their management practices accordingly. Action 6, support service providers to provide fair housing workshops to all members of the community, so residents, property owners, et cetera. Action 7 is to increase awareness of the rights of persons with disabilities, ADA issues that are present in the community, and reasonable accommodation rights and requirements for property owners. Action 8, continue to comply with anti-discrimination requirements, including all applicable state and federal laws. Action 9, explore establishing an anonymous complaint forum for tenants who may fear retaliation if they report through the more typical channels. The next grouping of recommendations are more focused on public policies, and there's some specific recommendations for members of the urban county. And I'll acknowledge up front that most of these are the types of issues that you'll likely be tackling through your next housing element update, which should be on the horizon. So generally, continuing to implement policies and programs identified in your housing elements. A couple things that specifically need to be addressed. For San Joaquin County, Lathrop, and Ripon, you have outdated definitions of what a family household is in your code that is out of step with state law, so that needs to simply be revised. And HCD has been really pushing, particularly through the housing element update process, to try and establish minimum densities within particularly higher density zoning districts to try and ensure that that higher density zoning gets built and it doesn't get replaced with lower density single family homes. Action 11, ensure compliance with state law regarding second units, so ADUs. Both Tracy and Lathrop have a couple of small code updates to do to get their zoning code in compliance with state ADU policy. And then Action 12, encouraging the establishment of licensed care facilities, particularly in the unincorporated county. I want to make sure and caveat this in that we're not suggesting that you try and cite community care facilities in places that aren't appropriate for it. Generally, community care facilities are cited in places with good access to amenities, things like healthcare, retail, transportation, et cetera. That still needs to be a priority. But the lack of community care facilities in some parts of the county just means that residents that are in the unincorporated county have less access to those types of facilities and services. Action 13, monitoring and assessing the needs of farm worker households and facilitating the creation of more farm worker housing, or just affordable housing in general. Action 14, monitor the availability of units adequately sized for larger, lower income households, which are generally undersupplied throughout the county, including the incorporated cities. Action 15, update the 2004 Housing Conditions Survey to assess the state of the housing stock. That's an important consideration, particularly looking at lower income communities to get a sense of whether or not people are living in substandard conditions. Action 16, implements streamlined approvals for residential developments that provide affordable housing. And then the last set, Action 17, evaluate and identify potential sources of local gap funding for affordable housing. Evaluate and identify potential sources of funding to incentivize landlords to accept housing choice vouchers. This is something that came up consistently in our outreach efforts, where there's a lot of there are housing choice vouchers out there. Tenants or users of those have a hard time finding places that will accept them. Action 19, review development standards and site availability to attract well-qualified market rate and affordable builders. Again, that's something you'll cover in your housing element updates. And then Action 20, explore opportunities to work with nonprofits to acquire and rehabilitate foreclosed properties and rent or sell those to income qualifying households. That was something that mostly came up after the prior recession, when you did have a fair number of foreclosed homes in the area. That provided sort of an opportunistic approach to providing affordable housing, and it still can occasionally be a successful approach. And with that, I'll hand it back.
Yeah. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors receive comments on the 2020-2025 analysis of impediments, adopt the 2020-2025 analysis of impediments to fair housing choice report, and authorize the Director of the Healthcare Services Agency to submit the analysis of impediments to Fair Housing Choice Report as part of the 2020-2025 Consolidated Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Before we open up to questions, I'll start off with a question. On multiple occasions, you use the word discriminatory and discriminatory practices and discriminatory concerns, which of course would be a paramount concern for all of us. I'm kind of curious what you have found, and before you answer, I know I own a business and I discriminate against who I'm going to hire based on the person that I find most suitable. I've employed people that are African American, Hispanic, and Caucasian, and in any spectrum. But somebody comes in and fills out a job application, I will discriminate and make a choice and decide who's going to be most suitable for a person I'm going to entrust with my hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment, and with safety and practice of safe operation. I've got heavy equipment business. So would that be considered discriminatory if I don't hire somebody based on something that may or may not make them qualified when I'm going through that screening process? So I don't know if there's really an answer there, but I'd be really curious. There's a lot of laws that prevent discriminatory practices. So really the deeper question here is, what discriminatory practices have been found here in San Joaquin County, or are there any?
So that's a little bit of a challenging question. However, we have looked at the available data. Generally, what we're talking about when we speak about discrimination within this context, which is clearly dictated based off of federal and state law with regard to, in particular, racial and ethnic discrimination, as well as discrimination against people of other protected classes. But generally speaking, one example of the type of discrimination that we're talking about is, say you had two households that completed an application for a rental housing unit. They both had the same credit score, neither had any, evictions on their record. They had adequate income. They were equally qualified from a applicant perspective. One happens to be African American or Hispanic. The other happens to be Caucasian. And if there seemed to be evidence that the property owner selected the Caucasian household over the minority household simply due to their minority status, that's technically illegal discrimination. If it's based on other factors, that becomes either a little bit more murky or more clearly not a discriminatory act. Generally speaking, the formal definition of an impediment to fair housing choice is any act or omission that has the effect of creating discriminatory patterns. So if you have significant concentration of certain racial and ethnic minorities, particularly in areas of extremely high poverty, there's a general understanding, I believe at the federal level at least, and the state level to some extent as well, that there's a sort of a systematic influence upon those settlement patterns. And so the purpose of the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice is to look at that, get a sense of what factors may be at play, what patterns of racial and ethnic concentration exist within the community, and what can be done to promote better integration with the community and better access to opportunity in particular.
And so if a person's a landlord and they've got a couple of applicants, they've got several applicants, and they make a choice, are we doing sting operations to find if they're utilizing a discriminatory practice?
No, generally not. There are systems through which people that believe they've been discriminated against on the basis of their belonging to a protected class to file complaints with either the state of California or with the federal government, that they will then investigate those cases. You'll notice that most of the recommendations that we put forward are mainly based on, are merely oriented towards providing information, making sure that residents are well informed as to what their rights are. Property owners and people like mortgage lenders are well informed about what their rights and responsibilities are when providing services, and making sure that people know where to go if they feel like they've been discriminated against so that the due process can proceed.
Understood. Okay. It's a precarious. I mean, we know we want to protect the laws of people and make sure that people are treated fairly, and actions that can be taken. So I'm glad that there's information available for people to proceed. I know that it could be very precarious possibility if there's a discriminatory action or not. I know, for instance, my father, when he used to run business, somebody's filling out a job application. My dad would go outside to get something from his car and look inside the other person's car and see, when you saw lunch bags and coffee cups and cigarette butts everywhere, and it was a complete mess, he knew that person would not be a good person to bring on board to manage and run his equipment. And when we were installing signs and all the hardware and all the organization, that person, how they treated their own personal property would be a reflection of how they might treat that equipment that the business owner is providing. So is that discriminatory to not hire somebody that's kind of unkempt and sloppy and leaves a mess in their own vehicle, that you don't want that to be your vehicle that you're giving them on a daily basis?
From my understanding, I don't believe that would be discriminatory. It needs to be on the basis of someone's affiliation with a protected class. So it has to be because they belong to a racial or ethnic minority group, or they have a disability, or they're a veteran, or, there's a rather long list of protected classes, and the act has to be directly tied to their belonging to a protected class.
I just wondered how you'd prove that. I mean, if I'm a landlord and somebody comes up, I don't care what color or what nationality, they come up, they're blasting loud rock and roll, AC/DC, screaming, loud music and, kind of a bad presentation. They may look good, the same on a piece of paper, and I decide to rent my apartment to a Hispanic couple that was much more quiet, much more presentable, so to speak. They weren't being loud and obnoxious. Is that now discriminatory against somebody that's loud music and didn't present themselves in a manner that I found acceptable?
Well, I mean, the example you're putting forward is, it's a form of discrimination, but not in the legal sense that we're talking about. In the case of the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. So, in this instance, it has to be tied again to someone's belonging to a protected class, and then it would have to be supported in some form by evidence. If someone submitted a fair housing complaint saying that they were discriminated against in housing, they would then investigate that. They would look for some type of evidence that proves that the action was in direct response to that person's belonging to a protected class. If they don't find evidence of that, they wouldn't be able to come to that determination, from my understanding. Although, admittedly, I'm not a lawyer.
So would you suggest, is there anything that that people that own properties should document when they meet somebody and the parameters that they judge that person on, not based on ethnicity, but based on their evaluation of how they feel that person presents themselves, and leading that person to make a decision of who they do or do not want to rent their apartment to?
That's a great question, and that would be exactly the kind of thing that you want to be working with your housing authority and the local fair housing service providers to provide education on. So they have materials, they have pre-established and developed application forms and processes and procedures that property managers can use to make sure that they're not going to run foul of fair housing laws. Okay, good. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very informative. Any questions? Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. And there's a couple of different things in here. Coming from the city, my former position, we dealt with developments all the time, and you're talking about streamlining approvals for residential developments. And it seems like there's so much emphasis on local and county when a lot of these reasoning for extended developments and timeframes is because of the state. I mean, a prime example is CEQA. I mean, when is the state going to live up to their own words and start removing some of these regulations or updating, for example, CEQA, which can add months or years into development? So it's a supply and demand issue. So if you want to lower costs, I mean, hey, the county can do a better job at some of the, certain things, and so can cities. But a large of the stuff that we're implementing is state driven, and every year there comes regulation which adds costs, which goes to the consumers, which elevates the home prices. So when is the state going to actually start, taking responsibility for the actions instead of putting everything on, local government?
That's a great question, and one that I would like an answer to as well. Recognizing that I'm not a representative of the state.
No, I know. It's just more of a statement.
Right.
It just gets frustrating. Everybody wants to pass the buck, and we're more closer to the people than they are in Sacramento. And, they want to put the blame on the county and the cities, and yet it's their actions that are causing a lot of this. So that is it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn or Supervisor Miller?
Supervisor Miller? No, thank you. Have any questions?
Supervisor Wynn, then. Thank you.
Again, I appreciate your report. I have a couple of questions. When you talk about the anonymity of making a complaint, I've always, in my prior life dealing with complaints, always were concerned about anonymous complaints because there's no risk, for example, of just filing a complaint because you feel like it. And so I do have a problem. When you say anonymous, do you mean that the agency that receives it doesn't know who that person is also, or just the property owner?
It could be structured in various ways. I think you could set up a program that is truly anonymous, where even the agency doesn't know, or you could set it up where the agency may know, be able to get some information, and then wouldn't disclose the identity of the person. That becomes a little bit challenging in terms of trying to encourage people that are truly afraid of retaliation, people in tenuous housing circumstances, maybe with very few resources, who are afraid of losing their housing. If there's a possibility that it may, information may get to the property owner through one channel or another, be it formal or not, they may be hesitant to bring forward a complaint regarding, whatever the issue may be, substandard housing conditions or what have you. And so the idea of the recommendation is to consider putting in place a program where people that are truly afraid of retaliation may be able to put in some form of complaint that would then be investigated. There would be that burden of proof, so whatever agency or organization receives that complaint would have to substantiate it before any action could be taken.
Okay, well, it would seem to me that if I were a property owner and I got a complaint, I think I would assume who that person may be, which may or may not be that person. It may be a relative, a friend, or just a person who drives by. So I think that possibly, as you talk about retaliation, and I'm not suggesting the property owner would be retaliatory, because maybe there's really nothing wrong with the property, and it's just, somebody has this skewed interpretation. So that would be a concern in regards to anonymous complaints, because I'm not sure it could be totally anonymous. And then based upon what we're talking about, discrimination, I think you have your report from 2015 to 2020, there were like 66, it talks about complaints and reports, but they total 66, 85% basically were insufficient evidence, et cetera. So that leaves about 10 over a 5-year period. So it doesn't seem like there's a huge problem here. And the reason I raise that is because, sometimes because we're required to do so, we spend an inordinate amount of resources doing things, as you talked about earlier, in regards to a property owner documenting their rationale, and I would agree with that. But again, I just think sometimes that we, I want to say, go overboard, and I guess the thing is that I have a tremendous faith in people in general, of all levels, and it seems like sometimes we work very hard to generate, I could lack a better term, issues which may or may not truly exist. And I think most people, you talk about complaints, these are people who, for whatever reason, felt that the problem that they were experiencing needed some attention. So I think that's a good thing. But again, I have a concern. Supervisor Rickman raised a couple of issues because, discrimination, obviously, I think we all believe is unfair and illegal and all those things. So I don't think there's a problem in that. But when we talk about, trying to narrow down to make sure that individuals who apply for a rental, for example, are not discriminated against, when the problem is, as Chair Patty talks about, a business owner, or in this case, a landlord, is probably going to rent their apartment or home or whatever to the person that they think is going to take the best care of it. And it may not be something documented, it may be something subjective, as you talked about music or appearance, I don't know. And I guess the concern is that, unfortunately, this problem of picking and choosing tenants
is for a landlord to some degree fairly easy because we have a lot more applicants than we do housing. And I guess, and I know this is kind of unrelated, but it seems, going back to what Supervisor Rickman was saying, is the problem starts with the state. And it goes back to the late 60s, early 70s in regards to the land use planning, CEQA, et cetera. And by virtue of all the restrictions that we've imposed over the years on developers building certain types of housing, and then on top of that, adding all kinds of regulations. But 2 years ago, I was in a meeting, and a very large developer in this county made a comment that based upon what the legislature passed the previous year, that was going to add $32,000 per house that they were going to build. And I'm not even talking about solar. I'm just talking about things in general. My point is Supervisor Rickman alludes to, the problem starts with the state in regards to land use planning, regulation, et cetera. And every time we add these things or restrict the opportunity to build, we increase the value of the land, which is probably the largest component in regards to the building itself. And so I totally agree, with the issues you've raised. I think, we can do more to train, et cetera, although, to be honest with you, I don't know of a business that's in the lending or property management that isn't well aware of discrimination, because obviously they know that they'll get sued if they don't play by the rules. But sometimes I think, in spite of our efforts, we got to go to the root cause. And the root cause is that, we're causing, and it's not just the land use planning and regulation. It also goes to for probably the last 50 years, a mindset of, for example, in large cities, the government went in and tore down old housing. Well, you're familiar with the housing ladder. The housing ladder is very simple. You build up a neighborhood, it deteriorates, people who live there go to a better neighborhood, and then somebody comes on either of low income or youth or whatever, and they renovate it, and so we go up this ladder, and it's been a natural progression for centuries. And so the problem is we now talk about affordable housing. We often talk in terms of billions of dollars, and we talk about, quote, new housing, multifamily housing, et cetera. And my whole point in this, and I know I'm a little off base in regards to this topic, but, the discrimination part would not be so onerous if we had the availability of housing for those who desperately need it. And so we're kind of caught in the middle, where property owners are trying to protect their investment, families are trying to find a place to live, we're trying to balance the cost versus the income, and all these things, and unfortunately, they all go back to the state. And I say that because if you look across the United States in the late 60s, housing was about the same from California to New York. And then states got this urge to then restrict certain land for certain uses. And I'll just make the statement, back then, the ratio between median income and median housing was 2 across the entire United States. There are states that are still 2, sometimes 3. But states like California and New York and places like that are now 6 to 10. And yet there are other states that are still down there. My whole point of this is that we have created an affordability problem, which then drives a quote, discrimination problem or selection problem. And I think that we could do a better job as a state. And Supervisor Rickman alludes to, unfortunately, we're stuck with a lot of rules imposed on us by sometimes the federal government, mostly the state. And so I appreciate your report. I always think that, more information and education is appropriate. But in the long run, we're fighting a losing battle because every year we fall farther and farther behind with the availability of housing units. And until the state finally gets off this, quote, we have to subsidize affordable housing, that only puts more people in the market for a market that already has a lack
of available property. So anyway, back to your report. I appreciate it. I think we can do better. But on the other hand, we're never going to catch up by doing this or anything else until somebody decides that we need to get back to where we were, 50 years ago. So anyway, thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I realize that this is a very prescribed report that's required by HUD, and I appreciate it. I think we're a little off topic here when we talk about discrimination coming from the standpoint that it doesn't occur. No rational person would do it. No property management company would engage in it. Everybody knows what it is, as well as it's probably not much of an issue in terms of reporting substandard rental property. The reality is it's a minuscule percentage of properties that get reported that are, I mean, none of us would look at these properties and say they're fit for human habitation. None of us. These are the worst of the worst. These are landlords who do not utilize property management companies. These are properties that are, frankly, they're not really managed. My office fields calls on a consistent basis from constituents who have exposed wiring in their house, and they have children, they have rats, they've tried to, they'll show me the list of correspondence with their landlords trying to get these issues addressed. Some of them don't have running water for a month at a time. And these are people that know that if anything gets reported, they're going to be homeless, period. That's it. They have no other options. There is nowhere else they can go. They cannot afford anything. I toured the hotels downtown before they were code enforced and closed, which led to a very serious lack of affordable housing in Stockton. Those properties were so disgusting, I can't even begin to describe to folks here, and yet they were rented. They had waiting lists, and they were managed by on-site managers, many of them. They're owned by oftentimes absentee landlords, folks that have, the property's been paid off for 30, 40 years. If you live in a city that's older in Stockton, a lot of these rentals are 100-year-old rentals. And so this is just an attempt to try and make sure that there is a process in place that is legally prescribed, that we are committed to enforcing it, so that people that live in areas within our jurisdiction are not living in rat-infested, dangerous units, and all of the issues with the state in terms of developing affordable housing, that's really separate from these particular programs. And so I want to thank you for the work involved in this. It is important work for the folks who live in these very, very, the most basic, and some of them pretty horrific, rental units. We are their safety net. I mean, we are the agency that can provide them with some help when they can't get anywhere with a landlord that has absolutely no intention of investing $25 in their property, let alone put in a new stove that works or have a plumber come out and replace some rusted out pipes. So it is our job, and thank you for the update. It will help a lot of our poorest residents, and it will help keep them housed. And and keep them from the streets. So thank you.
I'd like to declare now that the public hearing is now open. And Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Through the chair, we have no written public comments, but I think we should ask, just in case there's anybody in the audience that wishes to speak.
I'm starting with the written first. So thank you. Knowing that there's none written, anybody from the audience that would like to speak on this? Seeing none, I would say then we come back, the public hearing is now closed, and we're going to come back for a motion and a second to accept this report and vote on this, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. We have adopted 4-0. Thank you again for the work and diligence on this, and it's, of course, necessary and important, so appreciate it. Next up, we have discussion, general government. This item's already been discussed. Introduce waiving of an ordinance amending San Joaquin County Code of Ordinance Title 4, Division 3, Chapter 1, General Regulations. This ordinance to be adopted on May 4th of 2021. Do we have a staff report on this?
Yes, we do, Supervisor. Through the chair.
County Council, yes, thank you.
This is, back in February, the board adopted urgency implemented changes to the structure for OES, placing the chair of the Board of Supervisors and the county administrator as chair of the Disaster Council and director of emergency services. And this was done to address some concerns regarding the extent to which the board was engaging or able to engage in and have a hands-on approach to some of the COVID response. And so at that time, I stated to the board that it would require an ordinance change, and so that is what is before you today. It simply amends the existing ordinance, and previous it was the Director of General Services who acted as the chair of the council and Director of Emergency Services, and that has been, if this is adopted, then it will be the chair of the Board of Supervisors and the county administrator having equal authority, so that it's not shared authority. They each have complete authority, so that in the absence of the other, either one can make the full decision.
All right, thank you. Any questions from board members? Comments? Seeing none, do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
No, we do not.
Okay. I guess then I'll entertain a motion and a second to accept this.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. This passes 4-0. Thank you very much. Next up is Health and Human Services discussion, Behavioral Health Services. We are here to adopt a resolution authorizing behavioral health services to opt out of assisted outpatient treatment services on July 1st of 2021. Mr. Vardam, Mr. Dietrich, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chair Patty. We have a brief presentation on assisted outpatient treatment and the reasons why we're making this a recommendation today to opt out at this time. With me, I have Behavioral Director Tony Vartan and Angela Balmaceda, Management Analyst 2, who will lead the presentation and also did all our stakeholder engagement during this process.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Mr. County CEO, Mr. Belverdeen, and Mr. Miles. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today to give a presentation regarding assisted outpatient treatment and give some information about our initial attempt to opt out at this point and the reasons why. So at this time, I'll ask Mr. Balmaceda, our MHSA coordinator, to start with the presentation, and we'll be here for any questions. Thank you.
Working here. Thank you. Good afternoon, Board Chair Patty and the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for having us here today. Today we'll be discussing Laura's Law Assisted Outpatient Treatment. And in 2002, first Laura's Law legislation was brought for California, established as AB 1421, Court-Ordered Assisted Outpatient Treatment, also known as AOT, allows boards of supervisors to adopt AOT within their counties. Assisted outpatient treatment serves as a means to provide court-ordered intensive outpatient treatment for those with severe and persistent mental illness who refuse medication due to the nature of their illness and the corresponding inability to make rational decisions. And fast forward in 2020, AB 1976 was approved in September of 2020, requiring counties to offer AOT as of 7/1/21 unless the Board of Supervisors passes a resolution opting out, adds judges to those who can ask the mental health director to file a court petition for treatment. Some AOT program elements. Services similar to full service partnerships. Full service partnerships are intensive wraparound services that behavioral health services provides. Mental health teams manage wraparound services within our system, community-based and multidisciplinary programming, and some services that are intensive for our clients. Individualized treatment plans, low staff to client ratio, no more than 10:1, 24/7 access to staff support, intensive case management, least restrictive housing options, and procedures to monitor compliance. AOT eligibility is defined as an individual who has a serious mental illness, is at least 18 years of age, has a history of poor treatment compliance leading to 2 hospitalizations or incarcerations in the last 36 months, or violent behavior at least once in the last 48 months, has declined voluntary treatment in the past, and is unlikely to survive safely in the community without supervision, is substantially deteriorating, will likely benefit from treatment. Not being placed in AOT will likely result in the patient demonstrating behavioral harmful to self, others, and or becoming gravely disabled. AOT program limitations. An individual's failure to comply with an order of AOT alone may not be grounds for involuntary civil commitment or the finding that the person is in contempt of court. Should an individual fail to participate in AOT, they may be held for 72-hour involuntary hold, but if the person doesn't meet 5150 criteria, at any point they will be released. A small number of individuals are eligible. So in the state of California, only 228 individuals were served statewide between 2018 and 19. AOT criteria limits access for individuals who are recently gravely disabled and released from conservatorship. Participants in program may decline psychiatric medication. Medication is voluntary and cannot be forced. Medication is the only effective treatment for many mental illnesses. We'll pivot over to our successful Inspire program, which is an intensive full-service partnership that handily mimics that particular AOT that we discussed. Established in 2011 by BHS as an AOT alternative, Inspire has stronger performance outcomes when compared to AOT programs throughout the state. 184 individuals have been served to date. Voluntary services for very high-risk individuals with serious mental illness who are extremely reluctant to engage in mental health treatment, substantially deteriorating or gravely disabled, have a history of repeated contact with law enforcement for serious offenses, homeless, and or having co-occurring mental health and substance use disorders. Although services are voluntary, staff provide extra motivation and encouragement of successfully engage participants in services without additional court interventions. Some outcomes that we wanted to present related to our Inspire Intensive FSP. Inspire served 37 individuals from July 1st, 17 to June 30, 2019. 22 remained in services for at least 1 year. 5 remained for 2 years. Of the individuals in treatment for at least a year, 3.1 fewer crisis episodes over previous 12 months. We found 0.9 fewer hospitalizations over previous 12 months and found that there were some improvements in medication involvement and reductions in criminogenic behavior. Dispositions, 53% transferred to ongoing mental health services, 27% contact was lost after a period of engagement, and 20% never engaged or could not be contacted. When we look at our Inspire program compared to AOT programs throughout the state, you'll see in several measures here that our program actually does better. Retention of treatment, 46% remained in contact for the AOT side. For Inspire, 55% remained in service. The number of psychiatric hospitalizations, 33% reduction for AOT, 80% reduction for our Inspire program. Number of crisis episodes was not reported on the AOT side for the state, but there was a 78% decrease for our BHS Inspire program. Criminal behavior, 43% reduction in law enforcement contact for AOT, 32% reduced criminal behavior within our Inspire program. And housing, 30% reduction in homelessness, and on our Inspire program, 16% improvement in residential stability. That can be found within our DHCS AOT report, just recently came out last year as a data source. So you can see a comparison of AOT and Inspire FSP services. They basically mimic one another when we look at some of the services that our AOT services are supposed to provide. We provide it already on an Inspire FSP program. So those are just a listing of some of the programming that's provided. Additional BHS programs that mirror AOT. So in addition to the Inspire program, BHS has other intensive service programs that mirror AOT. Our full service partnership programs that are funded through the Mental Health Services Act. These FSPs are designed to do whatever it takes to assist people with severe long-term mental illness. These programs did not exist when Laura's Law was passed in 2002, but are very similar in structure to the AOT programming and are demonstrating excellent outcomes for their participants. We have an intensive justice FSP program that serves individuals with forensic involvement. We have an intensive adult FSP that serves individuals with severe mental health symptoms who are resistant to treatment. We have a high-risk transition FSP that serves individuals with multiple hospital admissions who have been unsuccessful in linking with outpatient services. We have intensive case engagement, a full-service partnership program that serves the highest users of BHS services. And of course, we have our collaborative courts and our forensic FSP that serves clients and the collaborative court program. So you can see there are a number of intensive and standard FSP programs that we already provide within our system of care. BHS outreach services to address homelessness. Our whole person care program come from referrals from crisis, our district attorney, hospital emergency departments, targets consumers with high utilization of services, provides linkage and case management. Our law enforcement assisted diversion engages homeless individuals with behavioral health needs into treatment and services. Projects for assistance in transition from homelessness, or PATH program, outreaches to homeless or at risk of homelessness individuals who have symptoms of mental health illness or substance use disorders, provides short-term care and case management and linkages to other services. Our mobile crisis support team, Open Referrals, provides emergency response services in the community, engages individuals and services, and evaluates for involuntary 5150 detention. And our progressive housing provides scattered site housing to homeless individuals exhibiting mental health symptoms, open referrals, including self-referrals. AOT requirements. Participating counties are required to comply with all statutory provisions that include, but are not limited to, the following. W&I Code Section 5348D requires that each county operating an AOT provide program provides specified data to DHCS annually. W&I Code Section 5349 mandates that voluntary mental health programs serving adults and children cannot be reduced as a result of the implementation of an AOT program. The county opt-out process. If a county declines participation of the AOT program, they must submit to the Board of Supervisors a resolution which outlines the reasons for opting out and any facts or circumstances relied on in making that decision. These documents must be submitted to DHCS no later than 45 days prior to the statewide implementation date of July 1st, 2021. Counties may elect to opt out of the program at the beginning of each state fiscal year, July 1st to June 30th. In summary, court-ordered intensive outpatient treatment for those with severe and persistent mental illness who refuse medication due to the nature of their illness and the corresponding inability to make rational decisions. That's what AOT's definition is. San Joaquin County Behavioral Health Services offers a voluntary Mental Health Services Act Innovative Support Program in Recovery and Engagement, also called INSPIRE, and all other full-service partnership programs to the same target population as AOT. A shortage of mental health professionals in the Central Valley would require San Joaquin County Behavioral Health Services to reduce services in the INSPIRE and other full-service partnership programs to make mental health professionals available to meet the terms of the AOT program. Therefore, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors direct BHS to provide notification of the county's intention to opt out of the provision of assisted outpatient treatment services. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Vardim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We basically outlined the highlights of the program and also pointed out some of the existing programs that actually provide the same type of service under our full service partnership, various programs that total about over 450 individuals that are currently participating in some of those full service partnerships that were mentioned earlier. So with that, at this point, what we're looking at, the legislation actually provides the counties the opportunity to, if they opt out or opt in, to reevaluate that on an annual basis. At this point, the department's asking for consideration of the board to opt out based on the reasons that the legislation points out. Should we decide to implement, we should not be reducing existing mental health services that we are providing to our behavioral health voluntary individuals. And the department sees that based on the shortage of mental health providers in the region and our continued responsibility to ensure that we maintain network adequacy and our timeliness to provide the services, adding further services would have to be as such that we would reduce some of our existing services. Therefore, to meet, we do meet the section of the legislation to opt out at this point, and then we can reevaluate that next year again.
And thank you. And Mr. Dietrich, do you concur with Director Vardim's?
I concur, and as you know, we were initially wanted to opt in, but given the timing, some promulgated regulations from the state with reporting requirements, and as Tony just mentioned, AB 1976 prohibits us from reducing voluntary mental health services, and given bandwidth and capacity, specifically with the network adequacy, where we don't have enough licensed staff at this point, that we're going on 2 years now. I think the good news is we're asking to opt out now, but that doesn't preclude us from opting in the future. I think, as illustrated by the presentation, we have a very robust collaborative courts with Judge Flavianos. A lot of correctional health, behavioral health, the conservator's office participate fully in those courts. I think a lot of what we do in the court system is specifically what we're looking at AOT. So we already have that black robe effect, if you will. As the presentation mentioned, only 228 people statewide are served by this. So this is not some broad panacea for homeless and other individuals that are not engaging in treatment. I'd also like to mention we have Ian Barkley in the audience, who's our public guardian conservator. Individuals, it mentioned on one of the slides that go into conservatorship. We're unique in this county. A lot of other counties only conserve people under LPS if the declaration is requiring they go into a locked placement. We currently have 204 individuals on LPS conservatorships. Of those 204, only 84 are in locked placement. So other individuals are in community care licensed facilities. So that's the same population that we're dealing with. And I think the bottom line is eventually we want to get to yes, but there's a lot more planning that needs to take place in the interim. But I think, as demonstrated, we are doing an awful lot for this population. I don't think the immediate implementation of Laura's Law is going to get us that much more in the margin. And you know, in our county, this might be less than a handful of people, individuals that would actually be subject to this. And we really want to use that Inspire program to build the rapport with individuals, having our case managers going out in the streets and other environments, offering them water and a snack bar, building that rapport and having them come into treatment. And at the end of the day, even if we have Laura's Law, unless they're 5150able, we cannot hold them down and inject a long-acting medication.
Understood. Would there be anything different that we would do if we did enact the Laura's Law, we did opt-in?
No, actually nothing different than what we're doing currently. I think the law is really meant for counties that may not have as intense programs as we do. And we have already built that structure, both from a perspective of intensive treatment teams in the community, but also from our collaborative court perspective. So we have our staff actually stationed at every collaborative court. We have 11 staff who are participating in the 6 courts. And the effect that we want to obtain that we would have otherwise obtained from AOT, we already have that. And I've had conversations with Judge Flavianos, and you know what he mentioned was, Tony, we're already doing this. You know, I think that we are in good place. You know, during the 3.5 years that I've been here, my focus has continuously been to take the services out to the public, to the community, as much as we can, because really being out there and providing the service where the clients are is the most important way and effective way to do this. So we have shifted a lot of that, implemented, you know, 5 FSP programs during that period of time. Additional ones, and we're going to continue to do this. The focus is going to be, you know, trying to build the teams as much as we can to reduce potential of crisis and maintain engagement of the individuals who need our services.
Quick question for you. Is your efforts concentrated and Stockton-centric, or are you able to reach out and be responsive to calls outside of the immediate Stockton area?
Our core teams serve across the county, and we have our mobile and crisis teams that we have recently extended those into other cities. We are in process of trying to build additional staffing support in order to take those actually 24/7. Currently, we're providing the services 7 days a week up to limited evening time, but we'd like to take it to the 24/7. At this point, those mobile teams are out there 7 days, but after 9 o'clock in the evening, then those calls rolled into our 24-hour crisis services team that responds to those as well.
Understood. Thank you. Supervisor Miller, I see you've requested.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you for this presentation. I just wanted to provide a little context for the board. I serve on the Behavioral Health Board representing the Board of Supervisors, and we did receive a letter of support from the chair of the Behavioral Health Board. He and his wife have also been long-term board members of NAMI. The bottom line really is we have these same programs, they're working, we're tracking them. This would actually weaken our ability to implement the programs that we currently have going on. And so now isn't the right time to implement this. We can revisit it in a year, but the bottom line is to continue these really robust services and sticking with the Inspire program that we have is the best way to do that at the current time. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. That's why we serve on these boards, so we can speak from experience. So thank you for not only the levels of engagement, but the update. Supervisor Wynn, I see that you asked to speak or have a question.
Yeah. Looking at both programs, I mean, obviously there's parallels in regards to the way they treat individuals, but it seems to me that the part that seems lacking, and I don't know if we'll ever get there, but it's the voluntariness of the process. I mean, I get it. I don't want to unduly restrict anybody in their freedom, et cetera. However, when individuals don't have the capacity to make a decision knowing what's best for them, it would seem somewhere along the way that there would be some, obviously, a legal court process where they would, obviously have a due process. But I'm not saying we shouldn't opt out. I think what we're doing, as Supervisor Miller says, we're doing a great job. But somewhere along the way, we have to put some teeth in this. And I say that not just for the individuals who need help, but for families who are deathly afraid of family members and have, they have gone in for a 72-hour observation and there's no diagnosis of, any kind of insanity, so to speak, and they're back. And I just don't think people should have to live that way, either the individual themselves who's suffering or the family who's also suffering or in fear of some type of harm. Is that ever going to happen? I mean, we seem to pass these laws and funding and all that, but it seems that's the core element. And I'm not suggesting we use it, across the board. I'm just saying that there are some cases where that might be, the nudge that this person needs to get help.
Well, through the chair, Supervisor Wynn, I believe that, there are cases that do require more authority or to assist for those who are not able to help themselves. And in those cases, our Public Guardian's Office, collaborating with our team, does a good job utilizing the conservatorships for up to a period of a year and then reassess the case. And our focus usually is to try to stabilize those individuals and engage them as soon as we can. And then, of course, we do away with the conservatorships as appropriate to ensure that we are honoring individuals' rights and also making sure that we're utilizing least restrictive environments for our clients. I think that with the programs that we have, though, the staff have done a very good job, especially with the Inspire FSP, to engage those that are very difficult to engage. And it has a higher level of efforts built into it, Inspire. And I think that the AOT, the focus is trying to do the same thing. Now, here's the interesting thing. Neither one of these programs, you're able to, force medication, whether if it's AOT or Inspire. They both require, hearing, medication hearing, and approval by the hearing officer. So I think that, again, like I mentioned, neither have a teeth, but our engagement and efforts through Inspire have been successful because our staff continue to try with those individuals. They don't give up. And I think that building relationship is where finally gets individuals engaged. And we do very similar types of thing also with the homeless population on the collaborative work that we do together with under our LEAD project with Stockton Police Department. We have our clinicians actually working together side by side with Stockton Police Department in the downtown corridor, and we've been very successful engaging those that have been problematic in the downtown corridor, have had low-level crimes, they were not engageable. And so I think these are some very clear examples of programs that are working that we need to continue to grow. So, we're expanding towards Waterloo now on the LEAD, looking at further expansions I've made suggestions to other cities to work with us and then Chief Jones to mimic similar types of LEAD project into those cities. So I think those programs work, and we have to expand what works. And if we spread ourselves too thin, saying, well, we have to do this and this and that, nothing's going to work fully, and we're not going to have the outcome measures that we want to have to help these individuals. So that's really the focus.
You mentioned conservatorship. Was it San Francisco and was it LA and San Diego counties that there was a pilot program in regards to expediting the conservatorship process that they were using for the homeless?
And Supervisor went through the chair. If I could ask Ian Barkley, our public guardian conservator, come talk about that. There is indeed some pilots there that expand the ability to employ an LPS conservatorship based upon individuals that are homeless chronically in the criminal justice system. But I think it's a pilot, and Ian can talk more about it.
Here's the button. Am I on? Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. So yes, there are some pilot programs for that type of expansion of the conservatorship to people who have a mental illness and are not making medical decisions, or they're putting themselves at risk due to medical decisions. And I think in our county, we do conserve a lot of people who kind of are in that same area. We have a, like Greg said, we do conserve people who are not just going into locked facilities. So, so we do have kind of this more broad community-based situation where we do conserve people kind of that fit in that same boat. Maybe not exactly that same, excuse me, definition, but we do have a kind of a broader service to those types of people.
So there's a pilot program. Does that give you greater authority or expedite the process or easier to fulfill? I mean, what's the difference between the pilot program and what we're doing?
So the definition is just expanded. Instead of just unable to provide food, clothing, and shelter due to a mental illness, it also expands it to medical decision making. And so one of the problems with it also, though, is with the LPS conservatorship, the conservator doesn't have authority to make medical decisions for those people. So even though you may conserve those people, you actually have to go back to court and ask for specific powers to be able to consent to treatment for those medical issues.
Is that pilot program going to be expanded, do you know?
I'm not sure. I can definitely check into it with our association and see how that's going. I know, actually, I haven't heard very much about how successful it's been, actually, but I can definitely check into that.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And Supervisor, why not just comment? There are some bills currently pending in the legislature that's going to expand some of the criteria for conservatorships. And I just mentioned sometimes conservatorships, it might require more general fund to do some of the things we're doing if we expand greatly for some of the placements. And I think one of the limiting factors really is, as you notice, with some people that might be in the hospital, we need to compliantly discharge them. There's a lack of community care licensed facilities to discharge these individuals into. So places like LA, that, when they had this expanded power, they are using general fund and actually growing the number of beds. But right now we're limited by the number of community care licensed beds we can actually put people into if we had the funding.
And that's absolutely correct. Every one of our conserved clients has to be in a licensed facility. So minimum level is board and care. And it's a fight to find placement for our current population.
Right.
So.
Good. Thank you.
Quick question, follow up on exactly that thought. What would be the current population that needs additional housing or support in a capacity? And I'm sure there's a spectrum.
So, I mean, currently in the conservator's office, we have our conserved clients that are LPS conserved, so that's the mental health side, schizophrenia, bipolar. We also have the probate program, which is major neurocognitive disorders, so dementia. And then we have our rep payee program, which we serve as the payee Social Security benefits for mentally ill clients, which we're connected with BHS with that. And so definitely we have issues in all three of those programs of finding housing. BHS does a great job with locating conserved for our LPS conserved clients. Probate, we've run into some problems with very young people who have dementia or who are 290 registrants. It's much more difficult to find placement for those individuals. And then for our payee clients, they're a little bit more transient. They may end up sometimes in motels, stuff like that. We try to avoid those types of situations, but there's just not enough board and cares. We have to have our LPS clients in those facilities.
Numbers, please. Do you have a number? Is there a guesstimate? Like you've got three different categories, but let's say you're board and care. Is there a number? We're talking 20, 60, 80, 200, 500?
That are not housed or total beds available? Or
What you said, there's not enough adequate beds available, your statement prior, and then I asked, what's the numbers? What numbers are you looking at? Where are you short?
For the most part, we are running into some trouble with, we've had probably 4 or 5 cases recently with the probate side. Finding housing for them, it's very difficult.
Yep.
On the rep payee side, it's tough to say at any given time how many people are homeless or AWOL where we don't know where they are. But I would say maybe 30 or so clients in that situation. On the LPS side, for the most part, we're covered because they get kind of the first priority for board and cares. And also we have people in locked facilities.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just was curious as numbers. We
could do the research and give you more exact numbers if you would want that.
It's a good ballpark idea. Just, again, we're always talking homeless issues. We know that there's mental health issues out there. There's substance abuse issues that when dealing with that population. So I was asking as we're talking about it. Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman Petty, if I may add a couple more items to that question. Basically, currently we have about 204 LPS conservatees. Out of those, 84 are in locked facility that require to be in locked facility. And then 10 of them are in what we call an enhanced residential care facility. Those 10 are in the type of facility that requires them to be conserved. So that would be 94 out of the 204. The remainder, a large percent of those are in what we call enhanced residential care facilities. And we tend to find ourselves collectively in California starting to see shortage in the enhanced residential care facilities because of the fact that previously the step down would be a board and care home for a lot of these clients, and those board and care homes ended up closing because of the fact that a lot of our clients are SSI and the facilities were not able to sustain themselves financially. So as the board and care level homes closed, investors started purchasing those and turning them into enhanced because the enhanced facilities do provide higher level of care, but also we do a patch, additional patch, daily patch applied to those types of facilities. So the demand kind of went into that. And so I think we collectively see that a great percentage of those that are enhanced are outside our county. The focus will be to look at increasing some enhanced beds in order to decrease some of the county cost that is usually taken from our realignment money. So if we can collectively focusing, increasing enhanced beds, I think it will decrease our use of realignment for use of the patch funding. There are some conversations that we're having through the state with other behavioral health directors and Cal Mesa. Initially, about 5-6 years ago, Cal Mesa was working collectively with the counties to increase more psychiatric locked facilities, and that has kind of shifted now. We are collectively having conversations about regionalized enhanced beds. So we will be bringing some proposal about that. We're trying to have a conversation with 3 counties, both Stanislaus County and Merced County, on a potential regional enhanced bed facility that could house about 200 individuals. I think if we can collectively achieve something like that, that would decrease our reliance, but also increase beds in the region that we would be more successful in using.
Understood. And quick question for you, just to float out this follow-up on a conversation we've had prior. There's a homeless program down in Stanislaus. They've got Salvation Army runs a portion of it. One half of the building is emergency, overnight, low barrier. The other half is transitional support services. And they have a room, a special designated room with beds for behavioral health clients. And they're given treatment and their medications on schedule and food. And they have their own, kind of wing, so to speak, of this building. And as we've talked about, and we're working with Continuum of Care and the city, and we're having discussions, at some point we may bring something to this board to consider as it relates to a homeless shelter, perhaps a campus of some sort. If we were to go down that road, what would be the idea, just so that this board's kind of aware of what that need would be locally? Let's say we were to do something. This is to work in conjunction with a homeless program. Certainly wouldn't want the most extreme people that are on the far spectrum and difficult to manage. So if you were to have an enhanced housing area where there's support services available and medication and all approved according to what would be required by law, similar again to what they're doing in Stanislaus, what would you guess that number could be that we should maybe think about and factor into the local need as, again, at some point this board might consider?
So a couple of things. At the last homeless count, the number of homeless individuals who identified themselves with having some sort of behavioral health concern, they range, I believe, about 22 to 20% of our total count. And that number is very consistent throughout California when we're looking at the percentage of individuals identifying with behavioral health needs. So I would say, so that's a starting point. And then, of course, a lot of the housing we have multiple housing projects that are, trying to make an impact on moving that needle into moving individuals into permanent housing or transitional housing that work them into permanent housing. So I think that if we're looking at the homeless population by itself, again, some are transient. So I would probably take probably maybe about a started with maybe 20 individuals, something like that, because we did look at an innovation project ourselves through behavioral health, which we are trying to write up to take to OAC for approval. That way we can use MHSA dollars. That innovation project is going to focus on two folds. One is a 16-bed module facility that will work as a transitional homeless facility for our behavioral health clients. That will wrap around services and will do intensive treatment while we have them in there. In addition to that, as we get individuals into that particular innovation, we will be moving them into permanent supportive housing. And then second portion of that innovation is that we will be using scattered housing for special populations and cultural groups. So currently we have a progressive housing that does similar type of thing, but the difference with this is that this is going to be particularly for our transition homeless population. And the scattered housing will have five beds each. Will focus on either, let's say, we can do it on Latino population or Asian American population, so that we will focus more cultural aspects of treatment in there, or it could be LGBT population and various. We are going to do that innovation. Hopefully, will get approved by the board here and the OAC. So we have something in the works. But to answer your question from that perspective, my approach is anytime there is a discussion about anything in the community, behavioral health should be at the table, because there is a behavioral health component to it. So we will definitely look at how we can participate in that model as well. And the initial thing that comes to my mind, similar to Stein County, would be we would look at our services as a mobile service going into that type of facility to provide the assessments and initiate a treatment plan and look at linkage and consultation for those individuals to take them out of that facility. And then probably the best approach would be then the facility that is designed would take care of continued care and 24-hour observation of those individuals. Very similar to what we did with Project Roomkey and the COVID house. We actually moved our behavioral health clients in there, and then we assigned them to our full service partnership teams, where they would monitor them 24/7. They'd be on call to respond to make sure that individuals will not engage in any kind of risky behavior or would not end up back into hospital inappropriately. So I think that model of mobile and intensive treatment did work there. We could definitely look at applying something like that in an environment that you mentioned as well.
Great, thank you. Very informative and helpful. It's we know it's a population that's in need, and we're here to lend the support and your guys' programs and the efforts that you take. At this time, I'll ask if there's any members of the audience that would like to speak, and I know that we're very sparse with audience members. So, Madam Clerk, I believe we have public comment that's been submitted.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we do. One public comment submitted by Tony Lundgren, Deputy City Manager for City of Manteca, who writes, "Dear Mr. Wilverding and Mr. Board, I write to respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors delay the vote on the above noted item regarding assisted outpatient treatment until such a time that the county BHS has surveyed the cities of the county for their perspectives on this item. Indeed, the City of Manteca is set to send a letter of support of Laura's Law to your board later this week. As this item affects the entire county, a city survey is justified in this instance. Thank you in advance for your consideration." And that concludes our public comments.
Thank you. As a quick follow-up, Mr. Dietrich or Mr. Vardam, is there anything about that request or that need that's been expressed from Manteca that we need to further address?
Well, a couple of things. One, I think that there are some definite deadlines that we need to respond to the state with reference to opting out or implementing a program. Those deadlines are pretty much, April 30th is the deadline for us to actually submit the resolution to the state to opt out. I believe the state extended that by 2 weeks more, but we have some hard stops to reach with the state in reference to that. Again, I think that as we mentioned earlier, this is an opt-out, but we will continue to assess and we will have other opportunities to have further discussions and collaborations with cities and individuals. I know that our public hearings and the community stakeholder meetings that we did, unfortunately, the City of Manteca did not participate. So, we also had a public hearing at the Behavioral Health Board that we did not hear from them. But definitely, we will take that into consideration and make sure that we reach out to them as well on the next go-around as we assess this.
And Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, but do we have to do this annually? The Board of Supervisors will annually have to opt out?
So, yes, it would have to be after that so we can.
I anticipate some more review work on AOT, and as you know, in our agenda review, we had a different perspective. So I would imagine by this time next year that we might be able to move forward.
Okay. I would further ask them that you could reach out to the Deputy City Manager in Manteca, since they may have missed some of the public outreach that we had done and some informative seminars or whatever you had offered to share. So maybe bring them up to speed of what we are doing and the metrics that checking the box that we're already covering, pretty much look like essentially 100% and even performing at a higher level than what the state is currently able to engage in. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And just to comment on your comment. So in order for a city to talk to you or the BHS, we have to go to a public hearing. You can't come to our cities.
Oh, we can come to your cities, definitely. I think that the stakeholder process that has been set, generally, we do multiple meetings to make sure that the presentation is made and the group and stakeholders have discussions and exchange ideas. And that's part of the MHSA model. It ensures that individuals are able to hear each other's sides and form and render an opinion. But
what cities were talked to on this agendized item, meaning the benefits of AOT and Inspire? Were any cities consulted?
We would have to look at our list of participants because they do sign in.
See that, and that's what my issue is.
Sure.
Is going to my former elected position, being the mayor of the city of Tracy, and one of the issues that we had, and this is I can see with Mr. Lundgren, the deputy city manager, and I spoke to another city council member yesterday, is that it doesn't. And that's the feeling that I had when I was there, is that, the cities don't always feel like they're being heard. And this is what I'm hearing right now, and this is a prime example of that, is that if the cities, you want to know what the counties are going to do, well, you need to come to us. And that has to change, because any decision we make up here on this dais or in this room affects every city here in San Joaquin County. And it's frustrating, and I'm not even at the city anymore, I'm frustrated with what I'm hearing. To solve problems, we have to be unified, a team. And, and there is a mental health crisis here, not just in San Joaquin County, but the entire state of California. And, I won't get too much into that, but what I'm hearing, I got this PowerPoint from the Kern County Assisted Outpatient Treatment, AOT, from Sarah Appleton, LMFT, PSYD. But, one of the things they have, the AOT flow, is tell me if we're doing this, like the referral, for example, received by phone, email, etc. Outreach and engagement 2 to 3 times per week by AOT clinicians. Are we doing that?
So
is it just I know for interest of time, so is it a yes or no?
I can tell you that our teams are intensively working with the individuals. Yes, actually, even during the COVID, not even with our intensive full service partnerships, even during the COVID, we actually increased our contacts with all of our clients and the public, in the sense that our case managers and clinicians are making multiple weekly contacts with all of our individual clients based on what level of intensity they have. So
So that's a yes.
That's a yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So for another category, petition, assessment completed by a licensed clinician. Are we doing that?
So what you're reading the requirements of the AOT.
Right, and that's why exactly. I just want to know if we're on the same. You're telling me we are, so I'm asking, what are we doing on this? Are we meeting that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the court hearing, clinical provided rapport or testimony for settlement or contested hearing.
Okay, there's no court. We're not involved. Our Inspire program is not involved in any court hearings, except those individuals that we actually work with in our collaborative courts. The individuals that are in collaborative courts do go to the hearing. Our staff go to the hearing, provide report to the judges of what's happening in the case and how the treatment progression is
So
going.
how does that differ from what you're doing to this court hearing, what I just read to you? I know you talked about Judge Flavianos, and Judge Flavianos is an awesome guy.
Yes.
He does a great job. He has the whole heart into it. I can't even think of a better guy.
Yes.
You know, I have the utmost respect for Judge Flavianos. But what does AOT do in that specific category court hearing? How does that differ? You know, well, you just explained how it differs, but is it better than what we're doing? I mean, is it more beneficial to get people help?
I think that what Judge V has been doing in the collaborative courts has actually been working as good or maybe better in some cases from engagement without a major authority or a legislative enforcement perspective. So
what can AOT do on the court? Maybe I'm missing it here, but what can AOT do that we can't do when it comes to court hearing?
There's really, nothing. What I can tell you is that AOT at this point, given if I'm comparing it to our programs, really they are very similar, and AOT does not have any teeth in the perspective that if you look at the W&I code, it talks about what has to happen in an AOT process. So when a referral is made to a county, that referral has to be evaluated and the individual has to be assessed. An assessment has to be done by a licensed individual mental health provider. Once the license assessment has been completed, a decision has to be made by the behavioral health director or his designee.
Okay, I understand that part, but you say it has no teeth, but if it goes to court, isn't the court the teeth?
No, because the individual can still refuse to receive services, and all the court can do is encourage them or ask for the individual to be evaluated for an involuntary hold under Section 5150. So we do that right now.
Right, and you mentioned 5150. You
Yes.
mentioned that a couple of times, at least based on what I've seen out there. And this is another why I'm asking these questions is, you detain somebody, it's a detention. So you detain somebody for 5150, they go into the mental health for a few days, even though they can go for 72 hours. Then they come right back out when they come back out, we find them in the same place that they were.
It will be the same exact thing in their AOT.
Okay.
But I have a comment with our judge. Those are all the expanded conservatorships we're doing. All of those people that are not in lock placement in our LPS conservatorships, that's the exact same population we're dealing with at this AOT program.
And then looking at the same, this is Kern County, of course, but the program growth in Kern County, AOT referrals by fiscal year, they're talking about 15-16, they had 28, 19-20, they had 134.
So, I can tell you this, the referrals are going to be high, and that's one of the challenges that we see with this. You're going to have a lot of referrals, and we have to assess all those referrals and how many will actually meet and engage how many will meet the AOT for submission to the court. Those numbers are going to be small. Secondly, those that don't meet, how many actually will meet other services, we will be referring those to other services. So we would expect, implementation of AOT would expect high level of referrals, but not all those referrals are going to be cases that we actually would file under an AOT section.
Okay, and like I said before, I think a lot of the issues that we have,
yes.
Some that may be criminal or hits that portion of criminal is because of mental health issues. And I think you see a lot of that too in, the criminal, and then you see it in the homeless population, the mental health. And in order to fix homelessness or help those individuals, you have to look at the underlying cause. And of course, it's mental health and drug abuse is two aspects of it. Not all of it, but a big aspect of it. So based on your testimony today, is that we don't have enough licensed staff. So how do we remedy that? I mean, if we need more mental health services, yet we don't have the resources to do it, and I think this is, what one of Manteca's problems is, and pretty much all of South County. If you need services, we don't have them in South County. It's very, very limited. If you want services, everything's here in the central seat in Stockton. So how do we get services to our outlying communities? Tracy, Lodi, Manteca, Mountain House, Escalon, Ripon, all these other cities that are paying their taxes, but yet are not receiving the services.
So we do have counseling centers both in Tracy and Lodi, and we do have services. There are teams that do actually respond. Our mobile teams do respond to those two cities as well. So, I mean, if you're looking at a per capita population, I know that constantly the discussion comes up that, focus is on Stockton. Stockton is the larger population than the other cities. It doesn't mean that we should not take care of the cities. Absolutely. I think that we need to do this across the board. And we have done assessments of what the need is. We have the counseling centers there. We receive our referrals through our main lines, but make sure that the services are near the individuals. We've also added contractors in Manteca for children's services recently because we saw the need there. So as we continue to have discussions and assess, we do expand. But again, the challenge will continue to be there. I think that we continue to overexpand our teams because we cannot say, no, we cannot treat you. We will take individuals in and we will overexpand our teams because of the fact that, our teams are committed to provide services regardless of where the individuals are. But to mention what you asked about how we can expand the providers, I think that's a conversation that we should continue to have, is because at the county level, we are at a disadvantage of competing for those providers with the private sector. When the counties do assessment of salaries, they compare each other. Well, all those counties are in trouble because most counties are, looking at each other, whereas we are competing with Kaisers and
right.
I think really that's where the problem is. Look at that.
I understand that, and and what I'm hearing, and what I asked for what we can do, and what I'm hearing excuses why we can't. I mean, so if that's it, because we're competing with other counties, other cities, private sector, I understand all that. That's at all levels of government. But what can we do as a county so we can get more mental health licensed staff so we can help our residents here in San Joaquin County? And just to back up 1 second, and you're saying that we have people in these cities. Cities wouldn't be writing in if they didn't feel like they didn't have enough resources. So that is why it is important to contact our cities and see what their needs are. And because, again, we are all in this together. So, I mean, what I want to see is what can we do to beef up our mental health services?
And Supervisor Rickman, I'd comment, I'll make sure that in our outreach that we have city managers and city councils on our outreach when we do MHSA and other stakeholder planning. But I think it goes back to what Tony says. We need to be more competitive on a wage and a benefit basis. Historically, we were competing with counties, but after the Affordable Care Act and healthcare parity, commercial plans like Kaiser are hiring away from us. We bring people in similar to the hospital. We train them for 2 years. They go to Kaiser. But beyond that, schools are employing mental health clinicians now, a gentler population, if you will, a retirement plan, summers off. We're losing to other competitors, and ultimately it's going to be, we need to be more competitive both on wage and benefits, but we're also working, I know Supervisor Wynn mentioned earlier, Health Force Partners. We're working to grow the capacity within our county to train and retain individuals locally and getting them through a career ladder where they can come on board as a mental health specialist, then become licensed. And we have this network adequacy certification corrective action plan from the state for about 27 months ago, where some heavy sanctions if we don't increase the number of employed or contracted staff. But looking at that 2 years ago, we needed basically nearly double our staff. And by doing more, we can provide more services, expanded services in the community, and draw down federal financial participation. A lot of the clients we're serving are the Medi-Cal expansion population, which is 90% federally funded, and a lot of leverage with our local dollars.
Okay, great. And I mean, show it. I mean, I would love to see a plan. I would love to see all that stuff in writing so we can show this board or, submit it through email. We have problems, issues that it needs to be solved, and it's only going to be solved through mental health treatment instead of just, getting the bare minimum. It hasn't worked so far.
Everywhere we have a lot of our systems. There are some gaps, but every place we look, we need to do more, and it's going to require more resources.
And I'd like to add that a couple of things. One, I think that our approach is always, how can we? It's not a we cannot do. How can we? But as it was mentioned again, I think that the challenge continues to be that as a department, in order for us to take care of the needs of this community, we need to have the support and the backup to be able to maintain our staffing levels. We have to have the support and backup to be able to recruit individuals who are going to stay. Because at this point, with all the schools that we work with, we captured individuals into their internship. At the last year, we hired them and we trained them. Guess what? The following year, we lose them because of that. So I think we need your support, and we'll be happy to, again, I know we did that last year. We did comparisons of salaries. We brought it to you. We'll be happy to, again, bring these issues because we have over 40 open positions again. It will not be able to sustain and expand like you mentioned. And personally, I love to create more and more and more programs and expand all over the place because we are committed to serving the behavioral health needs of this community. But we need these chains off of us. We need to be able to move forward with adequate resources and staffing to do that.
No, like I said before, I look forward to hearing from you guys, seeing what you guys have. And like I said before, we have a mental health crisis. And in order to combat a crisis, we have to get the resources. So look forward to seeing what you guys can produce.
Thank you. I appreciate the support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn.
Well, I've had these discussions with Mr. Fairtown and Mr. Dietrich, and I would agree that, and we face this competitiveness in every area of our healthcare professionals. And I know that, for example, with psych techs in the past, we were losing them right and left, to Department of Corrections. So I don't know what the answer is. I would agree with Supervisor Rigman, but, come forward, as he says, it's a crisis. So if we need more staff, if we have 40 positions down, we worked with the Sheriff's Department to increase, their ability to recruit, applicants. So let's do the same for you because, as he says, we're all affected, not just the county, but the cities. And so if you can come forward with a plan on as best we can to fix it, then let this board see it, and then we can decide what we want to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilverdeen, we'll be coming to you. Thank you. One more thing for you to bring to us.
What's that?
One more thing for you to bring to us.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant on the agenda.
Yeah, no. Thank you. That wasn't calling for just. I know that bring this to the CAO and he'll bring it to us.
Hey, Chair. At least it's good he didn't run out of here.
What's that?
At least Mr. Wilverdeen didn't run out of here after you said that, so which is a good start.
True. All right. At this time, we've got public comments. I call for a motion and a second to basically adopt the resolution authorizing Behavioral Health Services to opt out of the assisted outpatient treatment services on July 1st of 2021. I need a first and second.
So moved.
So I would only, and this isn't part of the motion, but I would just add, as Supervisor Rickman raises, to make sure that we have, this outreach to the cities so that they have a clear understanding, if nothing else, maybe a better understanding of the program that we have in place by our program. So I'll second that.
Thank you. I have a first and second. Please vote.
Supervisor Rickman, are you able
Yeah, I'm thinking.
All right, we have a 3-0, 1 abstain. Thank you. Next on our agenda under discussion for Health and Human Services is a report of the Emergency Medical Services Agency's designation of San Joaquin County General Hospital as a Level 2 trauma center for the period of April 1st, 2021 through August 31st, 2025. I believe we've got Mr. Culberson here and Dr. Catherine Schaefer.
Good afternoon. So I'm the medical director for San Joaquin EMS Agency, and I'm also a local emergency medicine physician. Part of the responsibility the state legislature has assigned EMS agencies is to design an emergency medical services system consisting of specialty care centers and medical control policies to ensure patients are transported to a hospital that is prepared to meet their needs. Part of the EMS agency's system planning responsibilities includes developing a trauma system and designating trauma centers. In 2012, San Joaquin EMS Agency adopted its trauma plan to designate a single Level 3 trauma center with a commitment to advance to a Level 2 designated trauma center. In 2013, it designated San Joaquin General Hospital as that Level 3 center. The hospital, with the cooperation and guidance of the county's EMS agency, has now achieved the requirements for the more advanced Level 2 designation. I've been part of this system for over 5 years and have seen the growth in the trauma care services at San Joaquin General Hospital. San Joaquin General Hospital now has dedicated surgeons who have the necessary subspecialty, advanced training in trauma surgery, and critical care to provide a high level of care to anyone requiring trauma care within the county. As the medical director, it has been my honor to oversee the improvements and advances that San Joaquin General has made to impact trauma patients within the community. And I look forward to seeing that continue to improve with this Level 2 designation. I will now turn this over to Mr. Culberson to present more details on their trauma services.
Thank you, Dr. Shaver.
Good afternoon, Chair Patty, members of the board, Mr. Wilverding. I want to give you just a basic update on our hospital and the efforts we've taken to achieve this Level 2 designation. First of all, our volume at San Joaquin General Hospital is very busy here. We've seen an increase, as you can see here. This compares calendar year 2019 to 2020. And much like a number of other trauma centers, we've seen growth really across the board here. The Tier 0 are the highest level of activations. Those are the most severely injured patients. You can think of folks that generally are going to need to go to almost immediately to surgery, or they need a very, very serious evaluation. The Tier 1s are also serious. Tier 2s are the consultations, ones that are generally going home, but as required by our agreement with San Joaquin County EMSA, as well as the American College of Surgeons, the Committee on Trauma, all trauma activations must be evaluated by a qualified physician. And that qualified physician, in our instance, is a double board certified physician. It's someone that's completed a residency and passed the appropriate exam to become a board certified surgeon, and then continues on for an additional 1 or 2 years and achieves a critical care certification as well. Board certification includes an exam, a very rigorous exam in critical care surgery. It's going to be the management of the difficult, the very severely injured patient, typically in the ICU. So we can see that, again, a very busy trauma center and a very important role that San Joaquin General Hospital plays in our community. Next, I'd like to just talk a little bit about the types of injuries we see again here. This is a comparison of calendar year 2019 to 2020. And in addition to the growth that we saw, about a 6% overall growth, unfortunately, we continue to see about a 9% growth in the number of falls, 14% growth in the number of gunshot wounds, and then 12% in line with the assaults in terms of year-over-year growth. Unfortunately, I think many other public health agencies, other hospitals, trauma centers, the American College of Surgeons would agree with this unfortunate trend here. As we've been in pandemic, we've seen a continued growth in assaults, victims of violence, and then a number of falls here. I think we're seeing, quite honestly, with the falls, a number of folks that haven't been to their providers in a year and are developing things such as peripheral neuropathy, and they're having trouble walking. Folks that haven't been to something like an ophthalmologist or an optometrist in a year to get eyes examined here are having trouble and ending up in the hospital for at least an evaluation. Just a brief history about San Joaquin General Hospital's effort here. We were designated by EMSA on August 1st, 2013, and then validated by the American College of Surgeons, that Committee on Trauma. That's the verification agency of our country here, on June 27th, 2018. And as Dr. Schaefer pointed out, really with Dr. Frank Kennedy taking over and really driving us, coordinating us, we've got two fantastic, since the program started, two fantastic nurse leaders. Currently, Stephanie Arp is heading up our nursing team, and really the entire hospital, the orthopedic surgeons, the neurosurgeons, lab staff, everybody, the housekeeping team, really all nearly 2,000 employees who come together to make sure that this is a great trauma center. We did, as Dr. Schaefer pointed out, and your board knows, achieve the designation of level 2 on April 1st, and we were just notified late last week that our Committee on Trauma survey by the American College of Surgeons will be conducted virtually on August 26th and 27th. That validation of level 2 trauma center is a requirement that the hospital has with county EMSA, and we're preparing for that right now under Dr. Kennedy and Stephanie Arp's leadership. We do have a few additional requirements we've had to make sure are in place to go from level 3 to level 2. The biggest one are neurosurgeons. Unfortunately, whether it's a fall or some type of spine injury, or in the instance of victim of violence, head injuries from whatever reason, we have to have the neurosurgeons. We also have vascular surgeons that are able to take care of that. Quite honestly, right now, our trauma surgeons, those double board certified trauma surgeons, are able to handle the vascular needs for our hospital. We have an occasional need for ophthalmology and plastic surgery as well. So those were the additional physician services that we had to add. Really, they're all, you can see, all surgical specialties. We do have to maintain our transfer agreements. We really don't have while we are receiving all patients at the hospitals, including pediatrics and burns, we have transfer agreements with Children's Oakland and UC Davis, as well as for the burn service, our regional burn center is UC Davis, so we have those transfer agreements. One of the things that we have to do is committing to maintaining access to 2 operating rooms and operating crews at all times. Very rarely do we find the need to have 2 simultaneous operating rooms going, but it does happen. You can think of a multi-casualty accident here of some type of car crash, occasionally victims of violence requiring 2 operating rooms, and we do have that ability. It's part of the requirement we have with San Joaquin County EMSA as well. We have in-house trauma surgeon, anesthesiologist, and an operating room crew. That's going to be a nurse and an operating room tech in-house at all times. We also then, once we activate that first team, we roll out and call in the second team, which again is a surgeon, an anesthesiologist, and the 2 OR crew. We have, as I mentioned, immediately available, which means within 30 minutes. And we also have immediate availability of orthopedic and a neurosurgeon, again, able to take care of nearly all of the needs for our county. One of the things I'm very, very proud about to report here is a standard that we are really exceeding. And again, it points out the difference that level 2 versus a level 3, and then the in-house. The American College of Surgeons Committee on Trauma has a requirement that on average, on a monthly basis, trauma centers must have a qualified surgeon at the bedside of the incoming trauma patient within 15 minutes of arrival 85% of the time. So 85% of the time we have to have that qualified surgeon at your bedside within 15 minutes. And during last calendar year, we were at their 98 to 99% of the time on a monthly basis. We do see about 17% of our patients do require surgery either immediately or shortly after they're stabilized. And we transfer very few patients out here. We transfer, I think the number was 90 during the calendar year, less than 10 per month. That's going to be for the burns and the pediatric patients. We also receive incoming from both here in Stockton as well as the Foothill communities, Foothill hospitals, transfers in from other facilities for about 286 or around 7.5% of our total patients. With that concludes my presentation. I'm just very happy to have worked with Dr. Schaefer, Dan Birch, the entire EMSA team, Greg Dieterich, as well as a number of our county supervisors over the years to get us to this level 2, and it's a great honor and really something that is really benefiting the community. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Fantastic diligence and commitment to get to this benchmark, so congratulations to all of us and to this community. Good job. Very well served. Any supervisor questions or comments?
I just want to say congratulations. And, you guys have a great staff and a great team of doctors and nurses. So it's something that I've been looking forward to. So great job, and we're proud of you.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Wynn.
I just want to thank you for all the effort. I know we've had a lot of discussions, and there's been a lot of challenges along the way, especially with the neurosurgeons and just a whole host of issues. So I just want to thank you and Dr. Schaefer certainly for efforts, Dan Birch, et cetera, and Mr. Dieterich in regards to pulling this off, and look forward to a very successful certification, and we'll move forward from there. So thank you.
Supervisor Miller? Yes.
Thank you. I just want to add my thanks. The trauma center is extremely important to all of the residents here in San Joaquin County, and it's been a lot of hard work, a labor of love, but to get to this level is very impressive, and I just want to extend the gratitude not only for the board but for all the residents of San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have any comments from the public?
Through the chair, no, we do not.
Not. Okay. I'm sorry. Did I cut somebody off that's about to speak? Okay. Well, then I guess at this time we're going to call for a motion to accept this designation of the San Joaquin General Hospital as a Level 2 Trauma Center for the periods of April 1st, 2021 through August 31st, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Fantastic. We have adopted 4-0. Congratulations, everybody, and to this county. Good job, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda, before we break for closed session, is supervisor comments and or committee reports. Anybody have anything to share at this time? Supervisor Rickman, you're up.
Just a happy anniversary to my wife. We'll be married for 21 years. So.
Put up with you for 21 years?
I know. She's tough. Yeah. So congratulations, and I love you.
Make sure you take her out to a very nice dinner and flowers and candies and treat her.
Of course.
As the queen she is. Thank you. Supervisor Miller, anything to report?
No, not at this time. I guess the only thing I would say, I really debated about saying anything about this, but since we just reopened the chambers to the public, And it states really clearly on the front of the agenda that anyone that comes down here and anyone that's going to be in the chambers, that face coverings are required at all times. I guess I'm just issuing a little friendly reminder to my colleague, the chair, that it is up to us to set the tone and set an example. And I did hear back from 2 different individuals who participated in presentations in the last few months who made the statement that because they were told that masks are required by everyone in the chambers, they assumed that it was safe for them to come in, and that they were a little taken aback but didn't feel comfortable saying anything about lack of mask being worn. So just a reminder to you that there are a lot of people who still haven't been able to get their vaccines or haven't had their second one yet, and that if, as per Dr. Park, we're going to be requiring the public and all of our staff and everyone else to wear masks in here, we should be willing to adhere to the same guidelines, even though it is uncomfortable. I'm not going to argue that at all.
Yeah, to that point, I took a tour of our facilities and understand that we have a very unique air purification and system that kills all bacteria. We have a very high volume ventilation system. So I've taken that to heart, but thank you for pointing it out. Supervisor Wynn, anything to mention for public comment or committee reports?
No, not this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I would just close in saying that I am exceptionally proud of the fact that this county was able to partner with Delta College. This was something that Dr. Porzanjani had brought to me, and I thought it was important. I brought it to our CAO, and we did some diligence and some work, and I think it's a fantastic victory for this county. I want to thank Mr. Wolverdine for jumping in and facilitating this and finding a pathway for us to help these young, these young men and women in our junior college here that are getting great training and job skills, and now for this to bridge that gap for them to actually build relationships, have an internship at companies. Maybe have a couple words to share on that, but I will really appreciate the effort that it took for us to do that.
I just wanted to thank you, Chair Patty, for that, and I also wanted to recognize my soon-to-be new assistant, Sandy Regala, for her help on that. I couldn't have done it without her.
Thank you. We do appreciate Sandy, and glad to know she's going to be the deputy CAO?
Assistant
CAO. Okay, thank you. All right, so next now we have closed session. County Council.
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
All right, thank you. So this time we'll be adjourned.
you